goodness, it's time for Hall of Fame 13.
It's here, finally. All this work and you're now here and we are celebrating. Look at that beautiful campus.
Oh, hi everybody on campus. Yeah, wave at us. I see you.
Yes.
You see me? Not
yet.
yet.
Do they know?
Do they know that we can see them?
Oh, yes, because it's actually out there in the back lot.
Oh, that's right. And
Yay,
we'll be coming
hi
here all
everybody.
week.
Woo, so exciting. This is it. We are here on campus. We are ready. Day 3 of Hall of Fame.
Easy lobby looking fancy.
Yes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hall of Fame Live. My name's Tracy Wu.
And I'm Jess Ryder.
And we are back again this year to bring the Hall of Fame experience to our online viewers like never before.
It's sure to be a great week full of professional development, networking, and of course, a ton of fun, and you're getting inside access.
Absolutely. But before we get too into what Hall of Fame is all about, let's introduce our lovely roaming host and my dear friend, Shay Ryan. What's up, Shay?
Yes, let's check in with my girl, Shay.
Hi everyone, my name is Shay and I'm going to be your personal tour guide around Full Sail University's campus today. We have so much to see at the creative experience, but I'm not going to show it to you just yet. This is just a tease, so you have to stay tuned all day. But for now, I'm going to send it back to my besties at the Deskies. Take it away, ladies.
Besties at the Deskies. That is adorable. But anyway, we keep mentioning Hall of Fame, but for you who don't know, what even is Hall of Fame? Would you like to explain, Jess?
Sure, why not? Every year, we celebrate Full Sail's graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through a week-long event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and so much more. Every year, 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame, an honor that serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee. But you know what? Let's let everyone's buddy and Full Sail president, Gary Jones, explain.
Every year, we induct 6 Full Sail graduates into our Hall of Fame.
Can I just, take a minute and soak this in?
If any of you students reach this point, it's going to kind of hit you like a brick wall, and you're like, wow, how did I get here?
Friends, families, and mentors all come together to honor these extraordinary individuals as they reach this milestone in their careers and in their lives. These are alumni who have graduated 10 or more years ago and have made noteworthy contributions to their industries.
This is the coolest club of people.
And I'm really happy for you because as kids, we always wanted this.
I love working with you. I look forward to the next picture with you. Congratulations, Mark.
You're in my Hall of Fame and my heart. Peace and love.
Dave is an absolute genius at this, and I've loved the times that we've worked together.
Couldn't happen to a nicer, more talented guy. Proud to call you a friend. It was an honor being directed by you.
Hey, Bob. It's the boys Metallica here.
Hey, Bob.
Well deserved. He does my sound. When he's not out doing Metallica sound, he is one of the greatest.
Dylan's he's part of my creative family. One of the best engineers I've ever worked with.
Hey there, Brian, or as we all like to call you, Sweet Pea. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
But most importantly, Hall of Fame members are recognized for what they give back to the Full Sail community.
Again, I'm honored, and I promise I will use this to give back as much as I can to Full Sail students and alumni in the future.
I just want to help. I really just want to share a little bit of passion, a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of insight maybe as to what you will experience out in the world and how maybe that might be integrated into the project that you have right in front of you.
It's not just about what we share up there. It's the fact that we're people that students can come up and talk to and ask questions of, and we actually absolutely love doing it. That's the biggest takeaway.
And this is the place where I got my second chance to become the man that I am today. You've had so many chapters in my life. To now be a chapter in your book means more than you could ever imagine. So thank you.
For a lot of us, this is like Christmas. We compare this week to Christmas. It's Christmas not because we get things, it's because what we come to give.
We spoke to a few students attending Hall of Fame 12 to understand this event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
Hall of Fame, I feel, is just the best embodiment of what Full Sail is. Just networking, really learning and growing from each other and getting to experience new technology, new innovative ways of doing all these different things. Everyone here wants you to succeed, and I genuinely feel like that. So it's just such a welcoming, it almost makes me tear up. It's almost like I feel so welcome, you know, so.
Well, for me, it's all of like the events here for gaming and seeing all the alumni talk about their stories. I find that is really inspirational and it kind of gives you everything you need to go forward.
My favorite to work on this week was Hall of Game because we got to see all the Armada kids bring in people from out of state that are online, as well as just see some alumni that stopped by.
Silent disco is very fun. Everyone's super friendly here and very open to help you with whatever you need. So I found that like really, really helpful.
I made a cosplay, so I'm entering the cosplay contest. I'm not fully dressed because it would be a hazard. I am going to dress as Chainsaw Man, where he has a giant chainsaw as a head.
So far, I'm just like loving seeing everybody, you know, getting to connect with each other and, you know, meeting different people and engaging in like the stuff that they really like love and want to do as a career. So it's fun.
My favorite part so far has just been honestly doing all the stuff around campus, like networking. Yesterday I did the career fair, got to pass off my resume to some companies like Cirque du Soleil and Warner Media, so it was really cool. I'm actually an online student, I just live locally, so I don't get many chances to come here except for like big events, so it's nice to like actually get to experience campus and like everything it offers.
Having our community here, because we're all here for the same thing, like to be creative, and it's just really amazing to have that community back.
The networking that we've been doing all around Hall of Fame and campus, and helping each other as friends, because me and my friends have been helping each other building resumes and doing portfolios. We've been even doing business cards just to help each other out, and it's been like a cool experience for everyone.
I brought business cards today just in case. You never know. You never know who you're going to run into at Hall of Fame, so.
That is a lot. Well, but look at that. I now feel like I know everything going on.
Tracy.
Yes.
Don't be silly. We're just getting started.
All right, true, but we haven't even talked about this year's inductees, so let's get right to it. Now, a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies, Karis Baker is a 2013 game art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and much more. I actually hung out with Karis yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, she is just wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I think we have her on a panel later today, so I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we are a big fan of Karis Baker.
And look how gorgeous she looks.
I know. I love a girl in games.
Right.
We love girls in games. But it's not just Karis that we'll be inducting today. We've got 5 other inductees.
Yep.
Including the CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor and broadcast mixer. That's a lot of stuff to mix.
Yep.
Who has worked with some of the industry's biggest names, including Beyonce, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers. Impressive credits. I know.
I want to just be a fly on the wall in her life. But we also have Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook. He currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare, graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013. Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit.
Witcher 3 is like one of the greatest games of all time,
Yeah.
so that's pretty intense. We've also got CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder of managing partner of Ready Ant Studios, Victor Herrera de Silva. A 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business grad, his work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
So many degrees all these guys have.
I know.
Speaking of, a 3-time graduate, Devin Renee, is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015, Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
Yeah, no kidding. Talk about a lot of degrees. A
Seriously.
three-time grad. Pretty impressive. We've also got sound designer and recording engineer at Ti-Fi Studios, Jeff Villanueva. He's a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno.
Can you imagine?
Working on one of the most popular songs from Disney in the last decade? No, can't imagine.
Like, hi, what do you do for a living? I mix this. You know that song? Have you ever heard of it? Unbelievable. But throughout the day, we'll be giving you a glimpse into Hall of Fame, as well as streaming some of the day's biggest panels, I think. At 10 a.m., we will actually head to the Fortress to get to know our 6 new inductees. At 12 p.m., we'll hear from grads who took a non-linear path to success.
Sounds good. And then at 2 p.m., we'll hear from Margaret Haig and Karis Baker on innovation in healthcare. At 4 p.m., we'll check out today's keynote presentation featuring motocross world champion and esports CEO Steffi Bao. Be sure to download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with panels and presentations, special events, and of course, what days the pretzel truck is going to be here. Have you tried the pretzel truck? It's so good. You can use the app to make connections and plan out your week, so download it now on the App Store or Google Play Store. Just search Full Sail.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration.
All right, this might be the first day of Hall of Fame Live, but plenty has happened so far this week.
Let's take a look at what we've seen so far. Over the weekend, Hall of Fame Week kicked off with Hall of Game Paragon, the latest installment of our annual esports exhibition. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to watch Armada varsity teams compete against returning alumni in games of Valorant, Smite, and Overwatch, while audience members cheered on their favorite players from the crowd. The event also featured free play gaming stations courtesy of MSI, Red Bull racing simulators, live streamers, and a community Smash Brothers tournament. Outside the venues, students enjoyed additional giveaways. They got to check out more free play gaming stations and the food trucks. We're a big fan of the food trucks here.
Priorities.
And then back in the venue, Armada teams commanded the stage, taking the win in all 3 main stage face-offs. And during the show, 5 Armada athletes and community members were awarded a total of $50,000 in scholarships on behalf of the Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. And we are so grateful for that partnership. You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. That's twitch.tv/Full Sail Armada. So go check it out.
Yeah, that was so much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. I don't actually understand Valorant, but I was just cheering everybody on. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, Tracy and I are pretty big Full Sail Armada fangirls, so it's always fun to see the players get to play on stage that way.
Absolutely. But anyway, we also had the ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair, which returned on Monday, yesterday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as the Walt Disney World Company, Milwaukee Bucks, Murphy Lighting Systems, Claire Global, Hearst Television, and many more. Now, Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers.
It's always so nice to see everybody get to interact with all of that cool new stuff, hear from employers about what are they kind of looking for.
Absolutely.
Get them a real head start on the job process.
Absolutely.
Thanks to our career development department.
Yep, and
not
only are we doing it here, our career networking events happen all over the country in cities including Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So please be on the lookout for the next event happening near you. We do it online as well, so that's pretty cool.
When I was living in New York City, I went to the New York City one,
Did
and
you?
like Rockstar was there. Lots of cool
Nice.
companies that maybe you don't see here because they're not
Absolutely.
local to Orlando. So
Yep.
yeah, definitely check them out.
Yep.
But that wasn't all that happened yesterday. We also had the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress held the Full Sail Tech Fest Expo, presented by Sennheiser and Dell. The expo had vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting edge and creative spaces. The expo welcomed students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Adobe, Sony, MSI, Avid, Focusrite, Sennheiser, and so many more. It's so cool to see all of that awesome new technology on display for our students and them getting the chance to kind of learn about what's coming up
I know.
next.
It's always just changing constantly, so it's really great that they come here to Full Sail to share that with us. But anyway, don't forget to connect with us on social media at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and what's it? The TikTok? That's what the kids do, right?
That's the one we dance on.
The TikTok, where you do the thingy. Yeah, share all your posts and make sure to use hashtag FullSailHoff throughout the week to see your posts featured right here on Hall of Fame Live. And we can't wait to see how you enjoy Hall of Fame from home or from campus.
Yeah. If you're at home watching, please share your experience. I want to see your setup. I want to see where's the snacks, where's Hoff Live on the screen.
But really, where is the snacks? 'Cause that is
Where are
what's
the
important.
snacks? We really care about food here at Hall of Fame Live.
Very much so.
And water. Drink a lot of water. If you're out there on the back lot and you can hear me right now, I hope you're drinking water. Speaking of the back lot, let's check in with our girl Shay and see what she's up to over at the Creative Experience.
I'm not drinking water right now, but I promise I will be because it's bright and sunny out here on Full Sail University's back lot during the Creative Experience. What is the Creative Experience? Don't worry, it's fairly self-explanatory. We wanted an opportunity for our creative students to be able to come out and show off their creativity and really express themselves. So we have all kinds of different stations throughout our backlot, so you have to come out and walk the whole thing. We have, for example, this Paint by Numbers mural right behind me. So this actually reflects the Hall of Fame branding this year, and it's a little blank right now, but throughout the week we have all of our students coming through, alumni, friends, and they're going to be painting this. Please paint within the lines. We know you like to get crazy and go all over the place, but just at this station, just paint within the lines. It's fine. But don't worry, if you really want to go wild and crazy, we have an airbrush tattoo station. What are you going to do? You're going to get a tattoo on your face? There's a cute little alien one. There's a Band-Aid. I would love to see it. If you get one, please share it on social media using hashtag FullSailHoff because I want to make a compilation of all of the cool tattoos that you guys get this week. There's even tattoos that matches our branding. But okay, enough about the tattoo station. There's also an arts and crafts area where you can be making some perler beads, making some friendship bracelets. Behind that, we have the silent disco that's still coming together. The silent disco is always one of the most popular spots in the Creative Experience. We have 3 different channels, so if you want to go absolutely crazy, you could do that. If you want to go in there and just chill, you can do that too. One of my favorite things is to go by and see Tremaine and Leslie in there just cutting it up with the students, jumping around. Even in this Florida heat, nothing is going to stop our students because it's the 13th Annual Hall of Fame. It's absolutely madhouse out here. But don't worry, we also have a very exciting scavenger hunt happening all week. And it's available for our students who are going to be right here on campus. If you want details about the scavenger hunt, make sure you connect with us on Instagram, Twitter, and all of our social media pages, and we're going to have all the details on there. But you want to win big right now? What about our swaggin' wagon? We got my friends who are going to be walking around with exclusive Full Sail University swag. Let's get some friends over. What's this? Do you like the Hall of Fame branding? Like it to be yours? I'm sorry, that was like good. All right, I want to see happen real quick. Let's see. First person to put 2 hands in the air. I think it was you, but. Okay, let's see. Name any Pokemon. Just scream it. Why is it always? We can't all be Pikachu, y'all. All right, don't worry, we have enough items for everyone. I won't always make you do things for it. You can just grab some things. But we also have food trucks, student clubs. You got to check it all out. But for now, we're going to send it back to my besties at the deskies. I will see you all later.
I was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Grew up until I was 4 years old in the city, and then moved to a suburb called La Lucila, about half an hour away from the city. My parents got married very young when they were about, I think, 20, 21 years old. I mean, I had a great childhood. We never went, you know, whatever we wanted, we got without being spoiled, and they were basically, you know, middle class. They've always found ways to, you know, if we really wanted something, to get us what we wanted. And we were always very appreciative of that. We were always very conscious of the sacrifices they made. Great music makes you, in the best of times, gives you comfort, and really makes you think and challenges you and changes. You know, I've seen it described as, you know, a song can come on and it changes the shape of a room. You know, there were things like, I remember my dad making my brother and I sit down and listen to Tommy by The Who from top to bottom. And anybody who knows that record, it's a double album, you know, 5 years old. You know, I got to sit through the world's first rock opera, you know. And I knew when I was young that, you know, John Bonham was the greatest drummer in the world. And that's because my dad made sure that I knew that John Bonham was the greatest drummer in the world and that the Beatles were the Beatles. And my thing when I got out of Full Sail is I wanted to be in a major studio because I wanted to have access to the opportunities. I had a great opportunity to work at Crescent Moon Studios, which was Emilio and Gloria Stefan's place. And, you know, the thing that I really learned at that studio was how important an opportunity is. The thing about any kind of success is that anybody who thinks success is their own is living in a dream world. I mean, you know, my success is attributed to all the people who taught me, to my parents, to, you know, my brother and sister, to my wife, to the people that I work with. I mean, it's not mine, you know. I mean, I'm a part of it, but it's not you. It's really, you know, a lot of things have to go right for you to be able to do what you want to do in your life.
Well, you just got to know one of the Hall of Fame's first ever inductees, part of our first Hall of Fame class. That was Sebastian Chris. Such an impressive grad. So many incredible accolades.
Did you know, though, he has like multiple Grammys?
Like how many is multiple?
Like a lot. Like so many.
Oh, like you mean the display case?
Yeah,
that's like
look at that.
literally overflowing with Grammys. You're
Yes.
telling me those are all Sebastian Chris?
That is all Sebastian Chris. I can't even count that high.
And he just let us hold on to them?
Yeah, he's like, oh, I have so many. Here, why don't you have some? I mean, can you imagine? Like, I can't do that.
No, but like what a great inspiration for our students walking to class and seeing someone who was in a classroom just like me, however many years ago.
Right.
And here's so many Grammys and they're all in the case for me to look at and inspire me. That is absolutely out of this world.
And not just that, like he's so humble that he's like, I'd rather, you know, loan that to Full Sail so it can inspire the students to know that they can eventually get there as well if that's their goal. You know the funniest thing though, when you see his credit after his video and it says his credits and it says Shakira, the first thing I thought was Shakira, Shakira. I don't know why. I just had to share that. I've had way too much coffee. But you know what? We have so many Full Sail grads now. It's been 13 years, 6 grads every year. I'm not doing math because it's too early in the morning.
78. This year we're going to hit 78.
Whoa, she does math fast in her head.
I did the math ahead of time.
Oh, okay. Well, good for you. But we're gonna show another video of one of our Hall of Fame grads. This is Bob Cowan. Let's take a look.
The biggest lesson I learned at Full Sail that has helped me in my career probably is taking your dreams seriously. I started going into the placement office within, I believe, the first week that I was in school there, and continued to go to that office until I actually had a job secured for myself before I graduated. You know, I didn't wait until the last 6 weeks or whatever the recommended time was to go to the placement office. I just wanted them to know who I was right away, and I wanted to get at it. I would try to work as many different shows as I could as a stagehand, and there was a local company that did a lot of big shows in the area. And instead of working at the grocery store, that's when I started driving to all these Pink Floyd shows and working them as a stagehand, which I did the entire time there. And I think I did that sheerly out of determination that I was gonna succeed, because I was a little scared, to be completely honest, that, you know, there's all these other kids here, and what is gonna set me apart from not only all these people that are here, but all the people from other schools and all the people who aren't in school and all the people that actually have experience and are in already. Like, how am I gonna get in there? But it was a motivator to make me want to succeed. I didn't want to go back home to Pennsylvania. I wanted to go forward in life and pursue my dreams. So before I graduated, I've already got a job lined up at Maryland Sound. I worked there for almost 3 years, and I did a few tours with Michael Bolton, and there were a few support bands that I mixed monitors for. And then I left there and went to Colorado Springs and started working for a company called Audio Analysts, and that kind of started catapulting my career. I ended up mixing monitors for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and I took care of Clarence Clements, Nils Lofgren, Gary Talent, and Max Weinberg, the drummer. How I ended up working with Metallica was I had known the previous monitor engineer for some time, and I had heard that he was going to retire. So I asked him about it. He said yes, he was going to retire. And I basically went out there in hopes to get a shot at mixing monitors. There was someone that came out and was going to replace Paul, but that didn't work out. So I was the next person in line, and the first night I mixed was in December of 2008, and I mixed every show from that point forward, and the band's been pretty happy, and I was really lucky. It completely changed my life. It really comes down to, can you do it or not, and have people trust in you. You know, that's a big thing, and you have to be able to deliver all the time. You know, it can't be once in a while. It has to be all the time. You have to be really consistent.
Good stuff. It's unbelievable, these guys. It's so I admire them so much for all the work that they've done. It's like, you work for Metallica? Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, but you still come and hang out with our students.
I know.
And that's everything to us.
It's so cool. I just want all the stories of what it's like to hang out with Metallica.
Honestly. Now, I want to know what it's like to hang out with Melissa Etheridge, but
I just want to hang out with all of them. So one of these days, come introduce me. But yeah, right now we're going to get ready to head over to the Fortress for our very first panel of the day.
How exciting. In this upcoming panel, we'll meet the 13th class of Hall of Fame inductees and hear a little bit about their career journeys and what Full Sail means to them.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Happy to be here? Thank you. Don't leave me alone up here. I'm Sherry Tantliff. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations here at Full Sail University, and today we have an amazing panel in store for you to get you to meet our new inductees. I think we're having a little audio, but you can hear me, right? Yeah. So we don't have a lot of time, so I am going to just jump right in there and get them out here, okay? Happy Hall of Fame. Maybe one day you're going to be up here. Wouldn't that be awesome? So we'll try and figure out how, and let's get started. So first up, he is one of the most sought-after engineers in audio with a 22-year career spanning every sector of the entertainment industry, ranging from audio for television and film, video games, concert tours, theme parks, and the music industry. His credits include multi-platinum award-winning albums with Beyonce, Justin Bieber, and DJ Khaled, in addition to EA Sports Madden NFL, NBA Live, Disney shows, and animation. To date, he has about 4 Grammy Awards and a total of 110 million albums sold worldwide. He is incredible. He is a recording arts graduate. He is Jeff Villanueva. All right, and after graduating, she was accepted into the Emmy's prestigious Television Academy Foundation internship program. She's been an assistant to the showrunner on shows from the Oprah Winfrey Network and has worked as a writer's assistant for DC Universe and more. She's a staff writer on season 1 of the OWN drama series Delilah, and most recently served as a script coordinator for Mike, the biography of Mike Tyson. She's also an entrepreneur and advocate at heart, and she is continually giving back to others. So let's welcome 3 degrees, film, education, media design and technology, and creative writing graduate, the lovely, the beautiful Devin Renee. All right, and he's an Air Force combat veteran, and he was valedictorian, who continues to raise the bar in both his personal and professional life. He worked in military and medical simulation and AAA games. Currently, he's a producer at BioWare. His credits include Dragon Age Dreadwolf, the Lord of the Rings game, the Wizard of Oz game, and the James Bond game. Let's welcome recording arts and game design graduate, Aaron Hamilton Cook. All right, and he is a front of house monitor and broadcast mixer. He's an award-winning author and a CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. He's worked with many of today's biggest artists, including Neo, TLC, Camila Cabello, Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, Big Sean, Pharrell, A$AP Rocky, Usher, Lizzo, oh my gosh, and more. His book called The Beat of My Head is the first children's book focused on becoming an audio engineer. How cool is that? Please welcome show production graduate and awesome human being, Brandon Blackwell! Good. Okay, and with a background including indie game development, pixel art, animation, litigation imaging, and 3D printing, she's an artist and programmer with a focus on beauty, efficiency, and pipeline optimization. Currently, she's a senior technical artist at Unity Technology. She also demonstrates her passion for art in her indie development career and her sole proprietorship, her business. Karis captures an illustration and caricature practice. Please welcome game art graduate, Karis Baker. All right, and last but not least, as a 4th-generation entertainment industry professional, he's founded and worked for a variety of entertainment ventures and digital media companies, including Ready Ant Studios and Terramark Worldwide. Now he's the CEO of a leading Spanish-language television network called Nuestra Visión, and an impressive library of Mexican movies, news, sports, and special events. Please welcome game development and entertainment business master's graduate, Victor Herrera de Silva. mouthful, but it doesn't surprise me. You've all accomplished so much. So welcome, welcome. So I just have to start with a very general question, which is congratulations on your induction. Brandon, what does being inducted into the Hall of Fame mean to you?
For me, being inducted into the Hall of Fame is the confirmation that manifestation does exist. When I graduated college, I said to myself that, I can see myself on that stage for Hall of Fame as a Hall of Famer. I said my first year of eligibility, that's the goal. And ever since my graduation, I made sure that I came back to Full Sail to give back to, the students and share my perspective with the future generation of our industry. And, getting the call and getting the letter was just like, it's a dream come true, in Full Sail, as it's always been stated, they take your dreams serious and dreams do come true. And my dream, one of my biggest dreams for the last 10 years has come true, being in the Hall of Fame. So very excited about it.
Oh, we're so happy for you, Brandon. Aaron, you're a veteran. Thank you for your service. You've had a long journey. Tell us about what it means to you.
Yeah, I was sharing actually this morning with my wife. For me, it's just life in general. Everything is just so ephemeral and so fleeting. Like, things don't really last that long when you think about how much time you have with anything. And it's just, for me, it's just an honor, and it's very humbling to be able to just soak this in and to just enjoy this brief moment in time.
Nice. And Karis, was this something that you had in mind when you first came to Full Sail, or are you shocked? Tell us how you're feeling.
I feel like I had the audacity to imagine me being that person. 2013 means that I've been coming back to Full Sail for Hall of Fame for 13 years. And when I first went to Behind the Scenes tour, I saw the first group of Hall of Famers. I was like, whoa, that is so cool. Can you imagine if I was up there? And I don't know. I just thought, why not me?
Love that. So Victor, what do you see in common with all of you? Why are you a class of inductees? Do you see a common thread?
I definitely see a common thread. I think that one of the most important aspects that we have is that testament to the perseverance of working hard and moving forward, even when things may not be working as we hope, but that knowing, that days like today and having the opportunity to be sitting down and making it to here, it's a testament to that we shared together, and that, you should always continue moving forward despite what the odds may be.
Love that. And what about you, Jeff? What about some advice? How do you thrive in your career? How did you wind up here?
For me, it was obviously it took passion, dedication. You're making a lot of sacrifices throughout your career, I think personally, especially when you're first starting out. But overall, the biggest thing for me is kind of like being going with the flow, being open for opportunities when they exist, exploring new ideas, constantly networking with other people in your career, and staying up on the trends.
And Devin, what about you? You took 3 degrees. Tell us a little bit about how you launched your career, and what does Hall of Fame mean to you?
I launched my career right after Full Sail. I got an internship opportunity and just kind of dove straight in. And being up here finally means that, people see how hard you've worked. They finally see the commitment that you've made to not only your industry, but also to the university and to the programming that we do here, and it means the dream come true.
So Karis, you were mentioning you've been to 12 at least Hall of Fames, right? So any advice about how we can make the most out of Hall of Fame week? There's a lot of people to meet, so tell us how to do it.
Absolutely. Every single person that you're going to meet this week has something to teach you, whether it's going to be someone who's running the event or someone who's part of the staff or a fellow student. I encourage you to talk to everyone in a way that we all have a sense of humanity here and a commonality in the way that we are excited about the innovation of creativity and what the school has to offer, what brought us all here. We're a family for a reason because we share a common thread. You know, there's something about Full Sail that drew you here. And so anyone in this building shares that common thread with you. I would invite you to discover that because creating those connections with each other is what builds your story. And I encourage you to find that story this week, you know, and bring a notebook and write notes. That's always a good idea.
If I could just add super quick to what Kara's saying is like, we're actually looking forward to meeting you and having a chance to talk with you. And, you know, you never know. Many times in life, the one person you'll meet, the one moment in time that will take your path to the places that you didn't even expect before. So definitely take that time you see us around, not just attending the panels, like stay a little, you see us walking by. We want to talk to you. So take that moment, shake that hand, and we look forward to meeting you all.
And I'm pretty sure our friend Troy DeVold, a Hall of Fame 10, is hiding notes all around campus. Have you found them yet? They're addressed to you. They say "you" with an exclamation point. I invite you to find them and see what he has to say to you.
I think this is an important subject. So, Devin, if someone wants to approach you, what's a good way to do it? What should they say? How do they seem like they are going to have a great conversation with you?
Just being yourself. Just like Karis was saying, you know, we want to get to know you guys. So be yourself, be open, be warm. You know, I'm approachable, so feel like you can approach me. It's all about networking and making connections. That's how you really build relationships out in the industry. It's going to be the people that are sitting next to you that are going to hire you, you know, 5 and 10 years down the road. So don't be afraid to walk up to me or anybody else that's sitting up here or anybody in this room and make those connections. And be yourself. You know, don't be afraid to be yourself. That's one of the biggest pieces of advice that I can give. That's gotten me through a lot of work situations. It's gotten me through a lot of personal situations. It's just being humble and being myself, and that's usually enough, guys.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say hi and mention our online students. So what if I'm online? Can I reach out to you on social media, or how do you approach somebody online when you're trying to network?
Yeah, I would say if you're to our online students, hit me up on LinkedIn. It's one of the easiest ways to get a hold of me. Other people prefer Instagram. Other people just if you can find us on social media, we're probably there so that we can be accessible to you.
Nice. Well, I know in your GPS classes, we talk a lot about professionalism and personal branding. So let's talk about you, Brandon. Our personal brand is what we're known for. Why do people want to work with you? So what's your personal brand?
Yeah, so for me early on, you know, graduating from Full Sail, this was kind of the height of Instagram. And I realized that as a sound engineer and being behind the scenes, I had to somehow put myself out there. And I would always record videos of the concert I'm doing, the piece of gear that I'm working on to kind of show the world or show the world that, you know, I'm here doing this work, I'm working on this gear. And slowly but surely at that moment, I didn't know that I was building a brand at that time until, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And that brand has carried me on to now showing what I call the fan experience of my concerts. And as a sound engineer, you know, a front of house engineer, you don't really get to hear my show unless you're there. But finding these fan experiences online is what shows future clients what their fans are going to experience when I'm mixing a show for them. It also gives them the opportunity to see that I am translating a vision for a client to their fans and making that connection for them. And I'll be honest, you know, as an author now, it's been amazing to receive, you know, messages on our Instagram. My wife and I, we run our Instagram for The Beat in My Head, and receiving those messages from parents and, you know, fellow sound engineers about how much the book has touched them, how they connected with being the misunderstood child or their children themselves are going through, they're misunderstood. So social media, as much as some may not like it, it's needed for networking. And, I've seen the growth over it, and over the last 10 years, it's been very beneficial to my career and now my children's book. So, yeah.
It's been fun watching from afar and seeing all that. Congratulations. And for those that don't know, you're going to be having a book signing during Hall of Fame, correct? So look on your app and find him and get the beat in my head. Devin, I see you're ready. What about your personal brand?
My personal brand was definitely difficult to develop. It took a lot of thinking about how I wanted to present myself and how I wanted the world to see me. And it's like, okay, you write, but you're also the president of the Black Employees of Warner Brothers, and you do all this Hollywood event planning, and you also have an ability to work in development. So how do you take that brand and sort of make sure that everybody can see all of your skills and see all of your assets? So it took a while for me to brand myself, but I actually was able to do that when I launched my company, Boss Up Productions, and that was a whirlwind. Branding yourself is so hard, guys, but remember that you're branding yourself even now. So if there's a way that you can start presenting yourself as the professional that you see yourself, later down the line, now is the time to start doing that. I wish I had done that when I was a student at Full Sail, because it wouldn't have been so difficult to brand myself later in my career. So start branding yourself now. Brand that LinkedIn, that IMDb, your website, everything. Make sure that your brand is in line with who it is that you want to be represented as. And so now I feel like my brand is finally intact. I feel like I know who I am. I feel like people know who I am. Employers know how to reach me, and it feels good.
I hope you know, to be a Full Sail Hall of Fame inductee, you need to be out of school for at least 10 years. You need to have given back to our graduates and our students with your time and expertise, and to be doing well in your fields. So I want to start with you, Victor. Why do you come back? Why do you give back?
Oh my God. Okay. Well, for me, there's something just so magical in having the opportunity to see myself where I once was and have the chance to say a word that I wish I could have heard back then, that I've learned on my own through experience. And I'm always of the belief, with having you here, and it really honors me, but my perspective is, man, if anything that we have to say, if anything that, we have the opportunity to share with you has the opportunity to touch at least one life that will make the outcome that will positively impact the life of someone, that for me means everything, So I think that's what fuels me coming back, giving back. I'll continue doing that, and now having this great honor along with my fellow inductees, I'm just going to use that to do it even more.
What about you, Jeff? Are you the same person you were 10 years ago? How have you grown since you were a student? What's that journey like?
The growth has been exponential for me, because I was that student that knew what I wanted to do but didn't understand what was going on in the classroom. So I struggled early on as far as learning the fundamentals of audio and so forth. I was kind of the one that's always raising a hand, and kids were on in class, oh, come on, another question. And for me, it gave me a time to kind of open up and build confidence in myself. Like, if I'm not understanding, if I'm not getting what I need out of this moment right now, I need to, find what it is that's going to help me, get ready for the next gig. And really, that's the gig of life, right? So asking a lot of questions was something that I still kind of do a lot. I mean, I just recently did a session where, I hadn't worked with the producer before, and it was like, all right, cool, where did you want to punch in at? It's the simplest questions that I feel like for someone in my state, it's like, damn, you should know this, Jeff, but just as a reassurance, so I can always make sure that my job is done efficiently, I still constantly ask the dumb questions. And I'm okay with that, and I think a lot of people take notice to that, like the little things that you're paying attention to that nobody else does.
You know what I want to try? We always talk also about the elevator pitch, right? You should be able to walk in, say what you do in 20 seconds to meet somebody. I want to go down the line and tell us what you do, like what's your job now. So let's start with you, Victor.
All right, so hey everyone, my name is Victor Herrera da Silva, and I'm the CEO for a Spanish language television network called Nuestra Visión, which is airing here in the United States. I'm also the managing partner for Radiant Studios, which is a digital media and advertising agency, which has been open for, it's going to be 9 years now, so that's mine.
Ding, ding, ding. Excellent. Karis.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Karis Baker. I'm a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies. That means that we use game frameworks to create valuable solutions for the real world. I work specifically in Accelerate Solutions, and as a technical artist, I take the art and the programming, and I'm the person at the center that makes sure those things get connected, get implemented properly, and that there is a good user experience, that there is a good user interface for those products that are being created. I'm an artist and a developer.
Thank you, Karis. Brandon?
Hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Blackwell. I'm a touring front of house monitor engineer. I also do broadcast work as well. I'm also the co-author of the award-winning children's book, The Beat in My Head, along with my wife. I'm also a sound designer on the side, and as you see, I'm working on my elevator pitch right now. But yeah.
That's great. That's great. Aaron?
Yeah, I'm Aaron Hamilton Cook, currently a producer at BioWare, but more broadly speaking, I am a person who helps facilitate the process of making games. I am a person who helps solve problems, and I'm a glorified project manager.
Love it.
Hi, I'm Devin Renee. I'm a writer. I'm also the CEO and founder of Boss Up Productions, and currently I'm an executive assistant to the EVP of Post-Production Creative Services at Warner Brothers.
My name is Jeff Villanueva. I'm a recording engineer / sound designer. I currently work for a company by the name of Ti-Fi Studios, where we record and produce music for theme parks worldwide. Previously, I'm a 4-time Grammy Award winner, worked in the record industry for 20 plus years with major artists.
I'm clapping for that. Awesome, and hopefully you'll all be able to do that as well. So what would you like to share about excelling at Full Sail, succeeding at Full Sail, because we're still in it here. So quickly, Aaron, give us some advice.
Sure, yeah. I had sort of a cognitive pivot when I went from my bachelor's into my master's. I went from focusing on my grade and my GPA to I just wanted to learn as much as possible. You know, I saw this as my last opportunity to really get the foundation, get the fundamentals down, and have that locked in. If you focus on learning and making sure that you're soaking up as much as you can, you will go so much further in life if you focus on cultivating your curiosity rather than just trying to check a box and get the next sort of rung in the ladder.
What about you, Brandon?
Yeah, I would have to piggyback off of Aaron. Just be a sponge. This place is a great environment to learn, and you know, you're presented with many opportunities here that many others around the world are not presented with. So take advantage of everything that you have here. For me, being able to work on the console that I now tour with, you know, the last 5 years, I started learning and building those techniques here at Full Sail, and those techniques have now taken me on in my career. So just be a sponge, soak it all up. You know, the schedule that you have here, it is real world. You know, those late labs, that is how the industry is. So it's preparation for your future.
It's important to understand that this is a place where you learn how to learn just as much as you are learning the things that you're being presented with. Because especially when it comes to immersive technologies and emerging technologies, the things are moving so quickly, growing so fast. You're going to be learning new things when you get out into the industry that you couldn't have known to prepare for when you were a student here. And that's just the way it is. I wouldn't have known that I was a virtual reality developer when I graduated in 2013. That just wasn't a thing. I mean, it was a thing in the 90s, but anyway, I would invite you to keep your head on a swivel. Be aware of everything. Read the news. Know what's coming down the pipeline. And remember to keep learning. It's the most important thing to know.
Jeff, you said you struggled a little bit, so any further advice on?
Yeah, I think you have to be honest with yourself. I mean, especially us as creatives, we're predicting what's going to be hot, a year from now, right? Or 6 months down the road. And that part of being honest is like basically, all right, is this the best mix that I've done on this record? Is this the best lyrical content that I'm putting forward in my work? Not only is it a representation of your work, but again, you're setting the tone to what's going to be coming out. So a lot of times, especially in my world, I see a lot of entourages and everybody's just always constantly hyping up the artist and so forth. So I try to, once I build that relationship with an artist or a client, try to get their attention to kind of lean in and say, hey, you know what, it was a great record, but I think we can go back and visit this. And it's that same thing that what makes a great content, right? So for me, my goal is always to, have my record not just play in the club, but have it be playing in the club for the next 10 years. And I think that starts out at day one, being honest with yourself, knowing what's your best ability. Not every day is going to be your best. There's days that I don't want to go into work, but I'm very blessed to do what I do on a daily basis. So keeping myself honest and pushing myself all the time.
Devin, what about you? Do you ever experience, I do want to talk about anxiety and fear because it's a real thing. Even if you look confident, and you absolutely do, there are times we all have to overcome some stuff. So any advice for overcoming self-doubt?
Yes, I have anxiety and fear and imposter syndrome all the time. You go through this point in your career where you just never feel like you're working hard enough, or you just never feel like you're good enough. And you have to really just stop and take a beat. And a lot of times it takes recognizing this is how far I've come, and I need to bridge the gap between where I've been and where I'm trying to be, and take a beat and acknowledge the accomplishments that you've made thus far. Because it can be taxing, it can be tough, it can get grueling. There is a lot of competition, but you have to sort of have that resilience in yourself and have that confidence in yourself to sort of pat yourself on the back and give yourself a beat. Take a moment. If you can't take it a day at a time, just take it a beat at a time. And I have to do that most days in my career. Almost every day is like that. But it's been great for me, because if you don't give that to yourself, if you don't stop to take a moment, you almost miss it, and you don't want to miss it.
Aaron, I think a lot of people out here are interested in the gaming industry. So do you want to tell us a day in the life in the gaming industry, or how do you succeed in that world? Is there something special about it?
Yeah, I think the way, if you want to be, a day in the life and how you succeed are not necessarily mutually, they don't necessarily go together. I would say the day in the life is, every single day is different. It's always problem solving. There's always something new that comes up that you have to address, that you have to figure out, that you have to collaborate with a massive team to try and resolve. If you're working at the AAA scale, you're talking hundreds of people collaborating on something. If you're working at more of the indie scale, you might have like 5 people that you're working with. But it's always a very interesting. So we have these things called stand-ups. I post in the morning, hey, this is what I'm going to be up to today. And within 15 minutes of that post, my entire schedule changes. There's something new that I have to address. So it's always important to just be adaptable, to stay on your toes. And I always stress that you should, if you want to really make it and go far, be honest with others. Let them know when you're struggling. Tell them you need help. Nobody wants anyone on the team to fail. If you fail, that means I have to work harder and I have to do that much more, and it puts the product at risk. Whereas if you're honest and you say, hey, I just can't get this, I need help with this thing. Even if I don't have the answers, I can find you somebody who does. And that's exactly how games are made.
And Brandon, any advice? Jeff, Brandon, Devin, you're all working with like big name people. Any advice for staying cool when you reach that level, or how to work with celebrities?
Patience. Patience. You're going to work with some very not nice people sometimes. You're going to work with great people, but the reality is you're going to work with some a-holes sometimes. So you have to be patient. You have to acknowledge that sometimes in this industry, people that have big names have big attitudes. And you have to be patient. Be patient with them, be patient with yourself, but patience for me.
Definitely patience. No, just, working with big artists and, companies as well, just always try to be solution oriented. Like, always look for the solution. That's something that early in my career, it was like hitting a nail on the head with the hammer. I didn't understand that, I would have clients come back and, it was just a resistance between me and providing them with the solution. I didn't fully understand what they wanted, but as I've gone through my career, I've started to realize, just look for the answers. Even if you don't know what the answer to their question is, connect them, like you said, connect them to someone that you know that may know the answer. In the long run, it makes you look really good because it's like you were able to, facilitate their answer to their question. And even if you don't even know what it is, and it's okay to not know, don't think you need to know everything because we're human at it. Give yourself grace. So be very solution oriented and working with these artists, that'll help you out.
I think for me, this was actually taught to me early on, and I'm glad you brought this up. So I was working with Rodney Darkchild Jerkins early on in my career, and one of my first major gigs was on the last Destiny's Child album. And, of course, going into it, you're, Beyonce, Michelle, Kelly, and it's a big deal. And Rodney took me to the side, and he was like, listen, man, they're just as much as a fan of our work, that what we do, and they're here to come to us to get a record from us, that we are just as much as a fan as them, as a client and as an artist out there. So for me, that really leveled the playing field. And it sounds kind of crazy to think like, oh, Beyonce's coming to see me, right? But at the same time, she really is. She's trusting her creativity, her vocal talents, with us or whatever project that we're currently working on. Clients coming for you as their expertise. They've, sought you out. So that kind of levels the playing field a little bit for me, at least, honestly. And it gives me, a sense of a confidence booster, whether it's a mental thing for me, going into each project.
I love that, and that's why we love Hall of Fame Week, right? Because you're our rock stars. We love honoring you, and we are big fans of all of your work. So, thank you for that. Karis, I love what you said about you didn't even picture what you'd be doing 10 years down the road. What about the rest of you? Are you in the places you thought you would be working? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. No, I went to Full Sail to study recording arts and be a tracking engineer. Midway through my journey as a student in the bachelor's, I learned about game audio and not to diminish what you do in music. It was my opinion that like you sort of run into the same problems with music. You sort of have a bag of tricks that you build up, and it's you just get faster, right? And it's about how well you can execute at speed. Whereas with games, it felt like you just running into new problems all the time, and it's how well you can collaborate with people, and that nature of it really appealed to me, and so I just pivoted entirely. And then I was like, cool, maybe I'll be an audio director. Never done that. I never thought I'd be at BioWare. It was something that I sort of like dreamed about, but I never imagined that I would have the skills to work with the incredible team that's there.
What about you, Devin? You have 3 degrees.
Yeah.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
I know, right? I feel like I'm doing what it is that I set out to do. Originally, I thought maybe I'll be an AD, maybe I'll be a director, and then it sort of gravitated towards the writing side of things. If you'd have told me I'd be writing for television 10 years ago when I was a student, I'm not sure if I would have believed you. But looking back, I'm like, yeah, this is where I want to be. It feels good to be working in a field where I got a degree in this. I got a degree in creative writing, and I get to write. It feels good to have that ability because a lot of times you don't always get to do what it is you want to do straight out the gate. So I've been very fortunate.
Anybody else? Victor, you're a 4th generation entertainment business professional. Tell us about that journey for you.
Yeah, for me, just, it's very interesting because and it's going to be something where you'll find that you need to have a good idea of what you want to do, but life has a way, like they were sharing, where you'll be bounced to different directions. The goal is that you keep your sights to where you want to be so that you can at least start leaning to there. In my case, I originally came to Full Sail to learn how to make video games, which I'm still really passionate and care very much of, but as Sherry was saying, I'm the fourth generation in my family devoted to entertainment industry, which was primarily on the fields of film and television. And around my journey, or through my journey, I had the opportunity to embark on the venture to start the network, which is something, as I was sharing, that we have been doing for now. We've been on air for over 5 years, but the actual venture has been over 7, probably 8 by now. And I still get to explore my other passions, through Radiant Studios. But the idea is that you don't lose focus of the things that you want to do, because life will have a way to shift you in different directions. As I was sharing earlier, maybe at some point you'll meet someone that will have something great that you hadn't considered before, or the jobs or ventures that you're working on will take different paths. But don't lose sight of where you want to be, so that you can increase the chances and odds of landing of what you originally envisioned and set your sights to.
For me, I could kind of say, yes, I did. I started music at a young age, playing trumpet when I was about middle school. So music was always my focus. But looking at it now, retrospect, where I'm at today, in my current position at Ti-Fi Studios, I'm now doing stuff I've never really imagined, from sound designing to working with live full-on orchestras and so forth. And quite frankly, we had this conversation last night, Brandon, but I've even had opportunities to go touring, and I've never toured before. So my first touring gig was with Brandon, and I was discovering opportunities in the touring world that I could do as a tracking engineer from a studio. And so, again, it's about going with the flows of life and so forth. I think it's very important to have that mindset early on of what you want to do, so you can have some type of creative, direction, and also get resources while you're starting out your career, but be open to new opportunities along the way as well.
Yeah, I'd like to add that it's important to pay attention to the problems that you enjoy solving. When you find those, latch onto those. Figure out what kinds of positions get to solve those problems on a regular basis. That's going to be the thing that's the sticky glue that keeps you in the industry, because if you're enjoying your work, you're going to perform better, you're going to do better.
I'd like to add, I was always an artist. I've been an artist since I was a child. There's probably a scratch drawing journal entry of me saying that I wanted to be an artist when I was probably 8 years old. And I just evolved as an artist. I came here because I wanted to be an artist, and I became an artist. But I remember calling my dad, and I said, I don't think I want to work for a AAA company making video games. I think I want to do something else. And I was discovering my sense of purpose. And I was following that sense of purpose, and I was picking up more real-world applications and solutions that led me into the different worlds that I found myself in. And when I finally found myself where I am now, I wept tears of joy when I realized that this is the place that I wanted to be, that I didn't realize I wanted to, because instead of following the idea of what I wanted, I followed how I felt and my sense of purpose about what I wanted to do with it. And I'm an artist, but I'm saving lives. It's saving products and people and time and money and all the wonderful things that we do with artificial intelligence and synthetic data and virtual reality and immersive experiences and all the crazy stuff that we get to do. I invite you to discover all the amazing stuff that we are able to do with the skills that we learn at this school.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, for me, as that 9-year-old kid with the beat in my head, as the book is called or titled, I always wanted to be in music. The household that I lived in, we played 70s music, 80s music. We were just a household of just listening to music. But unfortunately, I didn't know that a sound engineer existed. Music doesn't, the music industry doesn't run in my family. And so once I went to a Sade concert and found out, okay, there's this concert aspect of, life and music and seeing all the fans moving, that connection, music is a international language spoken by everyone. A good song can move anyone. I wanted to be a part of that from the jump. And I had found out about, what a sound engineer was, and my mom introduced me to the sound engineer in my church. And immediately from there on, I knew that I wanted to be a sound engineer. I didn't know how I was going to make that connection to my path, but I just knew sound engineering was my thing. And, that 9-year-old Brandon inside of me is just smiling right now to be sitting on this stage. And sometimes it's surreal. Honestly, it really is. And to be able to share my passion, like you said, my purpose, with the world is something that he just smiles. He's smiling right now. And, so I'm definitely doing exactly what I thought I was. And I'll be honest with you, I'm doing it a little bit faster than I thought I was. The road to mixing is usually as a tech or, flying the speakers like that are here. But I kind of jumped to that really quickly, and I was blessed to get the opportunity early in my career, and I don't take it for granted. So, just little Brandon is very, or as we call him, little B, is very happy right now.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing. I think it's important that you all realize that your passions and your wants and everything are going to change over time too, depending on your needs. So for me, it was like, even though I'd reached a certain success, I'm getting older too. So there's a lot of wants and needs that I want to still be able to do what I do on a daily basis, but on my time or within a more structured schedule. And that can be very intimidating and afraid sometimes, because at the end of the day, you're leaving a security blanket. But it's those leaps and faith that you must take in order to keep on having a longevity in this industry.
I'd love to go back to one more piece of advice about making the most of campus, making the most of your time here. Victor, any advice on how to do it?
You're asking about Hall of Fame week or in general?
In general.
Okay, so in general, for me is, I think what they were explaining a little bit before of like, don't just focus on, checking off what you're supposed to be doing. There's so much more that you can do. You are at the leading entertainment educational institution in the world, and it has so much to offer to you. Here, what you came for, that's going to be covered. You're going to have the best of the best when it comes down to skills and knowledge, but there's so much more that you can do that you probably don't see right now that could come back down the line, in the sense of the people you can meet, in the sense of other subjects that you can explore, through the library media center. Those were things I used to love doing that were outside of my bounds back on game development. I tried to learn as much as I could about 3D animation. I was super passionate with it. I met people from the program. They were, teaching me stuff. I was really happy about it. I keep in close contact with most of them today. But that's one of the key factors, is what you can come to find that goes so much more beyond the skills that you can learn, which is the people you can meet that can go with you through your journey or can impact the things that you'll be doing down the line. So that would be my advice.
I would tell you that you're going to come to a point where you feel burned out. Whether it's the beginning or at the end or in the middle, you're going to reach a point where you say, I don't have anything else to give, or you're sitting down at your table and you just can't. It's not arriving. I would invite you to remember that creativity is something that comes from within you, and it's a finite resource that needs to be replenished. So it's not just something that can arrive for you when you want it to. I would ask you to remember that you need to create a system for yourself so that you can show up for yourself in the way that your creativity can arrive for you. And if you're feeling like that part of you is empty, just remember to, whenever you go outside, just look up at the sky, remember where you are, remember who you are, and never forget to just remember yourself. Come back to that center and replenish that part of you that creativity comes from.
For me, I would say, as you're going through your time here on campus, you may have everything planned out. You may think you're going to hit all these marks, but definitely if you hit a mark and there needs to be a redirection, it's okay. It's okay to take a step back along your journey to then move forward 3 steps. That's what life is. And so I just say, give yourself grace, we only have one life to live. It is our life. Outside distractions, they may be what they are, but it's your life. So take a hold of it and just ride this wave. It's you see a heartbeat monitor, just ride the waves. The negative and positive energy moves together, and that will carry you along this career. It's a long career, and you'll be good through
it. Yes, to everything. I would also add, it's important to, yes, be kind to yourself, take care of yourself. Man, I had it just before a second ago. What was it?
Well, Devin, why don't you take over while
Sure.
Aaron's thinking?
I would say just remember why you got into the game, guys. Remember why it is that you came to Full Sail, why it is you want to work in the entertainment industry, why it is you want to do what it is that you love to do. Because remembering the why is what will get you through the difficult moments in your career. Doing something that you would do for free is a huge thing. The fact that they pay you is great, but you would do this for free. So just remembering, why you got into the industry that you're in is going to be really important. It's going to be, a sentiment that you're going to need to hold on to for your entire career. So never forget the derivative of where that comes from.
So we have about 5 minutes left. I'm so bummed this went so fast. I could talk with you guys for hours. So I just kind of want to go quickly down the line. Let's just end with a pinch me moment. When were you so excited about what you were doing and couldn't believe you were here? Tell me a good thing about what you've done.
I think for me, artist-wise, I can't think of anything at the moment right now. But, in reality, every day that we go to the studio or do what we do, it's a blessing, right? To be doing it 20 plus years is even another blessing in itself, because I've seen so many of my industry colleagues have kind of, come and gone along the ways, whether it was, 2008 and the studio crash, when the economy crashed, to what it is. So I take that as an opportunity to kind of lift myself up every day and say, hey, I've got another day, in the studio, and I'm doing what I love. So just, embracing it as it comes. There will be those moments where you'll fan out a little bit, but again, they're there just as much to work with you as you are to work with them.
I'd say like a fan out moment for me was working with Oprah Winfrey. Oprah is great. She's as wonderful as you think she is. And that was like a highlight of my career. If you're getting notes from Oprah, you feel like you've arrived. You feel like you got to get the note right, but you feel like you've arrived in a way. That's one fan out moment that stands out for me.
I would say my pinch me moment was working, my first one that I distinctly remember, working on Lord of the Rings, Rule Them All. We were in a meeting talking about the most mundane of sort of like engineering challenges. And I just had this sort of like realization. I was like, I get to do this for a living. Like I get away with like talking about Lord of the Rings and get paid for it somehow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, for me, my pinch me moment was definitely working with the artist Neo, and he performed at the White House while President Obama was in office. And President Obama was the first president I was able to vote for. And I just remember, getting the opportunity for a photo opportunity. And, at first I was standing behind Michelle, First Lady Michelle Obama. And then I kind of peeped around the corner and I saw President Obama by himself. And I was like, I'm going to get right next to him. And I was like, so I have President Obama on one side and I have the President of China on the other side. And I was like, I'm in between the two most powerful men on the planet right now. And it just hit me. The whole audio portion of the gig was amazing, but to be in that house with the first black president of the United States of America, it was just like, I can't believe this. So that was definitely my pinch me moment.
That's incredible. My first pinch me moment was being an individual contributor on travel on site for my first space project, and I can't say anything else. My other pinch me moment is going to be seeing my first arcade cabinet in person. It's like all that hard work and effort, like right in front of you, and it has actually realized. Just incredible feeling.
That's awesome. I think that life is going to give you so many small pinch me moments and then huge pinch me moments. You know, for me particularly, I mean, ever back since game development, the first time I made a little game, that was a pinch me moment. You know, then you have pinch me moments through your journey, like when you first trace a logo or something you're passionate about, then you see it on your business card or your website. Those are pinch me moments. Then it keeps going down the line. Another time for me was, you know, when we started broadcasting the channel through the US, was like, wow, what? And then it's like, oh, we're meeting with who? You know, and then it just goes like that. And it's important that each time you get one of those, that you acknowledge it and enjoy it, because it's not like a one shot to like, you know, it takes so many routes, and there's going to be also many, you know, trips, obstacles, things like that. But when you get those small little victories where you're like, man, what I'm doing is really cool, enjoy it and give yourself a pat on the back, like you guys were saying earlier, and keep moving forward.
Wonderful advice, Victor. Can we give these guys a round of applause? They are so incredible. Congratulations again on an incredible accomplishment, incredible careers, and most importantly, that you're incredible people with big hearts and giving back. That's what matters to our students and our grads. Thank you so much for coming. Look for them around campus, ask your questions, and we'll see you at the next panel. Bye-bye. Bye, online students.
Whoa.
We're back.
We are?
We're back.
Are
right
we?
Here in the EB lobby.
We're back?
We're back.
Oh, we're back.
And what an awesome panel, huh?
No, that was so great. It was really nice to get to know more about these grads and all the stuff they've done in their careers while still giving back to Full Sail and the Full Sail community. So that was really interesting. What moments did you enjoy the most?
I mean, really at the end there when they were talking about kind of like those highlights and those pinch me moments, I really, really loved that concept that it's like it's not just about the big pinch me moments.
Yes, Victor said that.
But the little ones too, because I think everyone can relate to that. Like when you finish your project and you submit it at 11:59 and you feel like, okay, I think that I crushed that. And then when you get the grade back and you're like, oh, I did. That's like a little like, oh, I am in the right place. I am doing the right thing. So just such a relatable idea from somebody who's so successful. But
absolutely,
I thought that those were super fun. I think Devin was actually, when I started working at Platinum, that was one of the first stories that I wrote. I got to interview Devin and write a profile on her. So like, so cool to see her here now. And I love that she was like, kind of remember the why.
Right.
Keep for yourself, like, why do you want to do this? Because we all have days, I know I do in the creative industry, where I'm like, I'm not good enough. I don't think I can continue to do this. But then it's like, but wait, why did you start, right? Because it's what you believe in and it's what you're passionate about. So I thought that was fun. Was there anything that really stuck out to you?
I think what Victor said, like we're going back to that with the pinch me moments, like I really appreciate that he says don't just think about the big stuff because I work with students once in a while, and they're always like, oh, well, Leslie has 1 million Grammys, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yes, Leslie has 1 million Grammys, but what did you achieve today? You know?
Right.
And just, some of us will never have a Grammy. I'll never have a Grammy.
Right.
I don't know how to mix anything.
But there was a time when Leslie had no Grammys.
Absolutely.
Right?
But it's like I can look at my day and just be like, well, today was wonderful. I showed up. We showed up. Our teammates created this incredible production.
Yeah.
That is a huge win, you know? I could be working, not working. And I'm here and I'm doing what I love with people that I love, and we all are achieving great things. So although I will never probably have a Grammy, I will one day have an Emmy, though. I do want an Emmy. I want an Emmy really badly.
She's going to get that Emmy.
I am going to get an Emmy.
She's fantastic.
Yes, But,
We're just waiting for the big breakthrough role.
Absolutely. And it might be today. For Emmy for daytime web things.
Oh my goodness! We've got some incredible Hall of Fame swag.
Do we?
Have you seen it? We've got the shirts.
Do you see this amazing? Well, it's not on camera now.
Look at that fanny pack.
I mean, who doesn't want a fanny pack?
You can put all your cool stuff in it, like your hand sanitizer. I hope everybody's using hand sanitizer. Your bottle of water, because you should be drinking water. Your cool color-changing sunglasses.
But
the possibilities are limitless.
How do you get all this amazing swag?
Oh my goodness! You can enter the giveaway.
There's giveaways?
Scan the QR code that you see on the screen right now. Which will take you to the instructions on how to enter for some incredible giveaways this week. We've got some great stuff from our social team. Here on campus, but also for you online viewers. It's not just about the on-campus students. So just scan that QR code for a chance to win some amazing prizes, including gift cards, Hall of Fame swag like you see on screen right now, MSI headphones, and more. The deadline for giveaway entry is Thursday at 3 p.m. So hurry up, scan that QR code. Do it right now.
That would be 3 p.m. Eastern time. Standard. I don't know if it's standard or not, but yes.
Eastern.
But also don't forget to connect with us on social media at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and what the children's call the TikToks.
The TikTok. We dance there.
The TikToks. And make sure to use hashtag Full Sail, HOF. And then we might post your stuff online. You never know. It's going to be super fun. And by the way, some of that swag we showed, we had a skateboard deck. I know we give away a lot of swag out there, the swag and wagons out there, but that skateboard deck you have to win. I believe there's only 10?
Yeah, they're like very limited, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I can't skateboard, so.
But I skated in high school. I was pretty cool.
If you want a skateboard, would you like put wheels on it and ride it, or would you just hang it up on the wall as a piece of memorabilia?
If I got a skateboard, I would give it away because I'm too old and I would hurt myself.
That's right. If me and Tracy win anything cool, just come and be like, we deserve it more than you, and we will probably agree.
Yeah, absolutely. But we also have an app.
We have an app. And it'll help you keep up with everything going on this week. Download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with panels and presentations, special events, and everything happening on campus. Plus, you can keep tabs on the food trucks. There's a full schedule of food trucks, what time they're there until, what days they're here. So check it out, but there's also so much more.
There's also a video of the app. We should show it to them again.
Oh, do you want to learn more about the app? Listen to my buddy Bennett. He'll tell you all about it.
Bennett.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration.
For that recap.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame.
More panels coming to you today. We got out of our first one, but we've got more in store. At 12 p.m., we'll hear from grads who took a nonlinear path to success. I'm excited to hear about that one because I feel like my path to success was also nonlinear, so should be good. And then at 2 p.m., we'll hear from Margaret Haig and Karis Baker, who you met in our last panel on innovation in healthcare.
Yep, and at 4 p.m., we will check out today's keynote presentation featuring motocross world champion and esports CEO, Steffi Bao. I actually met her last night. She is incredible. What a story she has. She's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to that keynote tonight.
But before we go to the backlot, I want to head on over to camera 5 outside in the backlot where we have our paint by numbers camera.
Oh, it looks so, it's coming along. We saw it a little while ago.
Yep.
It was not that full. Our students are killing it.
I know. So if you saw earlier, it was kind of blankish, and now it's starting to fill up. By the end of the week, it's going to be super full.
Oh, I cannot wait to take a photo in front of it.
And it's going to be beautiful. But
awesome.
Speaking of the backlot, I'm sure my friend is out there somewhere. But let's learn about one of my favorite graduates. Well, you know him. You love him. He is one of my dearest friends. Let's check out Leslie Brathwaite.
I grew up in the Virgin Islands, on St. Thomas. It's a very musical kind of culture. The biggest factor musically in the islands is calypso music. I remember at an early age sitting on one of the trucks for the calypso bands and just kind of, while everybody else is paying attention to the festivities and the lights and the dancing, I'm looking at the equipment and I'm looking at the music and I'm looking at the speakers. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do they hook all this up? Like, you know. So I remember even then being kind of like super curious and super interested and just always wanting to know, like, man, I wonder how can I do that for a living? Most of my childhood and early adulthood was growing up in a single-parent home, so it was my mom just kind of handling everything, and she did a great job of, you know, doing whatever she could do to, you know, make sure I stayed on top of my A's and B's in school, and you just couldn't bring a C in the house. Wasn't happening. Whatever I asked for musically, I would ask for keyboards every Christmas and every birthday, and even in between, I would ask for drum machines, and she always found a way to make sure she made it happen because she saw that I was so interested in music. Me and Tian, I was an intern at the time when I met Tian. One of the first tracking sessions I ever had, Tian was the one who kind of vouched for me in the sense of they had to get a record done by the next morning, and they were waiting for the engineer to show up. And for whatever reason, the engineer didn't show up. Tian kind of came over and was like, you can do this, right? You can work all this stuff. I've seen you messing around before. You can do this. I was like, yeah, but, you know. She was like, Dallas, Leslie can do it. Let's go, let's record it. That night was probably one of the scariest nights in my career because now I had to kind of do what she said I can do. I know how to do it, but it's just, this is T-Boz of TLC, the largest selling girl group of all time at the time. And she's now lobbying for me to record her song. And I kind of know what I'm doing. And then, you know, I kind of don't because I erased some vocals right off. So she kind of hit me with the, oh my God, just keep going. And we've made it through the night. And then, you know, from there, our relationship has always been based on a little bit of work and a whole lot of play. One of my biggest inspirations would definitely be my mom. But I have to say my mom plays second fiddle to Zoe now. You just have to look at the way she accomplishes the little things and the way she grows from day to day and understand how much is possible. I don't think I've experienced the best part of the accomplishments yet, but I will when it's time to teach my daughter how to navigate through life.
From our second annual Hall of Fame class. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. It's not too hot out here, but it's going to get real hot in this silent disco because we're about to play a game. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. So in this game, we're each going to be reading some words off these papers. I haven't seen those. He hasn't seen these. And we're going to have to read each other's lips to try and guess the words because we're going to have our headphones on full blast. And we're each going to get 1 point for every word we get correct. And we're going to have to do this all under 1 minute.
Wow.
Can you
Okay.
handle it?
I can handle it.
I mean, he's a professional. I believe in him. All right, so headphones on. Oh, not me, right. So I'm going to guess first. You keep those on, and I'm just going to read them off, and we're going to start with 1 minute. Okay. Music.
Wait. Oh, wait. So
Can you hear?
I don't have any music.
Can we turn some music up for Leslie? Preferably something very loud, energetic.
I have nothing. What do I...
Okay, in the meantime, I'm just going to whisper it.
Okay.
So, the word is music.
Music.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Beats.
Yes, okay. Can I, do, a hit?
There we go.
Bars. Okay, next. Okay. Punchy.
Push it.
Punchy.
Push.
Punchy. Okay. Grammy.
Grammy.
Yes! Oh my God. Okay. Oh, is that it? Okay. Keep going. Okay. Let's see. Cardi B.
Cardi B?
Yes. Okay. Streaming. Okay.
Tremaine?
That was a different word. We will take it. Jack Harlow. All right. So are we gonna switch? All right. So now you have to read off
Okay,
yours
I'm
for
good?
me.
Okay.
Yeah. So you
All
read
right.
for me.
Okay. All right. Did I do okay? Okay.
Real bad.
Oh, keep mine off, right? Okay. All right. You ready? Sims.
Saints.
No.
Okay.
Next. Esports.
Esports.
Yes. Content creator.
Concert.
Content creator.
Concert time.
creator.
Content creator.
Uh,
Content creator.
There you go. Boom. Cosplay.
Something play.
Cosplay.
Oh, cosplay.
Duh. Okay. Makeup.
Meat. He's saying meat. He has to be saying meat.
Makeup.
Makeup.
Okay. Harry Potter.
I know Harry Potter. Why do I know that one?
RuPaul Drag Race.
I saw RuPaul.
Drag
Oh,
Race.
RuPaul Drag Race.
Wow. Twitter.
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 Quitting.
Twitter.
Are we quitting?
Twitter.
Quitting.
Twitter.
Okay.
Twitter.
Oh, Twitter. Okay. I
Okay.
think that's it.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Leslie. I think he won, but that's it for this segment. Leslie, it's so good to see you. We're going to be running into you all week. Make sure you connect with him, talk with him. He's got all the info about industries, and we will catch you on the flip side. Later, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Shay.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to watch.
I will say my favorite part, though, did you see the guy jamming out in the back with the Armada
he
jersey?
was
He's like,
vibing.
what?
I love that. That was also my favorite part.
But mostly because he had an Armada jersey on. What's up? We are Armada.
Full Sail Armada.
Yes, our esport. Oh,
it's Gary Jones.
This is Gary Jones, everybody. Full Sail president and super amazing human on the planet.
Yeah.
Well, that was not proper.
It's good to see you, too.
Good to see you.
Make sure you give Gary a hug if you see him. He
I
gives
mean,
the best hugs.
Whether you want to give Gary a hug or not, Gary will give you a hug.
That is
because
super
it's just
true.
part of his MO.
It's the law.
Is it?
At Full Sail?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You lose GPS points if you don't hug, right?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
that's written somewhere in the. But let's see what's happening on the back lot. Can I get my
Oh, see, this
team in
isn't
there to show
fair.
me Cam 5? What's everybody doing out there? We got stuff in
Look
here.
at this.
We've got prizes. I know you all want to win some cool Hall of Fame swag, so come hang out with us in the EB lobby.
It's definitely getting busier as the day goes on. I do.
know.
Hopefully, yes. This is what makes me jealous because the camera's right on the juice truck.
The
Come
juice
on.
truck. Oh my gosh.
You guys have to try.
What's
the
your
juice.
favorite juice?
I'll drink it all.
Mm.
I really have no preference.
My favorite is the Pin Pin, but I have a horrible allergy to pineapple.
Aw,
so
that's sad.
yeah, because it's the best fruit. So we'll just drink one for me, everybody. Drink a Pin Pin for me.
Yeah, and stay hydrated out there. It is a little warm, so
Yeah,
make sure to
yeah.
stay hydrated.
And it's gonna get warmer.
But
I think we're
you-
gonna have a nice day today.
It's a nice day. It's Hall of Fame week. Of course, it's going to be beautiful. Do you know that it doesn't rain on Hall of Fame?
Never once.
Ever.
Never happened.
Because Gary Jones makes a phone call to the Weather Channel.
Yeah. And they move some satellites in space, and then
Yeah, 'cause
boom.
that's how it works,
That's
right?
how it works. Tracy and I are amateur meteorologists.
I mean, over here it's 80 degrees on the side. Anyway, who's behind us? Oh, look, Dave Franco's back there.
Dave Franco
is our director of academic things. He's like the dean.
Yeah.
The dean.
Yeah.
He's a super Mac Daddy of all things Full Sail. But he's sitting there I'm just going to interrupt him. Dave,
the people want to say hi.
Dave Franco, the people want to say hi.
We can't get him. He's too busy. He's an
Totally
important
ignoring us.
guy, clearly. We weren't joking when he said he's the dean.
He is the dean. I don't know the real title, but it's dean for those who aren't Full Sailors.
Yeah. At Full Sail, we like to kind of apply things to what it might look like in the industry.
Right.
So a lot of our titles, even in Armada, you know, we try to give our club leadership things they can put on their resume that make sense.
Absolutely.
Because you don't want to just be like,
yeah,
you know, have some silly title.
Do we want people to be featured on Hall of Fame Live, perhaps?
I think so.
Yeah.
How do they get featured on this show?
Well, you can connect with us on all our social media channels, of course. Again,
for sure.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the TikToks. You use hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week. We'll see your posts. We'll put them live on Hall of Fame Live.
Yeah.
And if you are cool, which I'm assuming you are, you can just come and sneak in here and be like, hey, what's up?
I know Shay said that if you get an airbrush tattoo, she wants to see it on social. So I don't know. I've heard about some cool airbrush tattoo ideas. Somebody said they were going to get Gary Jones tattooed across the words Gary Jones tattooed across their head. So
Wow.
That's.
Do they know that it doesn't come off for like 3 weeks? No, I'm kidding. I'm so
It's like a
kidding.
henna.
No, but seriously, share your experience with us. Hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame on all our social media channels. It's going to be awesome. And we'd love to see you. If you're wearing great outfits or whatnot, come on
Yes.
over. We'll feature you out
Also,
here.
are you going to cosplay? Can I see your cosplay?
Seriously.
Even if you're not here for the cosplay contest, put on your favorite cosplay at home, take a picture, share it with the hashtag FullSailHOF, and we might just feature you right here on Hall of Fame Live.
Absolutely.
Get a little retweet from Full Sail. We love to see it.
I like retweets. But you know what? I want to get to know more of our inductees this year.
Ooh.
Do you?
Yeah, this year's inductees are a group of truly inspiring individuals. From taking creative risks to sharing their craft with the world, their stories are some of my favorites. Let's take a deeper look at the work of show production grad and one of this year's inductees, Brandon Blackwell.
Roll it.
The pandemic was tough for everyone, but during that time, my wife and I, we had brainstormed how to give back to our industry and how to give back to the future generation of sound engineers. And we decided to create a children's book, and that's where the beat in my head, came from. I didn't know how to tell a child what a gate was, what a compressor was, what a microphone was. So we really focused on my journey and how I became a sound engineer. I didn't see the vision, I have to be honest. My wife was the one who really saw it early on. We are about to start recording the beat in my head. And we have myself and Ariel over here. And we have Mr. Mark Johnson on the other side of these go-go's. He's my mentor.
Yes.
Mark is my mentor in real life as well. So, yeah, exciting, very exciting. Being a live engineer, I don't get many chances to be in the studio that often. So this is, for me, an opportunity to come back to, the beginning of my show production program where, the first 12 months we were doing recording classes. So coming back into Studio A, it's amazing. It's a surreal moment for me. The beat in my head, me as a child sitting in class, beating on the desk, tapping, making songs in my head, getting in trouble, honestly. There are kids out there just like me who, don't know that this is a potential career opportunity. There's a possibility that there's a kid out there where they can walk in the same footsteps that I walked in, tapping on the desk to mixing a concert at Madison Square Garden. Brandon Blackwell, Hall of Fame 13, scene 2, take 1. Oh, okay, scene 1, take 2. All right. Brandon Blackwell, Hall of Fame 13, scene 2, take. Scene 1. Scene 1, take 2? Okay. All right. Brandon Blackwell, Hall of Fame 13, scene 2, take 1.
That's fine, let's use it.
Was that wrong?
No,
It's scene 1, take 2.
Yeah, you said scene 2, take 1.
Oh my, I'm gonna do it right.
No.
Brandon Blackwell, Hall of Fame 13, scene 2, take 1. No, Brandon, what are you doing? Scene 1, take 2. Brandon Blackwell, Hall of Fame, scene 1, take 2.
Yeah!
What is going on? We're staying on the same scene, Brandon. Hall of Fame for me was magical. I remember seeing a plane flying over and just really seeing the work of my industry right in front of me. So, take advantage of everything that you have here on campus this week and just be in it, immerse yourself in it, be a part of it, come up to us, inductees, come up to other Hall of Famers and have a conversation with us. We are here to, share our knowledge and our perspective with you all.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's lining up to get their giveaway shirts. If you're a current student, you can go check out the booth over there and get an awesome Full Sail shirt. They're limited to this week.
For free?
Only for students. Students only.
I don't get one?
Nope, we don't get them.
What about alumni?
Nope. Just students.
Ah, so sad.
Sometimes it's nice to be a student. We think, oh, we get all the shiny stuff. Not true.
That's not true. And they're not working. I'm working. You're working.
We have students working on Hall of Fame
Yes.
all week long.
Yes,
Not
but you
just
know what?
us.
We were so excited that we saw Brandon's video and that he's getting inducted this year. Our grads are always up to the coolest stuff. Speaking of grads, we've got Nate Howe here, Hall of Fame. Which one are you? Hall of Fame 6. Hall of Fame 6. Nate Howe, you are a creative genius, in my opinion. Tell us what you're working on these days that you can actually talk about, because I'm sure a lot of it's on the DL, right?
Yeah, I mean, so we're just wrapping up some big campaigns for Paramount Plus for Star Trek.
Ooh, yes.
They're doing
That's
Strange
this,
New
right?
Worlds.
Is
So,
this Star
yeah,
Trek?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Get the Vulcan.
So we're working on that, and we're actually refreshing the brand of HGTV right now. So
I
helping-
love
Yeah.
HGTV.
Well, if they're looking for
amazing.
hosts to redo your living room, you feel free to call me or Jess. Preferably me.
We'd have a sick HGTV show, just saying.
And then we actually just launched a on-air promo toolkit for every team in baseball.
What?
So
Another thing I love. This is insane right now. We should be
Go
best
Red Sox.
friends.
Go Red Sox.
Let's go Yankees.
I cannot get on board with the Red Sox.
He's a Rays
comment,
fan. You're a Yankee fan. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
but-
fun.
And a lot of other things going on. I mean, I think that's the beauty of our job is
Yep.
getting to play with unique projects every day.
Sure.
That's what I love about design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you love about today and Hall of Fame?
I love You know what I love about Hall of Fame the most, to be honest with you, is it reminds me when I was a student here, and it reminds me of wondering how my future would shape out, and like, you know, where I would end up and what I'd be able to do. And it reconnects me with that passion and that fire, and I see it in so many students out there. So I feel grateful to be back and to help. And you know, if you see me, grab me. Happy to talk to you about anything in your future, and any way I can help, I'll help.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
I just want to throw this out there because Nate and I are actually really good friends. When Nate was in college here at Full Sail, Nate dressed like a rapper all
Back
the
when
time.
I was a G.
Yeah, he had like super baggy pants. Like he
fitted.
Oh my gosh, he was like.
It was a furry Kangol I had, actually.
Oh.
But, you know, that was
Whoa.
actually, that was not just fashion, that was function, because the labs get cold.
Yes.
So, you could,
So
you know,
a fuzzy
the
Kangol.
yeah.
But really, it's not keeping your ears warm.
Well, you could tuck it in.
Yeah, 90% of the time you see Nate now, he's like either in a polo shirt or a suit, but back in his college days of Full Sail, like hardcore rapper look, which I appreciate.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
We'll have
find
to
those
find some
pictures.
photos. Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
we
say.
have some.
Oh my gosh.
I will throw them on the social media.
I did not
Hashtag-
sign a release for those.
Well, you've signed enough releases. Full Sail HOF. I'll post them later and embarrass you like crazy.
I love
Sorry.
it. Hey, that's fine with me. I love it.
Anyway, go mingle with
All
some
right.
grads. We
Thanks,
love you.
Tracy.
Stop
Thanks,
and find
guys.
Nate. Ask
Bye.
him questions.
Yeah, stop me if you see me.
All right.
But not aggressively, because we don't want him hurt. Thanks, Nate.
Thank you, Nate. You
All right.
too. All
Good
righty.
times.
Yeah. So Nate Hall of Fame 6, but we're on 13 this year.
13.
And we've got some incredible inductees. You just learned a little bit about him in our last video. We've got CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions. Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor and mixer.
Engineer.
Yeah.
He also wrote a book.
Yes, he wrote a children's book with his wife, which is so cool. They did that during the pandemic, kind of a pandemic pivot.
But it's about wanting to be an engineer, right?
Yes. He said.
So cool.
I think in that video we played, he kind of talks about, I didn't know how to communicate to kids what all these intricate parts of mixing are, so
Right.
I wanted to do it in a way that kind of really spoke to them.
That's cool.
In an easy way. But we've also got.
Karis Baker, Senior
Yeah.
Technical Artist at Unity Technologies. She's a 2013 Game Art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who now, she makes video games.
Yeah.
Indie games.
We've got, I think, her cabinet that she talked about in that panel.
Right.
We've got it here, so you can see that indie game that she
Indie game
developed.
development, virtual reality, AI, and much, much more.
Yeah, she was talking about space, but I know that's kind of on the
Yeah.
hush-hush. We can't talk too deep about that. We've also got Aaron Hamilton Cook, an Air Force veteran and dual degree grad. Aaron currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare. Graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013, Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit. That's a pretty impressive collection of games to have worked on.
Absolutely. Who else do we have? I believe my dear friend Victor.
Oh, Victor.
Victor Herrera da Silva. I just like to say it that way. Look at how handsome Aaron looks.
I know. Oh, I love the little eyebrow.
He's just like, hey, don't mess with me.
Oh, and there he is. It's Victor.
This is Victor, CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Irradiant Studios. Victor Herrera da Silva is a 2007 game dev grad and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
What a groovy job.
Seriously.
We've also got somebody who I was hyping up before,
Yes.
Devin Renee, who we absolutely love.
Yep.
Devin is a 3-time Full Sail grad. Can you
Three.
believe it?
3.
Currently a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media, design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015, Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
I'm glad they named that Mike.
Yeah.
So you won't be
when I was
confused.
writing the script, I almost just wrote Mike, and I was like, I think I need to give the people some context.
We also have here sound designer and recording engineer at Hi-Fi Studios, Jeff Villanueva, 1998 recording arts grad and 4-time Grammy winner. He's lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit. I don't know if you've ever heard it. It's called We Don't Talk About Bruno. I've actually worked with Jeff multiple times.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I do voiceovers for the Mouse once in a while, and
Oh.
Jeff has recorded me a few times, which is great.
And shout out to Ti-Fi Studios, owned by Dan Fontana, who is also a Full Sail grad. They have had so many Full Sail grads come in. They do an awesome internship program.
I believe every single engineer in their company, they're all Full Sail graduates.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah, Ti-Fi does some really, really incredible work. I know last time I talked to Dan Fontana a couple years ago, pre-pandemic, they had been working on the Mos Eisley soundtrack for the Cantina at Disney. So, like, how
That's
cool
awesome.
to get to create original music in this universe that's so well established.
I
So,
know.
big shout out to Ti-Fi. Big shout out to Jeff.
But it's crazy that we have been doing Hall of Fame for 13 years.
I know it. Over 70 inductees.
Crazy.
It's getting to be a pretty prestigious class.
Yeah, no, I have actually been here for every single Hall of Fame since the beginning. I know. That's how old I am.
And you're only 22.
I'm only 22. It's insane.
How did that happen?
I was just really smart. Started working here when I was a kid.
She was a child prodigy.
Absolutely. But anyway, let's take a look at one of those class members now. Hall of Fame 11 inductee, my dear friend Aaron Eberhardt.
When I was in high school, a friend of mine introduced me to StarCraft, and I just got hooked immediately. I loved the storylines, I loved the characters, I loved the gameplay. Once I got into college, I started playing Diablo, and that was the very start of my love affair with Blizzard games. Blizzard games are probably one of the reasons I got into gaming as a profession, and one of the reasons why it was the dream studio for me. When I entered into my master's program here, I knew that I wanted to take this more seriously than I had ever taken anything before. I was about to invest a lot of money into something, and it was an investment into me. And as it turns out, I did work harder than I had ever worked at anything before. And I think a lot of that was just because of the pure joy of just having the classes that I took, feeling like it was my calling, feeling like the professors and my fellow students just got it. They understood what it meant to have something that you just love so much and want to be able to make a career out of it.
I was working at a company in Florida called ZG Games that was partnered with Full Sail, and we had a partnership where instead of doing final project, you could do a 3-month internship with us. I'd been in the industry for a while, but I hadn't been a producer all that long when she came on, and so we've sort of gotten to grow together, both as people and as professionals. When we started, she would come to me with a lot of questions, and honestly, I didn't know the answers either, so we just kind of figured it out together.
Max is one of my best friends. He took a chance on me. He believed in me. He was extremely confident that this was going to work out. Everything was going to be amazing. I owe everything to my time and the people that I worked with at ZG and Disney and PlayStation. I would not be the same person without them. For me, esports, it's unlike anything else I've ever worked on before. I've never had so much fun working. Watching the people and watching the dedication and watching this incredible eternal pursuit of greatness, right? I mean, we see this all the time in our sports that we watch every day. The NFL has this, the NBA, MLB, Major League Baseball. Finally, the people who were home spending all their time on those video games, the people like me who were just trying to beat this boss, who were just trying to achieve this thing, we finally have a way to express that, right? We finally have a way to earn prize money. We have a way to have the spotlight and hold the trophy up and feel this great sense of accomplishment. And so for me, this is my sports. This is my Super Bowl. This is my Olympics.
She just wears her emotions on her sleeve. When she's happy and she's excited about something, the entire room gets behind it very quickly. And it's been fun through her career watching her hone that so that when she's frustrated, channel that into something that can be more productive and just letting people know this isn't right and we have to fix it for the product, but still having that enthusiasm of saying, we're gonna do this, guys, let's do it, and getting everybody on board. And she knows what gamers want, she knows what she likes, but she's also able to step outside what she specifically likes and knows what users overall would want to do and would like, and is dedicated to the product.
My gut said that this is where that I could do it, you know? I could do it.
All right, that was Aaron Eberhardt's video. But right here we have live and in person Aaron Eberhardt.
Here I am.
What's going on?
I feel like I was watching that video playback, and I feel like I look like a completely different person now.
Well, your hair color's changed slightly.
It's long now too.
Yeah,
I ditched the glasses. Like we had a little bit of a glow up.
So what's going on? You're just like time to change.
Time to change.
Yeah,
time to
loosen
change.
up, less.
Exactly.
All
Well,
right.
I wanted to get something really festive for Hall of
I
Fame
love
this
it.
week, so
I
we
love
went
it.
with the bright yellow.
Very cool. Well, Aaron, what are you doing these days? Where are you? What's happening?
I am a project director at Insomniac Games.
Fun.
We are getting ready to launch Spider-Man 2 this fall, which is going to be awesome. I'm
Fun.
very excited.
Very cool.
It's my first game shipped here at Insomniac.
Okay.
So it's going to be pretty freaking awesome.
So I played the first game.
Yep.
And I'm not a huge gamer, as you know, but I literally would just like fly or whatever.
That's the
What
best
is that
part.
thing called?
Web swinging.
Web swinging. I would just web swing like crazy.
Yeah.
And my friends are like, "What are you achieving?" I'm like, "I don't care. It's
Fun.
fun." So I don't have to win things.
The traversal is my favorite part of that whole
Yeah.
game. It feels so good to swing through the streets.
So does that mean you're part of the Marvel universe now, kinda?
Yeah, kind of. I guess so. Yeah, technically.
You're like the coolest person ever.
No, you're the coolest person ever. How about
How
that?
about we both be the coolest people ever?
Okay.
Leslie Brathwaite, who? Right. Anyway.
Never heard of him.
I know. What, he has, 3 Grammys? You can buy those on eBay.
No.
I know. I love Leslie. So, Aaron, we're going to play a game because why not? It's Hall of Fame is not just about learning. It's all about fun.
Yeah.
We're going to play a game called 2 Truths, 1 Lie.
Okay.
I'm going to read you 3 statements about me.
Okay.
And you're going to guess which one's the lie.
Okay.
And then we're going to do it vice
We're
versa,
gonna
whatever.
swapsies.
Swapsies.
Okay.
And then we're going to go there. You ready for this?
I am super ready.
I mean, we know each other, but we don't know each other that well.
We're about to find out, aren't we?
We're going to find out. All right, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. That was my terrible drum beat. Here we go. Okay. First statement. I studied at an all-girls Catholic school from kindergarten through high school.
Ooh.
In 8th grade, I won 3rd place in the National Spelling Bee. As a kid, my dream was to grow up and become a doctor. What's the lie, Aaron?
I feel like the lie might be the doctor part, because I feel like you're too much of a nerd, Tracy.
You're right. Woo!
Yeah!
Doctor.
Wait, what did you want to be when you were a kid?
An actor.
Oh, see?
Look at me living the dream.
Doing what you were born to do.
I mean, isn't that the goal?
Yeah.
Follow your heart, follow
Yes.
your dreams, and eventually it'll happen.
That's right.
There you go. All right, round 2.
Okay, I'm ready.
I once beat former Armada president in Super Smash Brothers.
Okay.
I am ranked silver in Overwatch.
Okay.
My favorite game to play is Power Wash Simulator.
Oof. I don't know if you were able to beat an Armada person at Super Smash Brothers. That seems like a pretty tall order.
Yeah? You think that's the lie?
I think that's the lie.
That is not the lie.
Ooh, look at you.
I did. I beat his Kevin. He was last season's president.
Oh.
But he played for Rocket League.
Okay, all right. So it wasn't his main game.
I can't believe you would think I'm ranked silver in Overwatch.
What, are you bronze?
I'm nothing. I actually only played Overwatch in the training thing, and I still can't pew-pew the things, the targets. And I'm like, and my friends are like, it's training. I can't do it.
You got to come.
I just can't.
You got to come play with me and make me look good.
Yeah, teach me. Anyway, Aaron, your turn. We're done with me because I'm not as exciting.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Round 1.
Uh-huh.
The first game I ever played was Donkey Kong on the Super Nintendo.
Okay.
Second, I went to band camp every summer for 6 years.
Ooh.
And the third, I once helped to deliver baby goats as a veterinary intern.
Ooh. I'm going to say Donkey Kong. I think you're too sophisticated to be starting with Donkey Kong.
You're right.
Yes!
You're right.
What was the first game you played?
Atari Bowling. I'm old. I'm an old person.
I'm a lot older than you, so there you go.
Atari babies.
Wow.
There you go.
All right. Next one.
Okay.
Uno más.
Next one.
Yes.
I met my best friend playing World of Warcraft 16 years ago. I first got into multiplayer games playing Doom against my dad. And third, I competed in Halo tournaments as part of the Full Sail Armada team.
It's got to be 3.
I was expecting not to have an Armada expert here.
I'm like,
with
I work
me.
for Armada. Of course I know that. But that's
All right,
cool.
we're going to do the third
Oh,
one. Maybe
uno
this
más.
one will
Okay.
get you. Okay.
Okay.
The first game I worked on featured cartoon characters Bing and Bong. I once appeared in a PlayStation 4 marketing spot, and I was introduced to my current role in Insomniac Games through a connection with another Full Sail Hall of Famer.
First one. First one's the lie.
Nope.
Darn it.
Bing and Bong. Characters in my first game.
Which game?
It's called My Tiny Planet. So it was a British television show that was made into a kid's MMO for the browser.
So what's the lie?
The lie was I once appeared in a PlayStation 4 marketing spot.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I wish. That would be pretty cool, though.
Well, I mean, you're so cool that I would have featured you in a marketing spot.
Hey, well, you are right now.
Well, kind of.
Hey!
But anyway, if you guys see Aaron out there, make sure to say hi. We actually, one of the biggest things, Full Sail Armada offers students the opportunity to share their love for games while developing real-world skills throughout competitive gaming, casting, event production, streaming, and more. And we're going to take a look at one of the program's former athletes and current esports coordinator at Butler University and your mentee, Megan Danaher, also known as Pepto-Bismol. Thank you so much, Erin. Let's take a look at Pepto.
What being a student president for Full Sail Armada means is I work between the heads of the organization and the student body. I also help coordinate events so we can run events that both heads of management and the student body will both love and enjoy. Some events that I've been involved with Full Sail Armada that I've been really, really proud to be involved with are the Hearthstone TESPA Championship. I got to shadow Miss Erin Eberhardt, and it was a great learning experience, and that was really what put me on the path to want to work in project and team management in esports. Another event that I did when I was with the Full Sail Overwatch varsity team was the Florida Collegiate Rumble, in which we got second place, which that was really, really amazing. Since COVID's been going on, we've been doing monthly club gatherings, and I've been able to participate in some online events with my Rainbow Six Siege team. Being a part of Full Sail Armada's community has really been an enriching experience where I'm able to make a lot of really good professional connections, even as I'm a collegiate athlete and student at the school. Like, for instance, I now have a really amazing mentor in Erin Eberhardt. She's given me a lot of really great connections and helped with any questions I might have about the industry that if she can't give me the answer, she can point me in the direction of someone who can. Also, just being able to get involved with a bunch of really, really amazing collegiate events is a way to also reach out to people from other states, other schools, and be able to make connections that way. Even if they're not professional, they might become a good connection down the road.
So okay.
it's a little bit of a guessing game.
Color names. But some of them are close.
So it's not like going to say yellow, you know? So
Okay.
you'll just have to, but I'll guide you through it.
Okay.
I'll let you know if you're hot or cold or.
Okay. Let's see.
Jess, you are on.
I'm on. Hey, it's me, Jess, and I am here with entertainment business master's student Stephanie, who came here from Texas. Here, take a look here at the camera. Stephanie, say hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. We're hanging out here, and we're going to play a fun little match game with Stephanie. She has potential to win a really amazing prize. I won't spoil what it is, but I'm going to let you go ahead. She's got some color names here in her hand, and she's going to match them to the colors on this board. So let's see.
Okay.
All right, I believe in you. Okay. I will not confirm or deny. That does feel more basil-y to me, I will be honest.
That education, man.
Okay. I didn't know how to pronounce that one, so yes. Okay. I'm not sure about your salmon and watermelon. Would you eat a salmon that looked that color? Okay. She actually crushed it. Like, she nailed it. The pinks we were a little confused on. And Stephanie is going to walk away today with a brand new iPad. Made your trip from Texas worth it, huh? Yes, congratulations to Stephanie. If you're outside on the back lot, come hang out inside. We have tons of opportunities to win prizes. We're giving away some amazing stuff all week long, so come check it out. Yes, that is all yours. She literally cannot believe me right now. She thinks she's going to walk off the stage and we're going to like take it away. Yeah, you thought we were just giving out t-shirts. You thought wrong. Thank you, Full Sail. Yeah, anything you're looking forward to this week?
I'm looking forward to everything. I mean, I flew down from Houston. I want to make the most of this opportunity. Shout out to the Black Student Union. Ooh. And thank you, Full Sail. I love you, Houston.
Yay.
We love Houston. We love the BSU. Gotta love Full Sail University and awesome opportunities to win prizes. So make sure come hang out with us in the EB lobby. Me and Tracy will be here all week long. Thank you, Stephanie. Have an awesome Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Good.
That was fun. Do you want me to go this way? Go this way? Go this way?
Yeah. Well, coming up at 12 p.m., we'll hear from grads who took a non-linear path to success. At 2 p.m., we'll hear from Margaret Haig and Karis Baker on innovation in healthcare. And at 4 p.m., we'll check out today's keynote presentation featuring motocross world champion and esports CEO, Stephanie Bao. But before we get into our next panel, let's take a look at what's been happening this week during Hall of Fame 13th annual, during Full Sail's 13th annual Hall of Fame.
First online student meetup. At Full Sail, we know the online journey can be very different from the experience of life on campus, and Hall of Fame can be a bit of a whirlwind if it's your first time here.
Yep.
The casual campus meetup we hosted invited visiting online students to network, make some new friends, and secure Hall of Fame swag, all while getting acclimated to what it's like on campus and preparing to make the most of their Hall of Fame experience. I love that we did that.
Absolutely. Now, online students are just as integral to the Full Sail community as campus students. And here at Hall of Fame Live, we want to bring you as much of the Hall of Fame experience to all of you at home.
Yeah, it's so great we were able to help them connect and get comfortable on campus.
Yep. No, it is. I mean, I can just imagine like coming here for the first time how overwhelming it is. But
yeah.
But not only that, show production students work throughout the week to bring the Hall of Fame experience to attendees and online viewers. Because of their commitment to their craft during Full Sail's biggest week, they don't always get a chance to take advantage of all the amazing panels, presentations, and workshops we offer. That's why this year, show production students were invited to a special workshop where they got to learn from show production grads and Hall of Famers Brian Carrico and Brandon Blackwell about their experience and advice on the live production industry.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see students around campus all week working. They've got event crew shirts on, but they're wearing those orange lanyards. They're not getting the chance to go kick it in CX like you guys are, or, you know, hang out at the food trucks or check out every panel. They're getting experience to prepare them for their industry, and it's so amazing that grads as recognized in live event production as Brian and Brandon are able to come and just kind of give a little bit of their knowledge in such an intimate way when, like, okay, guys, you don't have to focus on the work right now. Let's focus on your professional development, you know? So
but also, like, I know in the past we've had grads who have been working and they've been recognized by those Hall of Famers and offered a job on the spot.
Yes, 100%. So make sure you network, show what you're capable of. You might be surprised what comes of it, even if it's just like a, hey, we've got internships opportunities, call me when you're close to graduation, stuff like that, you know? But networking is so much more than just shaking hands and adding each other on LinkedIn. It's really about making genuine connections. So do your best to do that.
Speaking of best, where's your bestie at?
Oh, do you ever stop and wonder, what's my best friend doing right now? I don't have to wonder. There's a little tiny man in my ear, and he's telling me what she's doing. She's at the food trucks. Let's check in with Shay outside.
But I'm hungry.
Oh my gosh, the juice truck is back on campus. Thank goodness. That's right, we're back here on the back lot with all of these amazing food trucks here for our students and all of our visitors for Hall of Fame. Let's walk and talk, and I'm going to try my best not to trip because I don't want to spill any of this absolutely delicious juice. So we have a churro truck, of course, the Florida juice truck. Everyone is lining up, and there's so many opportunities out here to grab a snack and network. What better time to meet people and connect than then over a nice cup of juice, we got the pretzel truck, always a huge favorite, and of course, coffee, ice cream. So there's no reason for you to not fuel up, recharge, and come out here and just share. And you know what? If you see anyone walking around in these full Hall of Fame 13 shirts, we're probably hungry, so give us your scraps. But other than that, there's so much going on. It's a little bright right now because it's noon, but look at this. It's noon and there's not even anyone here. So come on down, look at all these students. Let's see what they're eating. It seems like, wait, they got a stuffed pretzel this year. No one told me that there was a stuffed pretzel. Oh, absolutely delicious. And I know that our girls back at the desk are probably really hungry, so I'm gonna try to use my magic powers to maybe conjure them up some delicious food. I'm making the order in my brain right now. Yeah, okay. So if you haven't noticed, Hall of Fame 13 is magical. It's supernatural. It's beyond. It's unreal. So I'm obviously going to be using my magic powers to send my best friends at the desk some delicious food. Don't you wish you had those magical powers? Well, if you don't have those magic powers, then you can at least come out here and use your magical powers to get some food, network with fellow Full Sail alums and everything. So right now, hang on. Okay, all right, I did my magical power. Back to my besties at the deskies.
I said when she was doing that, I'm putting in the order, I was like thinking deeply, I want a pretzel, I want a pretzel, I want a pretzel. And then this just appeared in my hand.
I didn't even have to say what I wanted because everyone knows I want rice.
Always rice.
That's all I eat all the time.
It's delicious.
So cliche.
Is it
but it's true.
nutritious?
I don't care.
Can I say it's delicious and nutritious?
You can say whatever
it
you
rhymes.
want. I got
so
some kimchi in here. You guys like kimchi?
I
Kimchi's
love
delicious.
kimchi. I want to try and make kimchi. Has anybody seen that girl on TikTok who's like got the long nails and always making kimchi? I want to be her.
Do not, note to everyone, do not ever have kimchi on camera. Because it is burning.
Okay.
Burning.
Well, Tracy's going to have to cool off a little bit. But yeah,
like
this food is fantastic. Check out the food trucks. The juice truck is also a fave, but the Amish pretzel truck, oh, it's so good. I dream about it all year. Yeah. Tracy is going to need some milk.
You remember that you've seen on social media our the hot wings stuff that Steve Barris does? That's what's happening right now with this kimchi. Oh, yeah. But yeah, so social media, speaking of social media, make sure to use hashtag FullSailHOF.
And share your pictures from the food truck.
But this
you
is
get a pretzel? Are you having problems with the spiciness of the kimchi?
Yes.
Tell us on social.
Yes, but it's delicious, but spicy. Just don't do it on camera. Do it any other time, just not on camera. But since I'm burning right now and really having a hard time with this, why don't we get to know one of our other Hall of Famers, my dear friend, Ashish Manchanda. But yeah, that's it. Hall of Fame 7.
I've been a big fan of music for as long as I can remember. I think I started getting exposed to sound through microphones, setting up a sound system in school. I used to ring the bell for every period. I don't know, I just loved that activity. There was just something about it. And I was reading magazines by then. And through friends, we found this magazine called Mix. And we started reading it, some of my friends and I, and we were totally fascinated. And on one side, we were listening to Bryan Adams records, Michael Jackson's records, and now there was this magazine that was talking about how those records were done. And that's when I encountered Quincy Jones, Bruce Swedien, Jerry Hay, and of course all the lovely instrumentalists who worked on those records. And I think there was an ad in one of those issues of Mix magazine. We take your dreams seriously. I was like, huh. You take my dreams seriously? I mean, how serious would this be? Cutting a long story short, coming straight to Full Sail, in the third month, I think there was Success Seminar. And one of the speakers was coming in that year was Bruce Swedien. I was like, wow, isn't that something? I got the opportunity to ask a few questions to Bruce. And he was kind enough to answer all of them. I was like, he's talking about all this stuff. Won't people like Michael and Quincy have something to say about that? And he said, you know what, Ashish? There are no secrets. And it took me a really long time to understand that. The meeting with Bruce was very special early on in the course. I was informed that after the meet with Bruce that day, he mentioned me, I think, to Gary, and to a couple of the instructors. He says that if you are free and if you can make it over Christmas, you could go and stay with them for a few days, at his home. I was like, oh. So I could associate with Bruce, but there was no gig and there was no internship, as he would remind me every time. He set out like a year training program for me. So he said, we're going to do some listening. He said, so you're going to be in New York City, you're okay staying there and doing this? I said, sure. Here I was with the master, but there's no gig, right? So I had to look for a gig. So I approached a lot of studios and I kind of found and met up with this company called FNL Music. What I found out about them is that they do great work. They had a lovely studio and they had great gear and great clients. At FNL, got to work with, again, some fantastic artists. And I got to work at Avery Fisher Hall, at Alistair Lee Hall. Got to work with Wynton Marsalis, James Taylor. And then through them, of course, there was a gig with Garth Brooks. And he was doing a concert series in Dublin. When I came back to India around 2002, like full time to settle back, I was fortunate to have worked with some lovely artists and some lovely people. A few of our friends and other people said they wanted to make their records sound better and do something better. So I was like, I can share my experiences. We used to do weekend workshops. Then more people started enrolling. Now our course it's a one-year course. This is our way of sharing what we know to the next set of people who are hungry for this information. At some point in our life, you need a mentor. You cannot figure out everything yourself. In some way, I see myself doing that for the people around us right now, where we are setting up a platform, essentially for the songwriters, young producers, young music makers, engineers. And I still remember when Bruce said that there are no secrets. There will be somebody, maybe even that one person, who would understand the gravity of what has been spoken or being shared. So I know that happened with me, and that makes it worth it. Whom you can connect with.
Well, it's a good thing we introduced them to Ashish because he's one of the speakers on our next panel.
Well, that's exciting. Yeah, that's right. Next up, we'll head into a panel featuring Ashish, 2018 Industry Icon recipient Don Wershba, Hall of Famer Chance Glasgow, and one of this year's inductees, Jeff Villanueva, as they discuss the alternative pathways they took on their roads to success.
Yes, I am so excited for this one. It's got to be encouraging to know that there isn't one foolproof method to success. I can't wait to hear how these accomplished grads and industry professionals took on a more scenic route.
Absolutely. No, so exciting.
Yeah. Are we ready to head into that panel? Yeah, I'm getting the all clear. Let's go ahead and check it out.
All right, guys, put your hands together for your host, Pinky.
Hello. Welcome to our first panel here at Hall of Fame. I hope you all are getting really excited for this week's events. We have a really exciting panel for you all today. This is called The Path is Not Always a Straight Line, Nonlinear Career Journeys. So I have 4 wonderful people joining me up here today. Don Wershba, Jeff Villanueva, Ashish Machanda, and Chance Glasgow. So let's give them a round of applause. So what I'd love to have you guys do first is just introduce yourselves, tell them a little bit about yourselves and what y'all do for a living.
Well, now I'm retired.
What did you used to do?
Okay, well, the last thing that I did was work for a console company, which some of you may know about solid state logic. And I was with them for 29 years, between 91 and 2020. And I started off what I thought was going to be as a trainer, because I was a recording engineer before that. And am I close enough to this? Are you okay with that? Oh, sorry, the audio engineer is like, there's a ring at about 400 there. And I kind of stumbled into working for solid state logic, and we can talk about that in the nonlinear path. Yeah. But for 29 years, I worked with recording studios, some film houses, some post-production, some broadcasting, showing them the equipment almost from the standpoint of a former operator. Mm-hmm. And then I got too old and I retired.
I know that feeling. Jeff, do you want to give us a...
Sure. My name is Jeff Villanueva. I'm a 98 recording arts graduate. I started out in the industry as an engineer, well, intern really. Worked my way up from intern to start engineering here in Orlando during the whole boy band scene. After that, I met a producer by the name of Rodney Darkchild Jerkins. I spent about 4.5 years working with him, pretty much all over the pop industry side of making records. We had a great career together. It was time for me to move on, so I started engineering for the We the Best management and We the Best Records, DJ Khaled's label. I worked with Khaled for about 7.5 years, produced tons of hits with him. And then about 2014, I kind of looked to my kids and I started seeing them grow up. And I was missing out on a lot of those opportunities. So it was time for me to kind of pivot a little bit and try to make the money work for me a little bit and maybe not work as hard. I came back here. I started working in career development for about 3.5 years. But still very much had the passion to do what I love to do. I started looking around town to see what opportunities were there for me. I eventually got a job over at EA Sports here in town. I started doing a lot of audio producing for the Madden titles and NBA Live at the time. And in that short amount of time that I was there, unfortunately, and I really loved working there a lot, this current opportunity where I'm at now, Ti-Fi Studios, came up. And it was basically a mixture of everything I've done over the last 20 years, from recording music to voiceovers, but on a different platform, and that's with theme parks. So right now, my job at Ti-Fi Studios, I'm a sound designer, recording engineer, and we basically reproduce music for theme parks worldwide, cruise lines, and so forth.
Awesome. Jeff is also one of our inductees this year. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ashish?
Yeah, graduated 1997, February, in a double bubble class, as it was called. And we were 2 classes that was combined. Started out as an engineer, went on to become a producer, but I had the entrepreneurial streak, and in time, my wife and I set up a diversified creative arts company called Boone Castle Media and Entertainment. So we have video, music production, live entertainment, marketing, and tech that we do today. And so we run our own record labels. Now we manage other artists, songwriters, and producers. And we are getting ready to launch our flagship show here called The Global Icon.
Awesome. And Chance?
Yeah, I graduated in 2001. It was supposed to be 2000, but I failed my rigging class. Failing a class is one of the best things you can do here, because it's like, oh, I get like double the knowledge than I paid for it. You get to do it twice. And then left, got an internship working on a game called Medal of Honor Allied Assault for PC. And then 22 of us that didn't like the person we worked for left that company, formed a new company called Infinity Ward, connected with Activision, had to create a franchise to compete with Medal of Honor. So we made the very first Call of Duty, which was on PC only, and then Call of Duty 2, Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3, and Ghosts. After Ghosts, I left. I moved to Brazil. I lived in Brazil for 3.5 years in Rio, mostly Rio, and started consulting just to make money on the side. Had a VR startup for a while that was like post-VR craze, pre-metaverse craze, so really bad timing because it was basically both of those. Now I consult and have my own game studio called Good Dog Studios. We're making Martial Arts Tycoon Brazil, which is a tycoon game about building and managing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gyms in the favela. So imagine like Roller Coaster Tycoon, The Sims combined if it was about martial arts.
That sounds awesome. Can't wait to see that. So I'd love to hear about your journeys and where it was that you intended to start and how that's taken you through your careers. Someone wants to start.
Well, since I didn't really talk about anything before 1991, as you can tell, I was around and I was employable before 1991. So this is not to contradict the title of this, but there are certain aspects that can be linear. If you know what you want to do in some roundabout form, that can be sort of a path that you're trying to follow. It's the details that become either erratic or nonlinear. So I had tape recorders in my house. My father was a news journalist, and he would bring a microphone home or a tape recorder home. I just became fascinated with it. And I knew probably from the time that I was about 12 or 13, I wanted to do something with sound. I was fascinated by the concept of you could record somebody, make a not a record, but you could make a document out of it, and that would last. So whether it was somebody talking or learning how to play guitar or whatever, and like you could put it down on a piece of tape and then it would always be there and you could play it back. And just that little kernel of that was fascinating to me. And I kind of knew I wanted to be a recording engineer from the time that I was probably 15 or 16 years old. I didn't actually know what a recording engineer did in detail, but I got to meet some, and every time I did, it kind of reinforced that was a path that I wanted to take. And it did take that path for a while, until 1991, where what I was doing in the recording studio wasn't touching my heart. I was doing a lot of advertising, jingles and stuff like that, and it just didn't touch me. And then I tried a very ill-fated year of audio post-production when it was in its infancy. And that not only didn't touch my heart, it almost gave me a nervous breakdown because I was totally focused on the sound aspect of it. And the reason I took the job there actually because they had an SSL console, of which there were kind of very few, 1983, 84. And I just wanted to learn this piece of equipment because I was fascinated by it, which eventually down the road led to the fact that I knew the people at the company. And that was a big left turn to go from being a recording engineer to being, a sales rep, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And that led me into solid state logic, which was a whole new education on everything. I knew nothing about the selling, sort of the commercial aspects of it. I also didn't know what a patch bay was or how it worked. And I knew what a patch bay was. I didn't know how it actually worked. You plug this to here and it goes from here to here. I didn't understand there was a whole pile of wires that actually went somewhere. And so you learn that. You learn about negotiation, client relationships and things like that, and just becoming a more rounded human being. But it was still with sound. It was still with audio.
Yeah.
And so that path was pretty straightforward. But the right and left turns that I took to go through that, and everything that you do is, as my friend used to say when I would get nervous about a recording session, he goes, everything is practice for the big one. Well, when's the big one? He goes, well, I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
But you'll know, but it's all practice. It's all like learning how to learn and learning new skills.
Well, and that actually leads to, before I get to the other three, to a question that I have for you, because you mentioned that there were some new skills that you needed to learn. Was that something that you were able to learn easily in the job, in your career? Did you have to go back and get additional training?
I've only really had 3 jobs in my long life. Working for someone. I was a freelancer for a while, sort of in between that stuff. But I had a fantastic, I would call him my mentor, but he was my boss.
Yeah.
A gentleman named Piers Plaskett, who used to work for the Beatles. He worked at Trident Studios, and he worked at Apple Studios when they actually had that. And he is, and he lives in Fort Myers. He's nearby if you need to consult with a great boss. He just, he was a great teacher, and he never really criticized. He would guide, but he never criticized. And so I said to him when he hired me, because I thought I was going to train people how to use the console, and he said, well, actually, we're on April 1st, this was, so we didn't know if it was, April Fool's.
Yeah.
He said, actually, we're looking for another salesperson. And I said, what? And he said, you know how to use the equipment? I said, yeah. He goes, all right, we'll teach you the rest, which was the art of negotiation, specifying consoles, dealing with project engineering back in England, getting it right, making sure if it's a remote patch bay that it's a foot longer, not 6 inches too short to get to the patch bay. All really, really important things. And if you made a mistake, it was a learning experience. And fortunately, I didn't make any that were career-threatening.
Well, and I think that, because that reminds me of, I know with my own experience, that I think what people sometimes are nervous about is taking that job that's outside of their career path because they think, oh, I don't know how to do that. So can any of you guys speak to that as well?
For me, I think that actually happened within the last 3 years, and very much like Don's experience, mine was always linear.
Mm-hmm.
I got into music at an early age, playing trumpet and so forth, but where I took that curved road, that turn in the road for me was realizing my worth and having my skills work for me and to benefit me and not at a client's, time and place. I very much love working with clients and so forth, but I also, as I'm getting older and more specialized in my career, I also value my time. Mm-hmm. So for me, it was, taking this opportunity with Ti-Fi Studios and realizing, there's some days that it's not as glamorous, like I'm doing, just a daily voiceover, but there's other days and opportunities where I get to record a full orchestra on Abbey Road. So it's for me, that schedule and that being able to have everything that I want and do and I'm good at, but on my time, like a 9 to 5 was the perfect road for me. And it was very much scary because I had to tell my clients, hey, listen, I think I'm going to make this leap into, doing music production for theme parks and leaving cushy jobs and leaving, long-lasting relationships that I had built over 20 years.
Yeah. Did either of you have anything to add to that? Just about your own experiences?
So I think I started out from a lot of uncertainty. Mm-hmm. I think I was a dancer before I got into music. I'd like to think I'd at least romanticize about that. But I remember when Billie Jean came out on television. Yeah, I was so taken in by all of that.
Yeah.
But of course, I was a late starter. I think I started very late in the music business.
Yeah.
And I got into engineering by desperation because we wanted to record ourselves when we started playing music after high school. And there was really nobody around in the city to record us well. So we started figuring it out, that how do you record? But it was very exciting.
Yeah.
And cutting a long story short, so I got into engineering. I love physics, but I love the creative arts too. And I always thought of how can we have integrated studies, and I was always fascinated by that why should one stick to one discipline?
Yeah.
Why can't you learn another discipline along with it?
Yeah.
Kind of like how liberal arts programs are set up. But in India at that time, we didn't have those kind of options.
Yeah.
So by the time I was doing my engineering in electronics, I got heavily into performing. I was performing a lot. I was a drummer and a songwriter and became engineer along the way because there was no one to record us. So we had to figure it out. And I really enjoyed the process. So somewhere I knew that I was going to become an entrepreneur because I loved movies as much as I loved music, but there was no focus on how do you go about getting an education in something like this. And that was a concern for the family and for myself too. Though I was, I would brave it out and show that, that I know what I'm doing, but I didn't know where I was going.
Yeah.
I knew what I wanted to do, but where to do and how to do was a challenge.
Figuring out what that.
And this was just pre the internet time, early 90s. And so through magazines, my mom would order Mix magazine and whichever other magazine we could get hold of to understand. And again, jumping timelines, learned about Full Sail and a lot of other institutes that time to how do you basically, there is a place to learn all of this and fast.
Yeah.
So landed up at Full Sail, had a lovely innings here. There was something that I'd heard in our family. They said in your younger years, if you slog it out, you won't have to slog it out in your later years. So that's somewhere it used to stick in my mind. So I remember when I came to Full Sail, I was hyper-focused. I think I was obsessed.
Yeah.
And I really, really worked very hard, and I was a big troublemaker here. And there are a lot of stories around that. But before I left, before I graduated, I had 3 jobs in my hand, all paid for, and all were going to do my immigration also. And one of them was Skywalker. So I was at Skywalker, and I'd met the lovely gentleman, Bruce Swedeen, who, of course, became my mentor. And he called me up one day, and I'd met him at Full Sail. And he said, "What are you doing?" So I said, "I'm joining Lucasfilms now. I've got this great offer." But he knew that I came to the US to learn how to make hit records first.
Yeah.
So he said, "Come to New York." So I said, "But there's no job, no internship." And he said, "Yes, there is no job for you. There is no internship for you. There's no payment for you. Come to New York."
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to get my visa here. I'm going to get payments over here and everything. But I kind of stayed true to my gut. Why did I come to this country? Was to learn how to make the biggest records possible. And who was the guys behind some of the biggest records possible? Was this man. So next flight out, I was in New York, no job, no internship. Figured out a place to stay. I had some friend, family. And so my journey has been a lot of squiggles, then there's a lot of straight lines, there's a lot of squiggles, and now we are entrepreneurs, and we have this media arts company, where it encompasses all of that, and plus an education wing in India to help people get onto the path faster, to create those kind of opportunities. And but it's been an exciting roller coaster, totally. And there's a great SSL user, Robert Muttlang, those of you who know about him. He's like the superstar of producers. The joke in the industry is that if you want your grandmom to have a hit record, go to Mutt, and he'll give her a hit record. And he was a big SSL guy.
Yeah.
So everything of Shania Twain, Def Leppard, The Cars, Foreigner, Bryan Adams, a good part, Muttlang.
Yeah.
So he has a line called, living in the microscopy and macroscopy. So I kind of live with that mantra, to have that kind of perspective, and he's a prince at that.
Yeah.
So my life has been truly a roller coaster and an adventure. And of course, we'll speak more about it.
Well, and I'm curious to know, how do you know when to take that job that's not in that direct line? How do you know that this is going to be a good opportunity to go to New York?
You don't.
Don't, yeah.
You know, I was just going to add that my significant other, who became my wife and still is my wife, she was terrified. She knew what I did for a living, as a recording engineer, and I said, I think I can take this job with Solid State Logic. And she goes, well, doing what? I says, it's a sales position. He goes, you, sales? Oh. But the cool part was, because I didn't screw it up, and I did okay, we were able to get married and have kids, without the pressure of am I going to make a living? It's really tough, and it's tougher now than it's ever been to be a recording engineer. It was a lot more structured, and it had a form to it. Now with the democratization of recording, it's a whole nother animal. And it was a really good move. And sometimes you just have to close your eyes and jump into the deep end of the pool. And hopefully you'll have a good boss or someone who can help you, guide you through the stuff that you don't know, because you're talking about getting out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Being a recording engineer was my comfort zone.
Right.
Selling consoles, I didn't have a clue,
Yeah.
but I learned.
I know when I was a student, there was always the thought process that you should be really good at one thing, right? And now there seems to be this acceptance that, no, you can be good at a lot of things. What are your opinions on that? Chance, do you want to go first?
I was going to talk more about your last question.
Yeah,
more
please
about that. So for me, after graduating, I mean, my whole path to and from Full Sail wasn't that straight. I mean, I was only in Florida because I was kidnapped as a kid, right? I was missing until I was 9. I mean, I knew where I was. Other people didn't, so I guess I was missing. And so I was living in Brevard County, right? And the fact that I was 45 minutes away from Full Sail is more or less how I found out about it, because there was someone at school that told me about it. So I'd grown up playing video games, you know, really inspired by movies like Jurassic Park, right? And so that inspired me to get into to get into animation. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to do games or if I wanted to do movies. So after graduating, I decided I was going to go out to Los Angeles because there was more movie and game jobs there than pretty much anywhere. And I went out there, and you know, I had pretty much no money. So I was like living on couches, homeless, sleeping in the back of my car at Gold's Gym for like a week. Just a lot of just like trying to find some kind of work out there. And I didn't find anything in Los Angeles. I was out there for a little over a month, failed, started driving back to Orlando, stopped in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is where I was born. That's where I was until I was, you know, like 5 or 6, and to see family. And there was a company that was working on a Spielberg project, Medal of Honor, the first PC version. And so I just emailed them and said, hey, you know, I just graduated. Here's a couple animations. I'll do anything. Like, pretty much said I'll work any kind of job you have. I just want to get my foot in the door. And so that's how I got into that. Then 3-4 weeks later, you know, E3 was coming up, so they needed me to stick around, so they hired me. I think I was making $22,000 or $24,000 a year salary. It was 2001. And so that's how I ended up in Oklahoma, because there's only one game studio in all of Oklahoma, and it was this one. So the fact that I just happened to stop by there to see family and get an internship, which is totally an unplanned occurrence. But sometimes you just kind of have to go where follow the doors that are opening right in front of you and see where they go, you know? Because at first I was thinking more that I want to be more involved in like special effects for film and TV, but ended up in games and ended up being the right decision. So,
did any of you find that there was something totally new that you didn't realize that you loved doing by taking one of those nonlinear jobs?
I definitely found out what I didn't want to do.
That is just as relevant.
I took a nonlinear job touring, being a playback engineer, running Pro Tools for the Bad Boy reunion tour. And the way that was positioned to me by Pop's engineer, he was like, listen, you've never toured. This is perfect. We want a Pro Tools guy. We want a studio guy who's quick, who's efficient. But sure enough, you know, day one, I show up to rehearsals, you know, 2 weeks before we're about to launch his major tour. And I'm looking around me, and everybody's different than me. Everybody's, you know, it's not used to the studio cat vibe. And I remember calling up my wife, probably 3 hours into rehearsal, and like, I can't do this. This is too much pressure for me. Realizing that, you know, I'm listening on comms, and when the MD tells me to press play, I'm not only just pressing play to start the show, but I'm also sending time code to, you know, trigger fireworks and lighting and stuff like that. And then, God forbid, if there's we can't find the artist, you know, hey, we need to loop out this section another 16 bars, and don't mess it up because you're live. Was so much pressure. So I quickly realized, I mean, I stuck to it. Don't get me wrong. It was an opportunity of a lifetime I couldn't afford, but I quickly realized where my place in the world was, and it wasn't in the live touring arena aspect. So There are some, I always try to look at the good from the bad, right? So there are things that you definitely need to try and just feel out if it's for you or not.
Yeah.
I had kind of exactly the opposite, very specifically. When SSL had only done studio consoles, really, before they got into sort of, the home recording and stuff, but they got into live consoles, I don't know, maybe about 5 or 6 years before I retired. And I found, again, I wasn't on a crew, thank heavens, good for them, but dealing with live sound companies, and the big ones, the Clare Brothers and the Eighth Days and what have you, the failure is not an option component of it reminded me of what the early days of recording studios are like, what really mattered. When you're on tape and the guitar player says, can I have another crack at the solo, and you've got one, you don't have a track left, and you say, yeah, you can do it again. Make sure it's better than the one I'll be erasing. It's mission critical. And with live sound, I found that these people were so attuned to detail because it could be life-threatening. I remember somebody said, in a recording studio, if the tape machine breaks or the speakers go out or whatever, you take a coffee break. At a live venue, if the PA system fails, you could have a riot on your hands. And so I was like, oh, I get it. And I loved that aspect of it. And I had no idea. I have a really good friend here, JD, who's done a lot of touring. And he knows, the same thing. It's really, really important. And I loved that. I thought that was great. I had no idea I'd ever have any involvement in live sound. And that was, sort of the opposite. I didn't want to be on a live touring crew because that's really, really hard work. It's a great job if you're of a certain age, you have a certain amount of stamina, and there's a lot of jobs in that market too. So, just
how many riots have you started?
They never let me behind the board at a concert.
Yeah. So, coming from India, the time that I was, there's a phrase in India called jugaad, which basically is you got to figure it out somehow and make it work. You don't get into formalities and waiting for the perfect any scenario. So, like I said, like how I got into recording was by desperation, because there was no one around or to get us some good sound or things like that. And we would record our kit and it used to sound like a tin bag. And then you would listen to these big records and they used to sound like cannons coming out from, these little speakers. And that was what was mesmerizing us. But during those years, we also had to figure out live sound because a lot of the times, the guys who used to bring the live sound for our gigs, they were really bad, like really bad. We had to tell them, like, move aside. And then we will set the sound and we will play, but don't touch it.
Yeah.
So we had to learn a little bit of live sound. We had to learn how do you do this monitoring business thing. And so basically, we had to figure out everything. And it wasn't enjoyable. It was, like I said, because it had to be done. So then again, jumping timelines, coming over here, once I came to Full Sail, everything was, in America, was hyper-specialized. You can either do this, either you're in live, or you're in studio, or you're in cinema. And I've somehow felt very restricted again. Because now I was coming from an environment where it's like the wild northwest, everything. And you have to figure everything out. And now you have to decide, you have to do one. So I prioritized that. I came here to make hit records, so I'm going to learn how to make hit records first. But at the same time, when I went to New York and I was with Bruce, like I said, no job, no internship, no money. So I had to pick up a gig. And at Full Sail, I remember in one of the classes, they said that when you go to a big city, you call the C-grade studios first. Then you get better, you learn how to talk to them, get past the receptionist, then you go to the B-grade studios, and then you do it over and over again till you come to the A-grade studios. So you're better prepared. So I was like, this is smart. So let's not call up the hit factory first. Let's go to them last. So during that process, I stumbled upon a company called FNL Music. And FNL Music used to do sound for television. They had a remote recording truck. They also had a lovely studio in downtown in New York. And I was like, this is good. So I get to do a little bit of all of this, which I was missing. And records I was already starting to do working with Bruce. So I said, okay, that's taken care of. But this will fulfill some monies and a new adventure. And I'm a big Star Trek guy. To boldly go where no one has gone before. I don't know, that somehow my mom and I used to watch the series since I was a kid. So somewhere I think it's impacted my life. We run a company like that. We are explorers. And I don't mind the exploration. It's not, I don't mind the risk at times. And I think that's why I'm suited to be an entrepreneur. Yeah. But I learned along the way that you learn skill sets. So like I learned design thinking, entertainment law, like how do you run companies? Because if eventually if you're going to fly an aeroplane, you'll better learn to fly it well.
Yeah.
You know, even whenever you learn it. So that's how my journey has been. So coming from that experience, we did a lot of, during those years, you know, MTV Unplugged, VH1 Storytellers. So things that I would never be a part of if I had just made my career choice myself. You know, but now here was an opportunity to explore something which wasn't too far away from, and that led me to have a relationship with Viacom. Then they were setting up Unplugged in India. And there's another lovely entity called Coke Studio, which is now coming back here. We came in to pretty much run the show, all the audio directors, and it was great. In New York, we were a crew of 3. Yeah. In India, we had a crew of 30.
Wow.
And most of them were kids. We brought in, you want to come in, and, you know, like internships, because that's how we wanted to kind of spread the word and share this information, because there was a dearth of engineers, producers. Yeah. And so I think for me, keeping my mind open to a certain extent led me for those adventures, which today when we run the company, so to answer that question where you need to be super focused and specialized, I think it is important to have a core skill set. But depending on your personality and what you want to do in life, I think it's not bad to, at times, like I said, depending on what you want to do, to explore something. And you don't have to be a master of everything. But for me to be aware of the entire process now helps me to do what I do at the company level better.
Yes. I say that to my students all the time. If you know the whole process, you're going to do what your section is a lot better. Yeah. Do you have any advice for the students about not getting stuck or pigeonholed kind of outside of what their end goal was? You know what I mean?
It's easy, especially in like big, at least in games, you know, you have especially AAA. You've got specialists in everything, you know. If you're working in AAA, you're not going to be modeling and animating and rigging, right? You're going to be doing probably one specific thing for the most part. There's some exceptions. And so for me, I got a little pigeonholed into, I was the first person weapons animator for most of the, you know, Modern Warfare series, and there was typically 1, maybe 2 others. But it's something that I started doing towards the end of Medal of Honor, and I just started getting good at it. So they're like, okay, you do this because you're good at it, right? And as a result, I was rarely doing any full body animation, right? So if you were to, you say, hey, Chance, animate this guy running around and then climbing a wall and, you know, just doing full body stuff, I would have probably struggled compared to, say, other people that did that full time, because I was so stuck in doing first person animations. So as a result, I was like, well, after 12, 13 years of Call of Duty, I was more or less just burned out from Call of Duty in general. You know, when you start agreeing with the YouTube comments, you know, it's time to like move on, right? Like this guy has a point. That did suck, you know? Yeah, so at that point I was just like, you know, I definitely want to keep working in games, or at least like real time, but I think my personality isn't necessarily made to be behind a computer, you know, 10 hours a day, and that's it. I was doing PR and media for the games at the end of, like when we hit beta, when we can't add any more animation, they'd send me out to random countries in Europe, Brazil, stuff like that, to just do interviews with the different media. So I picked that skill up, PR and media marketing type stuff, and that really applies to what I'm doing now, because now I have my own studio. So just look for opportunities to do other things. And it's hard, especially if you're working for many hours doing the same thing. You're kind of exhausted. You don't necessarily want to go home and learn another skill or something because you're just tired. But yeah, it's good to have something else that you're doing just to keep things mixed up a little bit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
I kind of have a short answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
4 words. This is not getting pigeonholed. Make friends, be curious.
Yeah.
Make friends, ask questions, be curious. You'll learn a lot, and then you'll find something like, wow, that's really fascinating. And then you'll follow that. You're talented people. You'll learn new stuff. You'll show somebody, and you won't be pitching, oh, you can do that as well. I mean, the A2 at the Stephen Colbert show is a superb guitar player. And he would sometimes, back in the Letterman days, if one of the guitar players had, got sick or couldn't be there, he would sub. He was the A2.
That's cool.
So they, that's one way. Be real good at a bunch of things, but it's easier said than done. Make friends, be curious.
Yeah. For those of you that don't work in tech careers or majors, an A2 is an audio assistant. So they're kind of similar to a camera assistant, but in the audio department. Well, cool. I'd love to, I think, get some questions from our students. So does anybody have any questions for our panel? Yeah, right there. She's coming with the microphone. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh. How do you deal with, maybe you have the job that you want and you're well along in your career, but your job or your industry changes through changes of genre or change in technology? How do you roll with those punches?
You just kind of have to understand that's going to happen in anything you do, just especially the way technology is advancing. I mean, when I was a kid, when I was born, we had text adventures in Pong, like in 1980, right? Now we have AI you can have conversations with. We have blockchain. We have real-time graphics that look like you're in a real place, So there's really no secret. I'd say it's just make sure you're staying up to date as things, because things are not going to be the same. Even after you graduate and go join a company, you don't know if they're going to be using the same tech. So you just always have to be ready to learn what's new so you don't get left behind. Because then by the time you're in your, you say you start your career early 20s, by the time you're in mid 30s, you don't want the people that are coming out of Full Sail be schooling you, because that's going to happen to, and they should, because you want to learn from those people. And I'm saying you don't want to fall behind too much, because you guys will be ahead of some of the guys that have been or people that have been working for a decade or so.
Absolutely.
And more drastically, sometimes this happened to me when I left engineering. Was right around the time that we were changing from multi-track tape machines to workstations. And I couldn't wrap my head around workstations, and I didn't think I was going to be able to work it. I made a career change. Fortunately, there was this job offering that was there. But in a drastic situation, you might actually have to not just learn what's new in your industry, you might have to actually move to another one. And that's really scary. But we talked about, closing your eyes and jumping in.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's you have to keep up or you'll be left out, in any industry. So when I left Full Sail, I was not very adept with the same workstations and with computers. Okay, so digital workstations were just coming about. Pro Tools was kind of getting settled in. And I had a fear of computers, big time fear. I did not even know how to turn this thing on. Okay, so, and then I would brood over it, and of course I was good at what I was doing otherwise, but then this whole new thing was coming up, and I was at some point it became that either I embrace this thing or I'm going to be out soon. So I've seen, it's you got to look at the devil and your fears, and face it right up front. There is no other way to get around it. And that's how I did. And I've gone through that a couple of times in my life for different things and for different aspects of work. But I think the first one when I left Full Sail was just that. And because that new technology was already just around the corner, but it wasn't totally embraced yet. So I immersed myself so much into computers. So much, I cannot tell you. I went to, how I would break down records, I would start breaking down computers. Again, I hated the process. But I had to do it because, and then I got good at it. Then I had a little team around me who was really good. I got even better at it. I became a master at it. And I mean, we went so crazy that we set up one of the first workstations, and we worked with Nuendo, with Steinberg. We did everything in the box. Before working in the box, the words were coming out. And to the point where it became a thing and that we were portable. and we would bring out the results. And we understood the old school way of working, but we also understood and embraced the new technology. We became it became so prominent, and our word got out that what we were doing with computers and music, that computer vendors would give us 50% or even give us computers for free, and they would tell us which motherboard do you buy, which RAM do you get in, which drive do you have, because we were the R&D lab for making the plane fly while you're still learning how to fly. So that worked well for me over and over again in my life, but one has to be brave enough, and you must have the courage, because really, if you don't keep up, you'll be left out.
Yeah, for sure. And we had a question over here.
Hi. So I know two of you have mentioned this, but do you recommend just straight up going to areas where I'm trying to get into game narrative writing, and the two major areas that I've seen so far are Seattle and LA for major game companies, but do you recommend just straight up getting an old friend and saying, hey, let's do something crazy and go move out to this area for a few months and hang around for industry events in the area?
It's not a bad idea. I would recommend it more years ago. Now it's kind of, with most video game companies now are hybrid remote. They have an office, but also remote workers. Some places are completely remote. We don't have an office. So it can help, but it's such a big move that it's not like I can fully recommend it all the time. If you're going there and you're willing to find other ways to make money, so it's not like you're just, not making money that whole time, because especially with game narrative writing, that's going to be very tough. As far as, there's a lot of studios most studios don't even have a game writer, right? And so I would say, don't only rely on writing. I would say make sure you're working in working in Unreal or Unity or something. Be picking up some other game-related skills, because even on Call of Duty, now it's changed. Because there's over 1,000 people. But when Infinity Ward was, we didn't have a game narrative writer until our studio grew to be in hundreds of people, over 200 people. For years up until Modern Warfare, I think it wasn't Modern Warfare 3, it was probably maybe where we had a writer. We had this guy, Justin Thoreau, I think, I don't know, some famous writer, I forgot his name, but he helped out a little bit, but most of our stories was just designers that were kind of had a knack for writing, right? They were designers that would be building the levels, but they'd also be writing kind of the storyline. A lot of it's, I don't know if you've played Modern Warfare 2 and remember the No Russian level, where, it's probably the most controversial video game level in existence. That was my roommate, right? And that wasn't something, and then the story was, there's a Russian ultra-nationalist group that's pretending to be Americans to go into the Moscow airport to create a false flag, right? That was just something that was in the story in the background, on a loading screen, and then he was like, hey, what if we just put the player there, because otherwise they're not going to feel anything. It's you're crazy, but that could be a good idea. Anyways, I'm going on a little tangent. My point is, focus, don't learn other things outside of writing, because it's going to be very hard for you to get a job out of school just as a writer only. You're going to have to find something else and then show your ability to write. And then hopefully you can slide into that being your dedicated job.
Awesome. I think do we have time for another question? Okay, let me actually get on maybe to this side of the room. We'll go over here, yeah.
Hi, I actually have a question for Chance.
Oh.
I got the opportunity to watch you speak at CG Extreme years ago in Brazil.
Are you from Rio?
Yes, I am.
Oh, cool. You sound American.
Yeah, do I?
Yeah, you lost your accent.
That's good, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's surprising to me to hear you talk about how you got burned out on working on, first-person animation at Infinity Ward and whatnot, because I remember the impression at the time when people heard you talk was, oh man, Chance really has it made. I would kill to be in his position. And so it's really interesting to see the difference between the external perspective on someone's career and what you're actually feelings. So I guess what I wanted to ask you is like, how far along were you in that mindset of, oh man, I'm getting burned out of this by then, like by that time?
Oh, what year? That was 2012, right?
Yeah, that's about.
So that would have been like Modern Warfare 2-ish, I guess.
I think so.
Yeah, I was pretty much after Modern Warfare 2. That's when I got burned out. So that was like the beginning of. I mean, I moved to your city, man. I was in Gloria. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Benjamin Constance. Do you know that area? Where are you from in Rio?
Say that again.
Who Benjamin Constance?
Benjamin Constant.
Yeah. And what neighborhood are you from?
I'm from Baja.
Oh, okay.
You know Baja
cool.
de Tijuca?
Yeah, I trained Gracie Baja Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, I trained there.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Really?
I trained there a little bit, yeah.
Awesome. You should come train with us.
I'm not good at all, though.
I'm not good either, man. I'm a computer nerd. I get my ass kicked every like 3 times a week still.
Isn't the first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about
Right. Right.
He's wearing a gi. Like he's wearing a gi, like a kimono right now, like a business kimono. So a lot of good collar chokes in there, you know.
Igor, I learn new things about you every day, I swear.
See,
That's awesome.
Do we have time for one more, or where are we at?
Yeah, ask someone other than me. I'm talking a lot.
Let's go. Maybe one more. Yeah, we'll do one more.
Jay Early, Nature Coast Technical High School. First off, thank you guys for being here for the panel. So each of you have talked about a major risk or a step that you've taken away from what you thought you were originally going to do. What I wanted to ask is, did you guys have like a contingency plan? Was there a way to like mitigate the risk or like a backup, or do you just go all in for it?
Great question.
You mean like moving back with mom and dad?
But yes.
I didn't have a contingency plan. I just knew that my recording engineering career I looked at it like a baseball player. I think I was 37 when I stopped being a recording engineer and started being a salesperson for SSL. And if that hadn't have worked out, I'm not quite sure what I would have done. Because the recording industry had changed. I didn't feel it anymore, but I still wanted to be involved in it. Maybe I would have started looking at some other companies. You make contacts and stuff, but you should have, as best as you can, because there's no such thing as a sure thing.
Yeah.
I think for everyone in this room, you're going to feel that probably within the first 3 to 5 years of your career. And you have to fight that feeling, because that's going to be the breaking point. That's going to lead into an opportunity for you to actually make it in the industry. And as speaking from firsthand experience, my dad had set me down at one point and was like, I think this is kind of an impossible pursuit now. You've been at this for 3 years and you're doing it, and it's just internship after internship. And within that conversation, I truly realized my passion, and I was like, I really don't see myself doing anything else. And within months of that conversation is when I landed my first big gig. So that's going to be the biggest difficulty for everyone. And the only other thing I could suggest is that you have to surround yourself with like-minded people to keep you in that positive balance, and rely on them when you're feeling like that. Like, damn, I gotta get a real job. Just fight that resistance. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, awesome. I think we're at the top of the hour, so let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause. Thank you so much. So they will be out in the hall, mingling around. Feel free to mingle with them afterwards if you didn't get to ask a question. But thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, we're back again.
We
Here
are
in
back.
the ED lobby, hanging
So
out.
much fun.
Watching panels. That was a pretty good one.
Oh my goodness, absolutely.
So much great insight.
Those guys are so cool.
Yeah, yeah. I love to hear from Chance all the time just because
Really?
I'm such a big video game nerd and
Yeah.
he's been like so integral in some of the greatest games that we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
So it's just so cool to get to hear his perspective on stuff. And I also want to give a huge shout out to the moderator on that last panel, my girl Pinky. Pinky is actually our stage manager here. So she's like doing double duty. She left our set, ran over there to do the panel, and she's going to run back and work with us again. So shout out to Pinky. Pinky's an instructor here, so if you have her as an instructor, go crazy in the YouTube chat right now and let us know how great she is.
Yeah, give her love, and when you're in class, behave.
What I also loved about that last panel was getting to see Q&As. I love to hear the questions that the students ask and really get honest insights from our panelists. So please, make your way to panels, not just the ones that are streamed, but there's tons of opportunities to ask your questions and get real answers from people who really have not only been in your shoes, but are in the shoes that maybe you want to be in someday.
Yeah.
So go, ask them questions.
Yeah, it was really interesting towards the end when Jeff said something. He said something like, that's when I realized that that's the only thing I wanted to do for a living. I was
Yeah.
like, that's so cool because, you know, it's a hard industry. And if you are so passionate, that's when the work comes. And then
Yeah.
it doesn't become work. It's just awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I think we were talking about that earlier, right?
Yep.
That it's just like, oh, if you are doing the thing that you love, it kind of feels like you don't really work.
Right.
Which is cool. Like I experience that all the time. I'm like, I have to like pinch myself and go, I get paid for this?
I know.
Somebody's paying me to do things that make me happy?
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about my job is getting up early.
Yeah, yeah.
But aside from that, I love everything about it. But waking up, not good.
No. We had to be here really early this morning.
My alarm went off at 6:30.
Yeah.
I don't know what 6:30 is.
Ditto,
Yeah.
way too
But we did
early.
it, and we showed up, and we had some coffee. Not only am I drinking coffee, I am right now drinking Florida juice. So if you guys are out in the
so
back lot, it's
good.
delicious, it's healthy, keeps you hydrated.
It's
And they didn't pay
wonderful.
me to say that.
We love the juice truck. Do you want to be featured
Ah.
here on Hall of Fame Live?
Yes.
Do you want us to share your juice truck pictures?
Yeah. Do you
Of
want to
course.
connect with us on social media?
Oh, look, we've got some fun stuff happening on social right now. People using the hashtag FullSailHOF. This is from 3 and 2 Sports, which is one of our sponsors for Full Sail Armada. They make all of our jerseys.
Look, it's Megan.
It's Megan. We did an awesome profile on Megan that you can
She's so
find
cool.
on the Full Sail YouTube channel when you're done watching this stream. Don't leave right now. But yeah, we've got some crazy, insane, amazing Armada players. So much personality, and they really, really are passionate about the game. And we love to see the jerseys. We do something that unique that not many collegiate esports teams do, where we make a new jersey every single year for our
Every
players.
season.
Every season, right.
Is it year?
Every year.
Every year.
Because
You
we've
are
got 2
correct.
seasons in a year.
Yep.
Oh, and now we've got some video of what's going on where. Ooh.
From D Rose Music.
Oh, he was at the esports event taking a little vid. We had so much fun on Sunday.
Is that the Valorant? Yeah, it is, right?
It might have been. Yeah, Valorant and Overwatch look very similar from like a far away
true.
cam view, so I'm not sure which one that
Yeah,
was.
share
but-
your experience with us. Seriously, use hashtag FullSailHOF. Again, on Instagram, Twitter,
Snapchat,
TikTok, and the TikToks.
I want to see your TikToks. I want to see how creative you can get with your transitions. We love a creative transition.
Still going to
Please.
call it the TikToks.
The TikTok.
Because when you're over the age of a lot, you just can't say TikTok anymore.
Over 22. It's not for 22
Oh
year olds.
my gosh, really?
Yeah, well, I'm 21. You're 22.
Yes, I'm 22.
We're both much older than that, but you couldn't tell.
We're just going to pretend because the camera gives us filters.
Yeah. But yeah, share your posts. I want to see what's going on. I want to see all your fun content. And like I said, we'll feature you here on Hall of Fame Live. And you can see yourself up on the back lot or
Jess,
on
I
your
have a
computer
question.
at home.
I have a question for
Okay,
you.
okay.
You haven't done we've only done Hall of Fame Live for the past couple years.
Yeah, uh-huh.
What is your favorite part of Hall of Fame when you were out there exploring?
Oh, when I was a student, this is one of my favorite stories to tell. I did a special start, so I started online, and then I came to campus, and so
Okay.
I didn't know anyone.
Okay.
But I was already in my 4th month.
Okay.
So it's like a lot of people had already like built friendships and
Sure.
relationships because they were on campus, and I came a little later. And it was my first Hall of Fame, was Hall of Fame 8, and I lived all the way in Winter Garden, so I was driving super far. And I was kind of having like a crisis of conscience. Like,
Sure.
am I doing the right thing? Is this where I want to be? Am I in the right school?
Right.
And I came, there was a panel I really wanted to see, and I finally got to campus, checked in, went to go to the panel was full. And I was like, oh, what did I even, and I got even more upset. And I was like, maybe this isn't the right call. Maybe I'm,
Right.
And I went into a panel just on a whim, because it was the only one that was open, and it was demo. And if you know anything about Demo, you know Demo has some crazy words of wisdom, is such an inspirational guy. And I sat in that panel, and everything he said just totally resonated with me, and just made me. I was like, oh, this is the right thing for me. I did make the right choice, and it's okay to have days of uncertainty as long as you pick yourself up and keep moving. So, that's probably like my favorite from a student perspective Hall of Fame experience, because it really like kept me going. And I saw him a couple years later, and I told him that story,
That's awesome.
and he got like super emotional, gave me a big hug, and he was like, I'm so glad that I could impact your journey that way. So yeah, talk to the Hall of Famers, go to the panels, even the ones that you're like, this doesn't sound that interesting, because I wouldn't have picked that Demo panel if I had seen it on the app, but
because
I just
Demo is a
decided.
recording arts grad, you're media
Media
communications.
communications
so
had nothing to do with my field. I didn't think it would be relevant to me, but it ended up setting me up for a great, rest of my time at Full Sail.
Get off the phone, come here. What's your name? Esteban.
It's Esteban. What's your degree program, Esteban? Music production here.
Well, then you know how to use a microphone, hopefully.
Yes, ma'am.
Esteban, I saw you just came out of a panel. What panel did you just come out of?
So I wanted to go to the panel where Leslie was talking, but it was too full.
Sorry, we were just talking about.
But very excited to see all the professors I haven't seen on campus, and just being around a lot of other students and professionals. So yeah.
Awesome. So is this your first Hall of Fame?
This is my second Hall of
Your-
Fame.
okay.
Just taking a better approach to the second Hall of Fame.
All right. Very cool. Have you tried the juice truck?
No.
You're
Is it
missing
good?
out. You're missing out, my friend. Anyway, well, hopefully you'll get in the next panel. And if you can't get into something, just let me know. I got the hookup.
Perfect. Thank you.
Got the hookup. Very nice to see you. You can give me that mic back.
Here you Thanks, go.
Have a great
Esteban.
day. Adios, amigo.
Have a great Hall of Fame.
That was cool. How ironic that you were just saying that you couldn't get in the panel.
And it happened to him, so yeah.
Because they're so popular. All these panels are so popular.
Yes. All righty.
Yes, but it was nice to get to talk to all of our grads in the last panel, especially Jeff, who's a really wonderful human who I've worked with multiple times. But who couldn't use a little bit more Jeff? I know I could use a little more
I'll
Jeff.
take a little more Jeff.
I mean, why not? Let's get more Villanueva in here. Let's take another look at the award-winning inductee, Jeff Villanueva.
Transcon. It was the biggest boy band studio. Acts like Backstreet Boys, Christina, Britney Spears, all these pop groups were being developed out of this, and it was right in my backyard. There was no other studio that I wanted to be at the time. So I started figuring out, okay, all right, I gotta do something different to kind of stand out of the norm, right? Figured out who the studio manager was at the time. It was Susan Schilling. I took everything that I had, invested into myself, and rented out the A room. And I told the assistant when she comes in, let her know that the client in A wants to see her. And she comes marching in, and I'm sitting at the Pro Tools rig, and she walks in the room, and she's like, Jeff, she's like, where's your client? And I'm like, right here. I said, I brought myself. I was like, I want a job. She was like, you've been on my radar a lot of times, and I see that you're not only trying to get in here, but you're doing work with other clients. This is the right time for us. And she's like, when can you start? For me to get that experience and understand, what were the different roles in the studio, it couldn't be a better place or a better time for me to start my career. Clap, take one. What's up, everybody? It's Hall of Fame week. What are you doing right now? I'm here, you're here. What's up? Let's connect. If you see me, come holler. See you around campus.
Those are some fresh kicks. I love me some sneakers. Jeff has some fresh sneakers. I don't know if you know, but there is a big sneaker wave within the Full Sail community.
Oh, Tremaine,
Leslie, Gary Jones wearing some crazy sneakers.
Right.
I can't believe it. Hey, what are you guys doing? Yeah, you're waving at us. I see
look at that
you.
guy. He's doing
I
a little
see you
dance.
with your two
Guy
peace
with
signs in the air.
With the blue tank
Hi,
top.
hi, Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
I see Tyler waving.
Wait. But look at the black tank top guy. He's like going cray-cray.
Yes. Everyone's vibing. Keep vibing. Yeah, we're going to zoom in on you even closer if you keep dancing like that, man.
He's got a Superman shirt on, which is what makes life awesome. Hi, guys. Look at the two guys there with the backpacks over there on the right side of the screen, giving me the Shaka sign. What's going on?
Yeah, we can see you.
Hello?
You think
thumbs
we're just,
up guy with the yellow shirt?
We're
How's
just
it
two
going?
ladies in the TV or something? No.
This guy with the Superman shirt is my favorite person.
Yeah,
right
me
now.
too. Me too. Me too.
If we have a swag wagon, can we give him something?
Yeah, where's
Because
the
I kinda
swaggin'
love this
wagon?
kid.
Go find
I
this
love
man
this
with the
kid.
Superman shirt. He needs a come inside to the EB lobby and
Oh,
get
can
a
you come?
shirt,
Come to
man.
the EB
We
lobby,
want to
we'll
hang
give you
out with you. We
something.
like your energy. Yeah,
Do you
come
see
visit.
he has two different colored slippers?
Yeah, he does. It's called swag. Swaggy.
Okay, so I thought slippers and socks is just for like.
Well, those are slides. We call those slides.
Oh, I'm old. I don't know these things.
Slippers and socks is because you don't want your feet to get dirty.
It's Chris
Tracy.
Isles. Look, it's Chris Isles.
Hi, Chris
Someone run away
Isles.
from Chris. He's gonna come yell at us.
He wanted to photobomb all day. Then we feature him and.
Oh, I love that he's yelling at the screen like we can hear you.
We can't hear you, Chris.
Leslie, can you go say hi to that kid on the? Oh, he's on the.
Leslie's gone.
Leslie's gone. Oh,
Is
see,
that Tremaine on the back? Leslie
Hi,
and
Tremaine
Tremaine.
and Leslie.
Can we see your sneakers? How are
We
your
wanna see the
sneakers looking
kicks.
today? What's the game? What's the
Show
sneaker
us the
game?
sneakers.
We're gonna
Show
see him
us-
in a second.
There it
Ooh,
is.
yes.
I don't understand the
Nike
sneaker
Airs,
game.
got some J's. What do you mean you don't understand the sneaker game? Sneakers are wonderful.
I mean, they're wonderful. I just wear Converse because I don't.
Oh,
know
okay. I
anything
can't.
About the
I
cool
need.
thing.
I need arch support. Can't do Converse.
Really?
They're too flat for me. Yeah, can't do
Okay.
Vans. Can't do Converse. They look cute. They look cute. No hate. Hi everybody, wave at us. I
Look,
see
it's
you.
Jay
I like your
Noble.
hat. I like your bucket hat.
Hi, Jay Noble. It's me, Tracy.
Hi, Jay
Wu.
Noble.
And oh my God, yes. Let's look at the paint by numbers. Look at how different it looks now from earlier.
Wow, they've made so much progress.
Hello,
Save
paint
some
by
for
numbers,
tomorrow,
friends.
y'all. Y'all gonna finish it all today?
Yeah, you guys need to say. Oh, look, it's Shattered. Hi, Shattered. There he is.
This is so fun getting to like see everyone from this perspective and call out all of our friends. Yeah, come
So-
hang out with us in the EB lobby. We've got fun
Yeah,
stuff
I
going
want.
on.
I want dude with the Superman tank top to come visit us at the EB lobby. I'm gonna find you a present. I don't know where I'm gonna get it from.
But we're
I'm
gonna get him something.
Hi, buddy, who just waved
Hi.
at us. Hello.
Hi.
I'm gonna call you Joey.
Joe, you look like a Joey. He's like, that's not my name.
Simon. Alexander.
Closer? Farther?
Peter.
Oh, there's his friend.
Frank.
Your friend probably knows your name.
Mateo. All right, let's talk about this year's grad. I just could stare at this camera all day.
I
and
know,
just-
it's so fun.
And just talk to everyone in the back lot. Yeah, great stuff. Jeff, okay, I was just telling Jess, but Jeff worked with Danity Kane.
Yes, he was on making the band.
Yeah, so I mean,
did
he's
not
worked
know.
with NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, but I'm like, he worked with Danity
With
Kane.
Danity Kane. That's the one we're really taking away from here. No, I'm sorry. I'm jealous of anyone who's met Justin Timberlake because I haven't.
But anyway, let's check this out. Sign designer and recording engineer at Ti-Fi Studios, Jeff Villanueva is a 1998 recording arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who has lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and film, including the recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno.
You can't say it, Tracy. We don't talk about Bruno.
Okay, goodness gracious. I feel like I'm in trouble now.
No, not really. We've also got Karis Baker, a senior technical artist at Unity Technologies. Karis is a 2013 Game Art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and a bunch more, but she can't talk about it because her work is that insane and crazy, like the NDAs are endless. So many NDAs. But we still love Karis.
Can't talk about Bruno, we can't talk about Karis. But you know who we can talk about? CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions, Brandon Blackwell, is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor and broadcast mixer who's worked with some of the biggest names in the industry, including Bay, Beyonce, Lizzo, Shaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers.
Ugh, Beyonce.
It's Isley Brothers?
Isley Brothers.
Isley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't know the Isley Brothers?
I do not.
Okay, we're going to have to show Tracy some tracks after this, but we've got Air Force veteran and dual degree grad Aaron Hamilton Cook, who currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare. They make some of my favorite games. I love Dragon Age. Graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013, Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit.
Oh, yes. The Hobbit.
And we've got Victor.
He's CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Radiant Studios. Victor Herrera da Silva is a 2007 game dev and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
What a groovy job.
Groovy. Groovy.
I wish I was in charge of programming for anything.
Yeah,
they won't even let me control Hall of Fame Live. A 3-time grad, Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015. Talk about an impressive CV just with her education. Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike.
Mike is right. Mike is right.
Mikey likes it?
I love these videos,
Do these kids get
too.
that? Do they know Mikey likes it?
I don't get that.
You don't know Mikey like the commercial? All right. I have to school Tracy on some pop culture as soon as we get out of
I know old school pop culture, but
That's
right now
from the 80s.
we're gonna check the rest of the schedule out. We are halfway through the day of day 1 of panels.
Believe it already?
I know, crazy, right?
Oh my goodness.
Feels like I just woke up. That's not true. But we have a lot coming up your way. Still coming up. What is coming up, Jess?
At 2 p.m., we'll hear from 2 brilliant women, Margaret Haig and Karis Baker, on innovation in healthcare.
Yep.
And we'll close out the day with today's keynote presentation featuring motocross world champion and esports CEO Steffi Bao. That one I'm so looking forward to. I really can't wait for that one.
Oh, she's absolutely inspiring. But make sure, if you haven't yet, download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with panels, presentations, special events, and everything happening on campus. If you haven't downloaded it yet, I don't know what you're doing and how you're figuring it out.
Well, you should probably head to the App Store or the Google Play Store and search Full Sail to get the app right now.
Ooh, found it.
See how easy that was?
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration.
Alrighty, now it's time to check in with my best friend Shay and see, has she climbed the rock wall yet? She said she was too scared to race me because I'm so good at it.
What is she doing?
I think she's hiding. She's hiding. She's hiding from someone.
What?
Hi, it's me, Shay, and I'm back here on the Full Sail University backlot for some trivia. Gentlemen, enter the arena. Today we have Zach, we have Matt from the Full Sail University Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, and we have some trivia questions. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I am a sir now. That's fine. So this bell, you have to ring this to be able to be called on. We have our producer back there. She's going to be counting. Are you ready? Who's going to win?
Me. No, Tammy, me. We'll see about that.
All right, let's put it to the test. Currently starring in The Last of Us and The Mandalorian, this popular actor is beloved by online audiences. And he's daddy.
Pedro, I don't know his last name, though. Is that close? Pascal.
Oh, my goodness!
Pedro
That's Pedro Pascal! One. Say it again.
Pedro Pascal.
There we go. If you're going to steal the Declaration of Independence, who would you call? Which actor?
Nicolas Cage.
Ding, 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 and Nicolas Cage is the correct answer. All right, another one. In this TV show, Rick Grimes wakes up from a coma to find himself in the middle of a zombie apocalypse with all of the dead people walking around. What is this show?
The Walking Dead.
Good job, good job, good job, good job. Oh no, you see a ghost. Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
All right, how about this one? Big Bird, Elmo, and friends all live on this street.
Sesame Street.
Oh my gosh, it's getting heated, it's getting heated. She used to be called Jenny from the Block, and she recently married Ben Affleck. Who is she?
Jennifer Lopez?
That's right, that's right, that's right. Okay, this is a tiebreaker. This is a big one. Who is the Full Sail University president?
Gary Jones.
That's right. Hey, can we get some applause? We got an amazing prize for you here. Oh, yeah, but don't worry, we also have a prize for you, Zach. And for now, oh yeah, open your bag, check it out, check it out. We got more prizes out here on the back lot. We're gonna be hanging out all day, but for now, let's hang out with my friend Tremaine. What's Tremaine doing?
I had been playing at church and all that kind of stuff growing up, but high school is when it finally clicked. I was listening to a Jill Scott record. That record was so great to me, and I was like, I want to make music for the rest of my life. My time at Full Sail, I learned so much because I didn't know what engineering was completely. My thought process was, I'm learning this to make my music production sound better so I don't have to hire somebody else to do it. But then I got good at it, so then people would hire me to do it. I ended up at Flight Time after Grammy Camp. We took the kids to a bunch of different studios in LA, and we ended up taking them to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis's studio. And so the studio manager was talking to me while we were waiting for Jimmy and Terry. And she was like, what do you do when you're not, called it babysitting the kids? And I was like, oh, I'm a producer, engineer, blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh, we're looking for a producer, engineer. I was like, well, here I am. And so we exchanged information, and that following February, randomly got a call, and she was like, meet me at this address at this time. I had no idea what it was. Ended up being 50th Grammy rehearsals with The Time and Rihanna. And that was almost my introduction to live, because I walked in and they were like, we need you to do Pro Tools edits, we need you to tech, we need you to, I ended up doing monitors, like got thrown into the fire, had no clue what I was doing. But they didn't know that. So the guys told the studio manager, they're like, we really like this guy. Let's try him out for a session. So turned around the next week and did a Ruben Studdard session for American Idol. And the guys grabbed me from there. And so I ended up staying there about 2 or 3 years. And that was one of the most amazing experiences ever. Just me in general, I like to stay in touch with people, like good people. That goes for studio and live. People I don't work with anymore, I'll shoot them a text every once in a while just to check in with them. I don't want anything, just seeing how you're doing. And that keeps you kind of fresh in their mind as well. So I always get a call for work randomly. I ended up with Bruno Mars through somebody I met at Grammy Camp. We stayed in touch over the years, and we were having Mariah rehearsal for South America, and the tour ended up getting canceled. But next door, Bruno was rehearsing, and I saw their road cases, and I was like, oh man, Andy's here. So I hit him up just to say hey, because I hadn't seen him in a couple years. And we ended up talking in the parking lot, and he was like, hey man, we're looking for a keyboard tech for this tour that's coming up. Would you be interested? And I was like, absolutely. So again, relationships. I tell the new grads and students, don't be closed-minded. All these opportunities have come because I'm open to them. Never thought I'd be stage managing anything ever. I thought I would be a studio rat forever. And all these opportunities have presented themselves because I was open to trying new things and just stretching my wings as far as they can go. And I still don't know if this is it, or am I gonna end up somewhere else doing some more crazy stuff that's completely unexpected.
Oh, yeah, we are back here at the EB lobby, and this is my friend Esteban, who I stole earlier. Esteban does not really know what is happening right now, but what we're going to do is play a game called Finish That Lyric. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
What do you think you have to do?
Finish the lyrics once you stop.
Oh my goodness, you're so smart. It's a good thing you're in here studying and educating yourself. So before we started, you said you're listening to a lot of 90s pop right now. So I'm going to sing a 90s pop song, and when I stop, you're going to continue. Are you ready for this?
Perfect.
Here we go. This is my favorite artist of all time. Mad Respect. Ooh. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Ooh, baby, baby, oops.
I did it again.
Oh! Not quite, my friend.
No.
Oops.
You think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above.
All right. Well, maybe Britney Spears is not quite your jam, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. I will give you a 0.25 point for that.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Are you confident about the next one?
Yes.
Are you big on top 40 music?
Not that much, but yes. Kind of. I listen to a lot of radio, so yeah.
All right. Have you heard of Miley Cyrus?
Yes.
Here we go. I'm going to sing this. Focus. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing.
No, I don't remember the rest of the.
This is a hint.
Take you by the hand.
Esteban, I don't know what's happening.
I know the first part of.
I can hold my own hand. You see, I can buy myself flowers. I can do things. You know what, Esteban? Here's what's going on. You are from Puerto Rico, yes. So we're gonna go a little crazy. Okay. Maybe this one you'll know. We're gonna sing some Luis Miguel. Okay. Does anyone know Luis Miguel? I'm gonna start. Si tú me hubieras dicho siempre la verdad, si hubieras respondido cuando te amé.
Si hubieras amado cuando te amé, la mejor mujer.
Si no supiste amar, ahora te puedes marchar. See, all I had to do was give you some Latin music. That is fine. You know what? You've been an amazing sport. Esteban, you know what? We have this present for you. This is a backpack, and it is from MSI. Check that out. Oh, you have to open it. Apparently, there's more stuff in there. I don't know what's in there. Tell me what's in there.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. I think this will help you in your music production world.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, don't thank me. Thank Jen. Jen.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Full Sail, also.
Well, that was awesome. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
Thank you.
And yeah, go make some music.
Thank you.
And yeah, sing to him in Spanish. But anyway. All right. Thank you so much, Asan. We'll see you later. Yeah, we should watch some Lori Brugger stuff because she's awesome. But yeah, with credits on films including Suicide Squad, Gravity, and Guardians of the Galaxy, 2000 computer animation grad Lori Brugger has an impressive resume to say the least. Let's learn more about Hall of Fame 3 inductee Lori Brugger.
I used to paint when I was in middle school and high school. I always liked characters. I always drew characters. I have notebooks just full of eyes, which was really creepy, actually. But I specialize in face rigging. I put muscles into the characters' faces and controls so that the animators can move a control and the character smiles or blinks. I like specializing in the faces. I think it's cool. It's such a complex world of anatomy and psychology and performance and character. Like, the face has got it all. I feel really weird because not everyone in the whole building knows what I do. I use myself as reference. I have a mirror on my desk, like right here. I'm always making faces into it. Not everybody gets the same opportunities that I've had, you know? Like, I basically got to work with George Clooney. I was waiting and lurking in the back shadows, sweating, and then, you know, one of the people in George Clooney's entourage was like, okay, we're ready for Lori. And I'm like, oh. And I was like, hello, hello. We're gonna do some poses with your face. He's like, okay, let's just get on with it. I'm like, okay. You know, basically there's this dome of lights and cameras, and there's Clooney and me, and I'm looking at him and I'm going, do this. And he'd go, and I'm like, okay, do this. And he's like, do what? And I'm like, look at my face. Do this. When I called my sister and told her that I was working on Harry Potter and she started screaming, that kind of made me go, oh, right. Like, this is this is a universe that people are like insane about. And Dobby, you know, he's a weird little ugly dude. And I like that I got to, you know, get my fingers in there and tweak his smile, you know, change the way that his eyes looked. And in the death scene, in the Dobby death scene, people started crying in the theater. And I was like, I was shocked. I was like, whoa, like this really means something. Like they love him, you know? And I definitely feel like I made a contribution to what he looked like and what he could do.
Oh, there's your name up on the screen. Alrighty. Welcome back to the EB Lobby. I am here with Lori Bruger, who is a super impressive grad with some really, really amazing credits. You just heard about it in the video. Shay Ryan, I don't know if you know her. She's one of our reporters out here, but she really wanted me to ask you, why would you do that to Dobby? And who gave you the right?
I didn't write it.
No, I know it wasn't you, but
little face.
Right, which broke hearts all over the world. But how have you been? This is your first time back to campus in a while, yeah?
Yeah, it's been about 3 years.
Okay.
So yeah, it's good. I need a little inspiration, so it's great to come and see everyone.
Oh, I love
doing all
that.
kinds of cool things and catching up.
I love that. And what are you working on right now? Anything you can talk about?
I'm working on Wonka, which is the new Timothée Chalamet movie.
We love Timothée Chalamet.
And it's the same director as Paddington.
Oh, cool. And you worked on Paddington.
Yeah, there's a little bit of synergy there.
Cool. Well, Lori and I are going to play a fun little game today. We're going to do some blind Pictionary. So we'll each pick a little card out of here that'll have something that we have to draw. And we can't look. And I have to draw with my left hand. And I'm a righty. So this is going to be super fun. So I'm going to let you pick first.
Well, the fact that we can't look at it sort of takes the pressure off.
Right. Because I don't know how bad it's going to be.
I can look at this, right?
Yes, you can look at it, and I'm going to look at mine. Oh, okay. All right. I got this.
Yeah, no pressure.
Okay.
Do we show them what we got?
Should we show the camera what our cards are? Okay, I don't want to see yours. Okay. Do you want to pick a new one since I saw yours? I saw hers before though. Oh.
You saw mine already.
Yeah, I did. Pick a new one. I'm closing my eyes. No cheating. It's an honor system.
Okay.
I was a Girl Scout, in case you can't tell.
Okay, you have to close your eyes. You have to close them.
My eyes are super closed. Does everybody know what Lori has to draw and I have no idea? Pumped. Okay. This is what I have to draw. Lori, don't look. No cheating. It's upside down. There we go. Okay, again, I'm a righty. Okay, so we're gonna go for it. And while we do this, I'm gonna ask Lori interview questions because that's so easy to do, right? So Lori, you live and work in the UK, yeah? Is it true? You do. She does.
I do.
And how is the UK work environment different than it is in the US? I don't know.
This is really hard.
This is super hard.
Hold on.
I don't think I'm doing a good job.
And then there's like a big. No, I gotta focus on this.
Are you drawing Mario? She's so much better than me. I think it's a Mario.
I'm just gonna make it really easy.
So, what's your favorite thing about the UK? Does it rain a lot? Does it rain a lot in the UK? I don't know what mine is, or what it looks like. I mean, I know what the item is. Am I allowed to tell her? Okay, it's supposed to be a computer. I think it just looks like a bunch of boxes. My guess is that it's Luigi, not Mario. I was close. You can tell she's a professional artist, right? What is your favorite thing at your workstation? Do you have a favorite item? We'll do another one.
My workstation is actually in my bedroom.
Ooh.
Right now.
The ultimate work from home.
And it's just full of like broken toys that my son brings me and asks me to fix.
Oh, and you're like, we'll glue it later. I promise.
And then I just put it.
And then everyone forgets about it. There you go.
When I'm like having conversations.
How old is your?
He's 6.
6. That's a fun age.
Are we doing another one?
We're going to do another one.
I'm winning this so far.
Yeah, you definitely, she's going to take the whole thing. Okay. I'm not cheating, I'm not. Damn it. Oh, do we want me to show the camera?
I'm not looking.
Great. This is going to go great. You can already tell. All right.
I know. Okay. A bit easier than the last one.
Okay, mine's harder than the last one, and I did horrible on the last one, so let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Do you like the food in the UK?
Oh my gosh, that's a loaded question.
Do you like bangers and mash? I've had it before. I like beans on toast.
I do, but I don't eat a lot of meat.
Oh, like
None.
for funsies, or is it like dietary restrictions, or?
I just haven't eaten meat since I was 12.
No way.
Yeah.
Like not even bacon?
How are you doing this? It's like so hard to like focus.
I don't know, and I think that I'm being possessed by the ghost of Da Vinci or something, because I don't know how I'm getting.
Okay, I'm done with mine. I'm done.
Okay.
Hey, wait, you got Mario.
Did it? It came out kind of good. I'm actually impressed with myself. Thank you. I don't know what yours is. A pond. A lily in a pond. A dog. A happy dog. A dessert. Tiramisu. That's my favorite dessert.
I thought it was easier, but I guess it's...
Oh, is it a cake? Is it a cupcake?
Should I tell
It's a donut. Is it a donut?
Donut.
It's a donut, like with sprinkles, and you got the little icing. I figured it out. Me and Lori have a new show coming out called What Are We Doing Here and Why Are We Drawing and Not Looking? So yeah, that's...
But do I like the food in the UK?
Yeah.
No.
No?
But I will say that it's much better than when I first moved there.
Okay, you adapted.
No, they got better.
Oh. So wait, no meat, but fish and chips, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malt vinegar or tartar sauce?
Tartar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I do both. Can't choose. Can't pick one dip in sauce. It's impossible. What are you looking forward to most this week during Hall of Fame? Anything in particular?
I don't know. I like hanging out with the students, you know, like they're so enthusiastic. And I like hanging out with the other Hall of Famers.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
for sure.
Yeah, just the people.
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
staff.
How big is the Hall of Famer family getting? It's kind of crazy now, right?
I heard yesterday that there's like 78 people. It's a lot.
78.
I don't know them all.
That is an awful lot. Well, we're so glad that you're here, and that we got to play this fun game, and we tied. We actually both kind of. Okay, and now we're going to talk about the cosplay contest that's coming up. Do you cosplay?
No.
No, me either. But let's learn a little bit more about it in this next video.
Hall of Fame Week's annual cosplay contest is a chance for students to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the Full Sail community. The contest, hosted by our campus cosplay club, invites students to strut their best looks in front of a panel of judges, all in hopes of being awarded best cosplay in categories including video games, film and television, anime, and more. Be sure to check it out during the week.
There it is. There's everybody out there partying it up in the
We
back.
see you. Wave to us. Say hi. Yeah, I see you, ladies.
Hi.
Hey, what's poppin'?
Oh,
yes,
oh.
girl. Yes, girl. Give me
That
all
is
that
awesome.
energy. I love to see it. Hi, everybody.
Hey, guy in the orange shirt, get off the phone.
Who are you
Get off
talking to? It
the
better be your
phone.
mother. If it's not your mother,
Get off the
you
phone.
better hang up that phone.
Thank you. Thank you for getting off the phone. I'm trying to talk to you.
It's Hall of Fame. We're busy here.
I like this guy's shirt too. I am Hope. What is
Oh,
going on
I like
with the
that
dancing
shirt too.
over here?
I don't know. This guy's wave was that. Yeah, he's walking away now, but that wave was
Oh, it's
intense.
Haifa
Yes.
over there. Hi, Haifa. We also have
we
the
love
sheriff
Haifa.
is here, so do not do anything silly. Or that sheriff, as you can see, is very strict.
Haifa is also walking around with one of my favorite people ever, Phoebe Elefante. Hi, Phoebe. I see you. It's Jess Ryder. You're my favorite instructor at Full Sail.
Oh, don't tell
Yes,
Beth that.
so much
do
love.
not tell Beth that.
I'm kidding. After every single MCBS instructor.
And Emily, and oh,
Emily,
you're
right,
so
yeah.
in trouble right
Okay,
now.
has anybody ever talked to Phoebe? She's brilliant.
I don't know who Phoebe is.
She's brilliant. Get to know her.
No, but seriously, have fun out there, everybody. Take advantage of all the things to do during Hall of Fame. It is so much fun. Seriously, my favorite time of year.
Honestly.
It's a blast. And the thing is, not only are there food trucks, not only are there panels, presentations, there's things to win.
Things you can win, and it's not just for students here on campus. Are you watching online?
Yes.
Obviously, hi.
Check out, scan that
Scan
QR
that
code.
QR code.
Use hashtag FullSailHOF.
And you can win some incredible
I mean, look at that
prizes.
fanny pack. Look at those glasses.
Yeah, we'll send you that.
Did you know that those glasses change color?
Yeah, I didn't know until I ran into Leilani out in the back lot, and she just had like purple, and I was like, wait, they changed?
And some of them are purple, some of them are blue. Like, they're all different. You don't know what you're going to get.
Talk about supernatural,
I know. Look at that hat. Look at that embroidery on that hat.
I know. It's like it's glittery. It's so nice.
Yes, glittery is nice.
I'm gonna give mine to my dad because 13 is his lucky number.
Oh, well,
so,
that's nice
Yeah,
of
he'll,
you.
he'll wear it around his complex, and people will go, "Oh, cool hat," and he'll go, "Yeah, my daughter works at Full Sail." He loves to say that.
That's so cute. Yeah, I don't really get the hats. I'm not a hat girl.
No?
Not a hat girl. But you know, I'll fanny pack it all day long though.
Ooh, I do like the fanny pack. Keep all your goodies inside.
Anywho.
But yeah, make sure that you're connecting with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat.
It's the TikTok.
And the TikToks.
The TikToks, as I like to call it.
So much has already happened this week during Hall of Fame. Let's take a look at some highlights. Over the weekend, Hall of Fame week kicked off with Hall of Game Paragon, the latest installment of our annual esports exhibition. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to watch Armada varsity teams compete against returning alumni in games of Valorant, Smite, and Overwatch, while audience members cheered on their favorite players from the crowd. Look at that. Look at how excited they were for their teammates. The event also featured free play gaming stations courtesy of MSI, Red Bull racing simulators, live streamers, and a community Smash Brothers tournament. And outside the venue, students enjoyed additional giveaways, free play gaming stations, and food trucks. We love the food trucks. And back in the venue, Armada teams commanded the stage, taking the win in all three main stage face-offs. And during the show, as you just saw, 5 Armada athletes and community members were awarded a total of $50,000 in scholarships on behalf of Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. So go check it out, watch it back. It was such an awesome show, and my jacket was sick.
Your Stevie Nicks or your country jacket?
My Stevie, we're calling it Stevie Nicks. If I had just come out at the intro and sung Landslide, there wouldn't be all this confusion about whether or not I'm a up-and-coming country artist, but I'm not.
But not only did we have Hall of Game Paragon, we also had the ever popular Full Sail Career Fair return to Full Sail Live on Monday. This gave the students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as the Walt Disney Company, Milwaukee Bucks, Murphy Lighting Systems, Claire Global, Hearst Television, and many more. Now, Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers.
I love that. I love on Monday when we just see everybody coming out of the venue dressed to the nines with their folders, with their resumes in it, just ready to network, ready to connect. And we heard yesterday that employers are so impressed with how prepared Full Sail students are, and that's because we're ready to prepare you for the industry, right?
Absolutely.
Real world experience is no joke here.
And even if they're not ready to graduate yet and they're over that 90 days, it's good to start practicing how to interview and just, you know, how to talk to a professional and really present yourself. Because first impressions matter.
And make sure you connect with career development when you're getting close to
Absolutely.
graduation. There's tons of ways that they can help you out to be more prepared. So
Absolutely.
take advantage. Career Network, our career development is a lifelong service. So you can reach out to them even if you graduated 10, 15 years ago, and they'll help you jumpstart. What are you looking for, a career pivot? Call Career Development.
Right. What's their number? 1-800-CAREER-DEVELOPMENT?
You can find it on the Full Sail website, fullsail.edu, because I don't know the number, Tracy.
1-800-CAN-ROCK, and just tell them you'd like to be connected to career development. Did you know that that's our phone number too?
What?
1-800-CAN-ROCK.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
It's like old
awesome.
school. Anyway, what's happening next, Jess?
And you can hear Tracy's voice when you call because she's the operator.
Only if you're on hold. Only if you're on hold.
But we'll try not to leave you on hold. All right, next up, we've got 1994 recording arts grad Carlton Lynn, who has an impressive 20-year career as a mix and recording engineer, which includes a pair of Grammy Awards and credits on albums by Madonna, The Roots, Aretha Franklin, and more. Let's learn some more about Carlton in this next video.
What I like most about my job is just the creative aspect, being able to just mold something. So if it's 80% of the way, I want to give it that, you know, that last 20% or the last 15%. I consider myself as the finisher. I graduated around Halloween of '94. So a month before, I think it was our fall break or Labor Day break, drove up to Atlanta from Orlando. My original plan was to come, I was gonna work at Southern Tracks because Brendan O'Brien was doing his thing. So I'm gonna go to that studio, gonna intern and work for Brendan O'Brien and Nick Didia. So went there, and you know, Mike Clark was the studio manager and owner. He's like, well, you know, you can come here, but I don't really, there's a lot of guys in front of you, the queue's kind of long, so I'd go check out these other studios, which I already had on my list. So I ended up going to the Dallas Austin studio. It was a amazing place. It was kind of like a Beetlejuice set, a lot going on, had really good energy. So they told me, when you come to Atlanta, give us a call and start interning. So I did that, and you had to get in where you could fit in at the time. So that's what I did. I unloaded trucks for UPS during the day, come in and work at the studio all night long till the wee hours of the morning. But I was really fortunate and got on and started getting paid within like a few months. So I think by January or February of the following year, I started doing sessions. And shortly after that, actually, Leslie Brathwaite got me on, and I started working with Leslie in Dallas on a day-to-day basis. So I tell people I spent my 20s in the studio, and in one particular studio, like literally my whole life was in that studio, so I don't even really remember my 20s as anything but being in the studio. So, and that's like all day, all night kind of thing. So, my first credit was the Panther soundtrack. It was Usher and Monica had a duet on that album. We cut live drums and a bunch of other live instruments there. When you're in the studio with real talent, like amazing singer like Monica or Leona Lewis, and you get, you know, your hair stands up on your arm because they just sound so amazing. And that's when you're like, okay, this is pretty cool. I'm getting paid to do this. This is awesome. So, yeah. The TLC, the fan mail album, I didn't realize at the time how big it was going to be. Each session, and as the song progressed, I realized, well, this is an amazing song. This is going to be a big song, but didn't realize how big the album was until it really got released. I was just going along and working and just doing the sessions. And I think Leslie's probably the glue. Leslie can work the room really well. You have many things going to have multiple songs being recorded, so we'd have both rooms going. So Tion could be able to doing her parts with Leslie, and Chili could be doing the parts with me. So it just kind of, it worked out right. It was like a nice team effort, and luckily it came out, you know, amazing. Winning the TLC Grammy, that was once in a lifetime thing. And I was like, cool, that was something. And and the latest one last year for Lecrae, that was just kind of a surprise. I just would have never guessed that. And I was like, that's just kind of icing on the cake. I just thought that I won the Grammy in 1999. I was like, but then I won another. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So it's kind of wild. I think it's imperative, if you have a dream, you got to find people that are going to help. You can't do it on your own. You got to go out and make contacts and get people to help you. And then I appreciate the Phil Tans, the Leslie Brathwaites, the Monica Tanians, the Rick Shepherds, and even all the assistants that were at DART when I came up. When I look back, it's just the family and the friends that helped me get to where I am now. That's what kind of goes through my head. I took steps I thought I should take, and it worked. So I just feel like, okay, I'm here, and I feel blessed to be able to do what I want to do and get paid for it. Maybe if I do anything different, it's going to be in the music business and more of business level and starting a new venture or whatever. But right now, I'm just going to mix records and have fun. So.
Tremaine. How you guys doing today? Woo-hoo.
Yeah, I'm great.
All right, so normally here at Full Sail, we're a family, but so we got to play Family Feud, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, we're feuding.
You know this game?
I think so, yes.
You know this game?
Absolutely. You're Steve Harvey.
Hang out with me. So, in this game, we have surveyed 100 Full Sailors, and we have asked them the top things for each question. So this is less about opinion, more about what you think that everybody else said. So you gotta think like the sheeples.
Okay.
All right. Number 1. Oh, also, you gotta ring the bell. Name things that people lie about on their resumes.
Job experience. First job.
Okay, that's not the top answer, so would you like to try for the top answer?
Education.
Education was the top answer, so he's gonna get this point.
Does he know this because he lied? Okay.
We want to talk to you about the Hall of Fame that you're inducted into, sir.
So maybe that's the top thing people lie about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, number 2. So you have a chance to come back, sir. When you hear a noise coming from your basement, what do you pray that it is not?
Ghost.
That's up there, but...
Leaking water.
What? Okay, I would go with murderer personally, because a ghost you could punch through, right? It was, number 1 answer was another person, but the second one was ghost, followed by animals, followed by a flood. You were on the board, sir. All right. How can you tell that the person next to you is in the car listening to music?
They're bobbing their head.
That's number 2.
They're yelling.
Lips are moving was number 1, so we're going to give this one to Carlton. There was also head bobbing, or bobbing, you can hear it, or your fingers were tapping. Okay, so Christmas spirit. What's something that people do to get in the Christmas spirit?
Listen to All I Want for Christmas.
By the legendary Mariah Carey. Yes, actually, that's literally number 1. It's just listening to Mariah Carey.
I'd like to thank my boss for torturing me and having to listen to that song for the last 10 years. It's great. It's great.
Can you give us like a line from that? Just the high-pitched one, please. I think we just shattered some glass. Shattering glass ceilings with your voice, sir. Name something that a rock musician might do during a concert that would look really funny if a classical musician did it.
Break their instrument?
That's on there. Would you like to guess?
So ask the question again one more time.
Name something a rock musician might do during a concert that would look really silly if a classical musician did it.
That's a good question. Jump. Stage dive. That's what stage dive.
The number 1 answer is scream. But I say, open up this pit! But okay, I don't think that's fun. Going off music still, because it seems like you guys like music, you're in that industry. Name a musical instrument made out of wood.
Violin?
The second answer, you're really good at getting the other ones. What about number 1 answer?
Guitar?
That is the number 1 answer. All right. So you're winning right now. I think we got another one, though. You're at a party where you don't know anyone. How are you going to pass the time?
Look at my phone?
Okay, that's not even on there, but that's what I would do too. Who did we survey?
Right, I don't know.
We surveyed Gen X, apparently.
A drink.
That is the number one answer. Ding, 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 ding. What else do you think might be on there?
I really don't know. I don't know, yeah. What else? What are the other answers?
There's also dance, eat, watch TV, introduce yourself, listen to music.
Okay. I was gonna say video games, but I guess that's kind of weird at a party, right?
I mean, I feel like I would just sit down in the middle of the party and be like, where is the cat? Where is the dog? I want to hang out with the animals. All right, we got one more before we're gonna go over to a video with my girl, Margaret. Which of the 7 dwarves describes how you feel after a couple of drinks?
Sleepy.
That's the third answer. What do you say?
I don't know their names. Smiley? Happy?
There we go! Happy was the number one answer. All right, well, unfortunately, I think you did win. But we can bring you back and do this again.
Can I get a t-shirt as a consolation prize?
Absolutely, I would take this shirt off my body right now and give it to you. But it's a little sweaty, you don't want it.
We'll wait.
All right, well, that's it for now. We got more games coming up. For now, we're going to go to my favorite pink-haired inductee, Miss Margaret.
I had gone to a traditional college, which was Penn State. I remember wanting to get into graphic design, but they only accepted 9 people a year, and you had to have a portfolio to do that. And I didn't have any of those things. All through high school, I was drawing. I was constantly like being creative and doing stuff. But when I had gone to Penn State, like I think I kind of abandoned a lot of that stuff. But I still had the hunger, to just be creative and do something. I think at like 26 years old, I just packed up everything and came to Florida, and I don't know, started a new life, I suppose. When I started my class sessions, like I hadn't touched a computer in God, I don't know how long, The one thing I really liked about going to school here is that it wasn't about handing in the best looking thing. It was about like your work ethic. And if you like met your deadlines and you were like really into like the work itself, you were rewarded for that. Every free night I had, I would come home and practice my craft. And I would start actually by finding things that I didn't understand. So like I would see these amazing visual designs and I'd be like, how does someone do that? And so I would take it and try to recreate it. So I did that a lot. All of a sudden, like my muscle memory was like starting to make stuff. And I think the first time in my life, I was like, I can't believe I made that. I've had several people in my career that I think have helped me become who I am today. I've been working at USA Today and now at Capital One with, his name is Eamon Burke, and he has been one of the best managers that I've ever had. I look up to him so much because I don't know how he handles it all. He is a father of 2 kids. He's a husband. He is a senior manager. He is a professor. I have a cat, and that's exhausting. I don't know how he does all of this and remains so calm and collected and being like, things will work out. I want to be like that.
Some of the biggest things that stood out about Margaret at an early stage in her career, especially at USA Today, were more so around just the creativity level she could bring to her work. But in addition to that, the passion level she brought to her work. And I've seen that level of passion evolve over time. Initially when we first met Margaret, it was very much visual design oriented. Her illustration skills, her UI skills, her ability to kind of bring in branding elements to the design work at USA Today. Through the time that we worked together at Capital One, where it evolved to being more centric around the user experience and the user's needs. Her ability to kind of have a really strong amount of empathy for our users and the customers of Capital One and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, Margaret could definitely relate to that.
I started working on this product called CreditWise, and this was huge for Capital One. And they were like, we're gonna make a free tool for everyone and anyone can download it. And it doesn't matter if you're a customer or not. I think I remember my first day and you do competitive research. And I had the moment of, I was like, I'm scared to check my credit score. And that spoke volumes to me. I downloaded another app, just to check my credit score. And I remember like feeling, oh my gosh. And then it was like, well, what are other people feeling?
At Capital One, we all had to conduct our own user lab studies. And Margaret was in the room with the user. We were all behind a sort of 2-way mirror watching the interaction. And we were learning about like how customers view their credit scores or whatever it may be. And Margaret just had this really strong way to kind of connect with people in those interviews. You know, really having like a deep interrelated conversation with someone she's never met before in her life. And it got the user so comfortable that we could learn a ton about their personal opinions. So Margaret had a really strong ability to kind of relate to people in that sense.
I have a personal mission to help people through tech. And how do I translate that? How do I make people feel like they're in control? I don't necessarily know where I'll be in 10 years, but I feel like that place that I'm going to be is probably a pretty special one.
I love that video. I'm such a big fan of Margaret, aren't you, Tracy?
Yes, she's just so talented and so personable.
Yeah, and just like
It's
down
awesome.
to earth. Every time I've ever spoken to her, it's been a nice conversation.
And her
so-
hair color changes every week.
And you guys can get to know her a little bit better because next up we'll head into today's 2 p.m. panel featuring the brilliant Hall of Fame 8 inductee Margaret Haig and one of this year's inductees, Karis Baker, as they discuss the innovation of healthcare through emerging technologies, including extended reality, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and more.
I like to keep very active creatively. It's important for me to stay sharp in those ways, to have an outlet, and something that action. Hey, you. Yeah, you right there. I just want to tell you that you can come see me. There's an app in my hand. There's an invisible phone. There's an app. You should come find me. My name is Karis Baker. I'm a game artist. And if you like art, if you like games, I would love to teach you more about what I did in my career that has me on this couch. This is real, and you could be me one day. Well, you can't be me, but you could be the person on this couch. They probably will have a different couch by then. They might not even have a couch. It might be a chair next time. But the point is, you should come see me at Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it. I'm a game artist, and I used my game skills to do real world stuff like space and medicine and like video games and stuff. I don't know. We can talk about it. Attend a panel. Go do something else. Walk faster.
Everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Dr. Rebecca Leese.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, thank you. All right, we have our two panelists today. We have Alejandro Garcia Tuñón, and then we also have Michael Edelman. All right. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you all for attending live in person, and then also to our online audience outside in the Streamland. Today is our Tech Tuesday panel, and we're going to talk today about UI and UX for gaming, user interface and user experience. My name is Dr. Rebecca Leese. My title is that I'm a program director for the Computer Science Bachelor's Program and the User Experience Bachelor's Program as well, and a couple other programs here, Computer Science Masters, a whole bunch of other ones. For everyone here, we're going to be streaming this live on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook, and then we will also have it available later as well. So let's get into our panel. I'm going to have each one of our panelists kind of do a little bit of an introduction of their own, talk a little bit about their background. All right, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. I'm Alejandro Garcia Tuñón. I'm the Director of Technology at Ghost Punch Games. I started out in military simulation back in 2005, but I pretty quickly went into the game industry, starting at Vicarious Visions. Then I worked at a studio in South Florida called Darkside Game Studios, where I was the lead programmer, and I worked at Magic Leap as the head of technology operations for Magic Leap Studios, which was like the game development department of Magic Leap. And I joined Ghost Punch as a partner at the beginning of 2019. And so we started out, it was 5 employees, and we're approaching 50 at this point.
All right, fantastic. Cool. What about you, Michael?
Hi, everyone. So I'm Michael Edelman. I graduated 2005 digital media, and then I also graduated 2015 in mobile development. Let's see here. After I graduated 2005, I actually worked for Full Sail. I was a front-end dev working on FullSail.com, along with like LA recording schools and LA film. So I was able to contribute a lot in terms of the development there. But eventually, I was recruited into AAA gaming by EA, and so I worked on Madden 08. I was lead interface designer for NFL Tour. After that, I worked in sports for about 6 or 8 years or so, and so I was actually building fantasy game experiences, second screen experiences, working with teams for scouting analysis tools, and it was really rewarding work in terms of just kind of seeing how some of these teams were able to use the tools that I was creating with other people, of course, but actually ending up in positive results for their performance. And so I eventually got out of sports and got back into gaming. And so I worked on Madden 21, Madden 20. I've also worked in Web3 and crypto space as well, with the last title that I worked on was just Photo Finish Live. And yeah, that's quite a bit, but happy to be here.
Awesome. All right. So now we're going to go into our questions. First question is, what are some of the best practices for designing user interfaces in games? All right.
So I can't speak to design too much. I always come from a technical perspective, but when you're developing something for consoles, the Nintendo Switch or PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, there is a set of documents that define technical requirements for those platforms. And so my recommendation always to a UI designer is from the very beginning, look at those technical requirements, because it's going to inform the rest of it. And it's simple things like respecting screen space, so you can't put stuff right at the edges, and no overlapping text, and no blank screens for X amount of time, so you can't have a blank screen for longer than 30 seconds or whatever the number is. So it's just understanding those technical requirements of the platform that you're going to before or while considering the design process at the beginning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry about that. So yeah, from the technical requirements, when we talk about my experience with mobile gaming in particular, there's human interface guidelines, and so there's those tech requirements as well that we try to abide by. But when we're using tools like Unity to go ahead and actually have one code base that we can distribute across multiple platforms, some of that goes out the window a little bit. That said, what we try to do is make sure that we provide user agency, that the interface is intuitive. So onboarding is critical when we're introducing that user to the game experience. But then there's also ensuring retention and funneling the user to make sure that we hit that core loop in terms of the game experience as well.
Fantastic. All right, so next question is, how can we make sure the user experience is consistent across different platforms and devices?
Okay, so I could definitely touch on that. So in terms of the user, so every platform is uniquely different. And so the thing is, I don't think that there's one particular UX that works across the board. And we were talking about this earlier, so Alejandro touched on that. That said, I think there's certain consistencies or cohesiveness that we could aim for. So in particular, when we were working on Madden, we're working on next gen along with current gen, but we're also working on PC as well. And so it's the same UI that transcends across, but we're just going ahead and binding it to different inputs. And so some of that gets lost in translation in terms of the user experience, but then we try to go ahead and fill those gaps with prompting and hinting and anything else we can do to kind of assist.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing that happened in like early mobile days was when trying to port or core game experiences into a handheld or a mobile space is kind of the virtual analog sticks, right?
Yep.
And that we found pretty quickly was a mistake, right? It doesn't translate directly. That UI just does not translate directly. So it's like it became a lesson of like finding the right experience for the platform that you are developing on or using.
Definitely. And that's the thing too, is like we're kind of seeing this emergence of, or not emergence, but we got VR, we have AR, and so there's this whole new introduction into how do we go ahead and actually build those user interfaces for those experiences as well, and it's not necessarily a one-to-one. So there's a lot to be taken into account there.
Yeah, trying to find a complementary UI, UX across devices versus competitive, right? Okay, so next question is, what are some of the effective methods for collecting data on user experiences in games?
So from my experience, a lot of the collection was about transitions, inputs, basically understanding what the player is doing. What buttons do they click? How much time do they spend on a single screen? And all that stuff gets collated and sent to a database. I can't speak much to the analysis of that data. I was always just collecting the data. I don't know if you have any insight into.
Yeah, no, I could definitely touch on that. I think before we get to the telemetry in game, though, there's a lot of just research that's done beforehand, and so we're doing a lot of competitive analysis and everything else. But then from there, can we touch on the question one more time?
Sure. Sorry. What are some effective methods for collecting data on user experiences?
So through those focus groups and being able to do diary studies, so we're testing gameplay, we're testing retention. The biggest thing at the end of the day is making sure building a game can sometimes actually be quite easy once you get up to launch. I think a lot of the hard work is done on the retention side of things, especially in a live ops or mobile game strategy. And so then being able to work with the hooks that Alejandro was talking about, we're able to go ahead and then take that data and make informed decisions and iterate on the experience based off of what we're seeing. So when we're looking at DAU versus MAU, so daily average user versus monthly average user, cost per install, ARPDAU, those are all metrics that a lot of companies look at to make a determination if this game is successful. And so it's important in terms of the user interface that we're working cross-functionally with all teams to make sure that we are hitting those milestones. Well, not milestones, but we're moving the needle in the right direction as to where we need to get.
All right.
So yeah, one of the things that I always found interesting during development as well was when deciding what data to collect, because usually it's the more data the better. You can find out more. But really the point of the data is not the data itself, but it's the ability to answer questions. And so you oftentimes want to know those questions ahead of time. And sometimes you don't know those questions ahead of time. So it's always finding that line of like, do you collect more data and then figure out the questions later? Or do you know the questions ahead of time and only implement that data, but possibly miss out on, missed opportunity on information you could have had? There's also like a non-zero cost to the analysis part of it, to converting data once it's in the database and cleaning it up. So I don't think there's a single easy answer to that, and you just kind of got to figure out what works with the resources that you have and the questions that you need to answer.
Yeah, and to touch on that too, just a little bit more is when we talk about focus groups, there's different kinds of focus groups. We could bring them in and actually go ahead and interact with them, provide them a scripted test. But there's also the social platforms too, and then there's Discord. So on the last title that I was working on, we had a direct channel with the Discord community, and we were building the game in real time with them. And there's something to be said there, because once the player realizes that they have a direct tie to those who are creating the game, it just creates that loyalty, and then they go ahead and actually want to contribute more. And so that feedback is critical to our success, ensuring that we're making a super fun experience that isn't as frustrating as it can be.
So kind of going off that a little bit, how can any kind of game developer or designer or anybody take feedback and implement it back into their game? Like, what is that process like, and what is good feedback versus bad feedback, and like, how do you determine which things to bring back into your game?
Yes.
No, honestly, it's a very good question. It's a very difficult question to answer, because I don't know that there is a way to do it. It's understanding the product, I think, understanding what you want the user to experience, and so it's going to be different. It's going to be different every time. And part of that analysis is understand, like you mentioned, what is good data. Just because someone answers a survey and said, this is wrong with this should be this, that doesn't mean that's actually true. Maybe it was a one-off experience, or maybe that person was having a bad day, or maybe, any number of factors could have contributed to that data point. And so you need to understand, is it consistent over time? Is it, there's so many variables that can go into that there's just no one good answer to it.
I'm still thinking. So that's the thing. Alejandro's on point. Like it's different and depending on the context. But for us, I could definitely talk to Photo Finish Live. It was just one of those things where we were able to gauge player sentiment quickly through those channels, and they were able to go ahead and voice their frustrations. So we would be able to prioritize certain hot patches or fixes, or hot fixes, I mean. We'd have it rolled out in a day or two. And so then we could go ahead and alleviate that frustration, and then we get some positive sentiment, and then we could go ahead and continue on working on our new features while also handling bugs.
So we were talking about AI tools before we walked out on stage. Do
Yes.
you use any kind of AI tools like sentiment analysis, natural language processing when you're collecting feedback, or do you use AI tools in different ways?
So I've been experimenting with AI in many different ways. So like I've been working with ChatGPT for a little bit about a month and a half, 2 months, give or take. But I've also been exploring with like other AI tools. So when I'm looking for questions to ask in a survey, like in foundational questions, I'll go to ChatGPT and say, hey, in this context, for this type of game, what questions are best for an onboarding survey? But there's other AI tools that are quite scary. And so, like, in terms of UiZard, Galileo AI, there's a few that can generate user interface. And so then you get into question, like, why are we learning how to do design? Because if we have AI that could go ahead and generate design based off these prompts, or existing user interfaces and building additional screens that are derived from that user interface. I'm getting to a good point here. So the thing is, at first, I was thinking to myself, well, I'm going to be jobless in about a year or two. But then I started to realize that it actually makes my job easier for myself. It allows me to ideate. It allows me to conceptualize quicker. And so some folks don't have the affordability of working with large teams, but we still have to deliver similar expectations. And so it gives us the ability to deliver on that. And I'm thankful for it.
So, but if you take it one step deeper, yeah, I mean, it is making your job easier, and it might put some people out of a job, right? Because it is making individuals more efficient. But if you think about it, the AI is not reasoning itself to that conclusion, right? It's using a data set that was previously generated by people who did reason to that conclusion.
Precedents, yeah.
Right? So if you're only ever using AI to generate new content, there's going to be no new content.
Right.
Because it's only using what's out there, with some variations and mutations and everything. But real innovation, I think, it's going to have to happen with people.
I definitely agree. And in terms of I spoke on the UXR panel earlier this morning too, but in terms of that research and being able to take a look at that qualitative versus quantitative data, it really does help to have that human approach and being able to go ahead and make informed decisions based off that.
Fantastic. Okay. So next question is, how can we design the user interface to be accessible to players with disabilities?
So there's a lot that gets taken into account there, and so the thing is like when we talk about accessibility and disabilities, there's so many. The first that comes to mind is like color blindness in terms of contrast. So ensuring that we have visual contrast. I think the year was 2006, and I was sitting in lab. I think it was in Building 2. And I was designing this interface, and the question came up. I was like, why are you designing in grayscale? And I've always, for some odd reason, I met a designer years ago, probably like in 2003, and it just stuck with me. But it helps in terms of the visual weighting and ensuring that there's contrast, right? And then you could go ahead and overlay on top of that grayscale with, we have adjustment layers in Photoshop or even in Figma, and so then you could colorize that interface off of that. And so foundationally, I'm just ensuring that I have a good balance in terms of the whole entire user interface that is being presented. And I still do that to this day. It's just something that stuck with me.
I think a lot of game devs have a very similar story like that. Working on Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, when we were designing the user interface, for those who aren't familiar, it's a game that has 4 characters, and you can have up to 4 players playing on, couch co-op, 4 different characters on screen at the same time. And so distinguishing between which character was yours. Yes. When we initially implemented, we had a designer sit in front of it and say, how am I supposed to know which one's mine? We're like, you look at it, because that's yours. Like, no, but they're all the same. They weren't all the same. They were all different colors. Yes. He just could not perceive the different colors. So that's always an important thing to take into account.
And to that point, though, it's tough because we tend to reserve certain colors for user agency, right? So, like in terms of communicating an error versus success, positive, negative affirmation. When we start to introduce other colors, it's like it does become a challenge, but there's tools out there that we utilize. Mm-hmm. And so we're able to run through, there's a 3M visualizer tool. There's also plugins for Figma, Adobe XD that can go ahead and do contrast checking. On top of that, if there's making sure that hierarchy is clear in the user interface, like if you just have a whole bunch of content that is disorganized or not visually grouped, you're not really guiding the user towards where they need to get. And so there's a lot of thought that goes into it. And to touch on accessibility, I know we just talked about color blindness and contrast, but in Madden, we were talking about couch play as well. Communication. So like those that aren't able to be able to talk over microphone, like there's still keyboard or the ability to pull up K-pop and then interface through that. System message, or not system message, but predetermined messaging. So like you see that in mobile, like, congrats, good game, stuff like that. It's just ways to kind of allow for that player to be able to communicate effectively.
One thing that can be taken into account, depending on who your audience is also manual dexterity.
Yes.
So, for example, children have smaller hands, and some people don't have two hands. I think it was even Microsoft, it wasn't too long ago that they admitted like Control-Alt-Delete as a core input, it was a mistake. It was a mistake because someone may have difficulty actually. You need two hands that are spread apart to be able to do that. And yeah, that's just something else to take into account. It's manual dexterity.
But there is a big movement in terms of making sure that we are targeting accessibility. There's also a big push on, or not a big push. It's warranted. But in terms of diversity and inclusion as well. And so the thing is, there's just a lot of conversations that are happening at high level at a lot of gaming companies that we're just trying to go ahead and make sure that the game teams are doing their due diligence to go ahead and make sure that we're accounting for those things.
I would like to also add that one of the things that I experienced when I was working in nuclear power plant setups is that red and green don't always mean good and bad.
True.
And people who are, red green colorblind often can't work in nuclear power plants because red and green mean certain things in those settings. So even in games, sometimes we think of color blindness as this more of okay, cool, we need to work on this for the experience and to have a better experience, but sometimes it's actually a safety critical issue too. So having those types of things taken into account. And then there's a lot of really interesting things related to accessibility where we're seeing that a lot of the things that we think of as accessibility features are actually now going to be the standard, because a lot of people are finding that even though they don't particularly have a disability, they also enjoy that particular feature. So for example, closed captioning. I watch closed captioning on Netflix all the time, even though I'm not hearing impaired. It's mostly because I have a hard time processing audio information. So having closed captions really helps me be able to experience that particular show a little bit better. So. Mm-hmm. All right, so next question is, what are some common mistakes to avoid when designing user interfaces in games?
There's a lot. The thing is attention to detail, right? We see ship titles and we see failures for companies when they release stuff all the time. Mistakes happen. We learn from those failures, right? But punctuation, and copy is critical. If you're showing numbers, actually you have your comma delimited. I mean, stuff like that matters. But on top of that too is just try to not oversaturate the screen with content or overwhelm the user with too much. So in terms of abstracting those concepts and into more digestible chunks, does it warrant being all on one single screen, or can we break that up into a carousel flow? There's so many considerations, right? The other thing we just touched on is contrast, right? We see a lot of UI that gets shared on our social networks, and it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, aesthetically, spot on. Usability-wise, not so much. And so the thing is, we, as students that go to school or we're learning and wanting to get inspired, we see this and we try to go ahead and actually replicate it, right? But that's only half the battle. You still have to work through a lot of the friction points and the pain points and everything else, and that's important. So,
I want to get your opinion on something.
Yeah.
I have a personal pet peeve with games that use a controller with joysticks and replicate the mouse reticle.
Yeah.
Popular games right now, Destiny 2, the new Hogwarts Legacy game, where there's an actual thing that you're moving around with a joystick. I personally think that's a bad choice. What do you think?
I tend to agree. I mean, because the thing is, from a fidelity perspective, it's kind of annoying, right? And so the thing is that the more frustrated you get playing a game, the less you want to play it, right? And so rather than force that user into a particular mechanic, provide options, right? And so if they can go into their settings and choose some alternative way of navigating. But in terms of the pointer itself, I definitely agree that the fidelity is not there in terms of with controller support. There's some really cool stuff though, controller-wise, that is just like, I'm going to go on a tangent here, but when the PS5 came out with the force feedback and the haptics and everything else, that's another thing to touch on accessibility-wise. It's not just the user interface or what is being presented on screen. We're talking about the experience as well, how we determine giving feedback through the controller, and so that feedback is critical in certain types of games, right? So it's been fun kind of exploring technology and seeing where technology is taking us to make games more immersive and more fun.
Yeah,
I say fun a lot.
So we're making games, right? It's supposed to be fun.
Exactly.
I would like one game that stands out to me with using that haptic trigger is the Ratchet and Clank, the newest Ratchet and Clank game. Did such a fantastic job with that.
Yeah.
Where different zones are, almost each weapon has a completely different haptic zone setup. It's fantastic.
I'm going to go a little bit off script here.
Okay.
So what about like peripherals and other like controllers for like VR? Like how do you feel like that is incorporated into the UI UX experience?
That's like a whole subject matter.
Yeah.
Is input in like extended reality platforms. While at Magic Leap, a lot of the research that we did was with regarding that, and in that research, one of the things that we had to figure out is like what does a UI look like for a game? What does a UI look for? And there's a lot of things that are common that we kind of take for granted in games, like. For example, if you have a game where someone is fighting someone else, they get hit and then they die. Okay, pretty common setup. You have a player, and most likely, if they're getting hit and then they die, they have a health bar. Okay, the health bar is probably on the top left, usually, or the bottom left, in some corner. It's usually either red or green. When you get hit, it goes down. When it gets to 0, the player dies. Like those are all things that are kind of taken for granted, and that language exists in the world for something like mixed reality, where you are now the character, or you may now be the character. When you're getting hit, like how do you represent that health? I mean, is it an object on the table that is now like a health bar, but you can't guarantee that the player or the user is always going to see that because it's on the table now, and something following you around may feel strange as well. Even simple things like the color red for health. Like if it's an object that's red and it's representing your health, that's sort of like blood. And is that too visceral? And does that make people uncomfortable? So it's a difficult question to answer, again, because it's such a huge subject matter.
Yeah, and there's a lot of conversations that do happen around that internally, and there's a lot of debate. I like to joke around that UXR is kind of like the mediator in the group, because it's, if we're based off opinions, we're using actual data to go ahead and justify a decision. And so sometimes, UXR, I couldn't do what I could without research.
All right, so next question is, what are some emerging trends in UI UX design for games, and how can we stay up to date with them?
One trend I have seen a lot is actually getting rid of the UI in hardcore games. It's kind of an immersive mode. There's been games lately that will not show you the player's health and not show you a mini map, and it's coming up more and more often in especially large games now, where you have an open world that you can explore and kind of like allowing the player to feel like they are a part of that world. And I've found that trend to be very interesting, because it's almost the opposite of what games have been trying to do for decades, which is becoming easier and more accessible. I don't know where that's going to head, but it is a trend I am seeing more often now.
Yeah. Let's see here. I've recently kind of come from a gaming experience that's very different than what Alejandro's been working with in terms of just building more of a conceptual crypto Web3 based game that was all web based. And so when repeat the question one more time for me.
Sure.
please.
What are some emerging trends in UI/UX design for games, and how can we stay up to date with them?
Yeah. Okay. So I think there's this big concept of like interoperability. I probably screwed that up. But there's this idea of being able to go ahead and have 3D avatars that could be interchangeable and taken from one game to another. There's also talk about, equipment, like if like let's just use Call of Duty as an example, and to be able to take some of their equipment and go ahead and port it over to another title. So I know that there are teams working on that in a sense, and there's been this big push in terms of like what the metaverse is and having your 3D representation that you can go ahead and represent yourself in any game you play. I'm kind of curious as to where that's going to go, but otherwise, I haven't touched on anything too new, innovative as of yet.
So we kind of talked about no UI. And the next question is, how can we design user interfaces to guide players through a game without feeling too intrusive? So obviously that is one option. What about something else that you've seen, like as far as like reducing intrusiveness?
Yeah, so to touch on that from a mobile perspective, we've all played mobile games where when we first sign in, you're presented with a whole bunch of modals or pop-ups, right? And so that's like, hey, welcome back. You've done X, Y, Z, and then like you just kind of get annoyed, right? Rather than doing that, there's ways to where we can, in terms of onboarding and in terms of when the user actually comes back to the experience, it less intrusive, and so intrusive meaning no modals, but to go ahead and actually be able to direct them to a little bit more of like a dashboard or an inbox or something along those lines. We're using more like notifications, so they're just small little identifiers that are on a particular UI, right? But as well, and not the no UI, but we just try to make everything as transparent with still enough contrast so that it doesn't take away from the experience itself. But there's two distinct, there's in-game UI and then there's client side, right? And so the client side tends to be a little bit more branding heavy, a little bit more artistic in a sense, but then the UI in-game is typically just very light because that's what's necessary in order for you to take in everything that's happening while you're playing.
Do you feel like the no UI example popped up more after XR started becoming more popular?
I think so.
Yeah, it was probably around the same time where I think that space was just getting explored. And, the Breath of the Wild, I mean, it's been a while already since Breath of the Wild, but that did that, and it did it to great effect, actually.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so next question is, what are some ways to make sure that user interface doesn't interfere with game art style and immersion? So it's kind of along the same lines, but how do you prevent UI UX from interacting with other elements?
So for me, I try to keep UI as neutral as possible, right? And so the thing is we're aiming for cohesiveness, consistency, and so that it makes sense in terms of just the visual language that we have on screen, right? And it's through that where we're kind of ensuring that it just doesn't conflict with in-game artwork, right? And so just it touches on everything that we've kind of talked about in terms of just making sure that contrast is there, that differentiation. But we definitely have that dialogue with the teams as well, and so like when we're conceptualizing and heading through the art direction, we have all open communication channels to kind of ensure that we are not conflicting with one another.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting. Like there is a debate going on right now about like whether the UI is part of the game. Like, so the Resident Evil remake just came out, and one of the quality of life improvements that they made was to auto sort your UI, and there's the online debate going on, like, was that a good idea, or is it diluting the experience of having to play Tetris with your items in your inventory? And I mean, I've also seen games where the game is the UI. Specifically, a game from many years ago called Uplink. It's a hacking game, but really the actual gameplay, like the story and the theme is hacking. But the gameplay is like moving things back and moving UI elements back and forth and like optimizing your mouse movements and being able to time things properly in that way. So it's got an intrinsic relationship with the gameplay at every turn.
So almost the opposite of no UI is extra UI.
Exactly.
So it really
Pure
just depends
UI.
on the purpose of your game or the goals of your game, right? Okay.
Yes, contextually.
Fantastic. All right. So at this point, I think we're going to take some questions from our YouTube audience and our in-person audience. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
When working with UI UX doesn't work in a bubble, they work with other departments. So my question is, do you have any advice to any other departments that you wish that they knew to make your job easier or any job around them easier?
So the question was, is there anything that you wish non-UX people knew while you're doing the product, what you would want them to know?
Yeah, so anytime in my role, I've always tried to be as collaborative as possible with all other teams. I think having those open channels of communication are important. I also try to take opportunity to educate or mentor and share my knowledge with others so that we could go ahead and work more efficiently, right? So, on the UX side, while I'm focusing on user experience, inside of here, I'm always focusing on like team efficiencies. How could we go ahead and actually do this better? How can we improve upon things? And so it's more of a little bit of a design ops role, right? But having that communication is critical, and just making sure that you're having consistent syncs with the teams, and so that you're not surprising them when you deliver something.
Yeah, I would say also the interesting thing about UI development is it is a true cross-disciplinary, a true cross-disciplinary development action, because you need art represented and design represented and engineering represented. And really, like, it's very infrequently that you find one person that can do all those things at top quality. So usually what you end up with is a team of minimum 2 to 3 people. And if it's 2 people, one of those people is cross-discipline themselves, either an artist who understands user experience, or a designer who can do art, or an engineer, or a designer who can implement in code as well. So just based off the nature of the work itself, those considerations are automatically taken into place.
All right. Next question. Yes.
As a digital arts and design student, how big of a leap do you think it is to go from motion graphics to designing UI and UX for games?
Okay, so the question was, how big of a leap is it going from motion graphics to UI, UX design?
I don't think there's a huge leap. With that, I mean, motion graphics is something that's part of my day-to-day as well when I'm creating visual targets. So, and when I say visual targets, it's this concept in terms of this is what we want the end result to look like. But I'm spending a lot of time sometimes just playing around in After Effects just to go ahead and make sure that I am communicating efficiently to other teams, right? Now, there's still composition and art theory and everything else that goes into motion graphics as far as just, how it comes together. And it's the same concept with the UI. It's more puzzle pieces, right? We don't really design UI necessarily. Like, the patterns are there, and so there's a drop-down is a drop-down, an input is an input. And once you become familiar with that stuff, it's more of understanding that there are patterns and that there's precedents. And the innovation happens more so in the UX and how you guide the user through that. And then also through hardware advancements and technological advancements as well. I hope that answered your question. Cool.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. She told me to speak.
You're good.
As a level designer who loves seamless experiences between UI and level design, what are some things I can do in level design that complement in-game UI and support the player experience?
If you have a mini map, don't build multiple levels, multiple layers. Build in 2D. It'll make everything easy.
True. You know what's interesting is like there was one title that I was working on that was Tab Sports Fishing. Unfortunately, the title got sunset because we didn't hit metrics, and that's a harsh reality when we work in games. Is sometimes we work on something for so long that it just never sees the light of day. That said, to your point, like, we had a lot of abstract concepts that we needed to kind of convey in game. Like there was, in terms of leaderboards and PvP concepts. And so we try to get a little too fancy, I think, trying to convey some of those concepts and how we were presenting that to the user. And so I think iterating early, if I were to be able to pair up with that level designer and be able to go ahead and just gray box wireframe and just kind of conceptualize early on, I think we could definitely align closer to versus trying to do it live.
All right, I think we can take a couple online questions.
I was also kind of given the mic here.
Oh, sorry.
Earlier, you touched on player feedback, and in the sea of feedback that you receive, what techniques do you use to prioritize and rank that feedback in terms of what the team should be working on next?
Well, that's a great question. So a lot of the time, in particular for third time, we had community moderators that were going ahead and keeping track of the conversations on Discord. And so what they were doing was going ahead and entering a lot of the issues into the backlog. We would take a look at the frequency for how often those complaints came, and then through play tests, we were going ahead and then being able to identify additional pain points and stuff. And so the thing is, it's what we're capable of actually doing within the given sprint, right? So we work in biweekly sprints. We try to go ahead and allocate a certain amount of time to be able to address bugs or fixes. And so if it's a high enough priority from up above, then we make that happen, and then we try to go ahead and push it out. And that's a nice thing about working on mobile, working on a web-based game is we could go ahead and do real time. When you're working on mobile, you're at the mercy of the App Store, and so sometimes you get delays in terms of when you submit versus when it hits the store. And then for console, it's a completely different, a different ballgame.
All right.
Absolutely.
Do we have anybody else with a mic?
We can do online, Rebecca.
Online? Okay.
One of the questions was, what kind of work would you recommend featuring in a UI designer portfolio?
What kind of work to show in a UI UX portfolio? Gotcha.
So there's been a kind of a change, and I say this mainly just because it's like I've been doing this for about 15 years or so, and so, right now the expectation of a portfolio is to actually show your case studies, kind of explain how you got to your end result, to be able to go ahead and share some of the work that landed to that end result. But on top of that, I think it's good to kind of summarize if it launched, like how that kind of helped conversions and help certain metrics or KPIs for the business. We're starting to see a lot more of that in terms of the portfolios that came across my desk. But the thing is, it's like we're redefining this position of UI UX as we move along. 10 years ago, UX wasn't part of the conversation. We just designed user interfaces. And so the thing is not to say that UX isn't important. It just really wasn't as prioritized. And so now we're kind of redefining our roles and what we're able to contribute and how we're able to kind of make more informed decisions to create better experiences.
All right. Where does Figma fit into all of this?
If I'm sorry, Adobe, but like in Figma is acquired by Adobe, but like I was big on Adobe XD for a long time, and then eventually I started hearing about Figma, and I love Figma. Figma has changed my life in so many ways because I'm able to build more one-to-one with how we're actually the engineers are building. So in terms of like auto layout and how it translates to Flexbox, it's just an easier handoff to engineering, right? Be able to facilitate communication with other teams. And so there's Figma and FigJam, this endless whiteboard. Some of you might be familiar with Miro. So to have that whole entire ecosystem where you're able to pay for a starter business package or enterprise package and have everybody on your team have access to that stuff is critical. And has really changed the way I work over the past year and a half or two. And there's new things coming out with Figma that are just insane, and I can't wait to play.
I would like to add that tools change over time.
Yes.
So right now, Figma, we just did a survey of tools, and I can't remember what the organization is off the top of my head, but Figma was one of the it was the top 1 or 2 tools for UI UX design right now. But we do also have Adobe XD, which just acquired Figma. So that might morph into a new product or, something that we might not have right at the moment. So.
Yeah. And I just want to touch on that really quick. Don't just learn Figma. Like, play around with all the tools, because the thing is, the more familiar you get, you might land a role in an organization that doesn't use the tools that you prefer. And so the thing is, the more nimble and flexible you are, the better. So just familiarize yourself, and don't paint yourself in a corner to where you're only a one program person.
Hi. I was told to speak, but is it difficult to transition from a UI on display on PC or console to a VR UI display?
I think you could do a one-to-one, right? And so you could take that in UI and just go ahead and just mount it onto a plane and call it done. But to make it intentional and to align with that sort of experience, I think there's a lot of work to kind of deconstruct or reverse engineer that PC UI, and then start exploring through different interactions to be able to kind of land on the same results.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the what we talked about earlier, which is like understanding the user experience of that specific platform and designing the user interface for that. And yeah, a plane that's locked to your face is usually not the best user experience in VR.
All right. I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions.
I'm just curious how you think that design philosophies across platforms like PC and console will differ, and how allowing the player to interact with the UI is going to have to change.
For me, it always comes down to the distinction, specifically with PC and console, it always comes down to the distinction of, is the player leaning forward or are they leaning back? So when you're on your PC, you're hunched over and you're laser focused into the monitor. When you're on your console, you're typically in your chair, maybe your legs are up, you've got the thing, you may a big screen in front of you, and so that definitely should inform how your UI. I mean, it comes that we mentioned before the mouse controller on a joystick. Again, it's not. In my opinion, it's not a super great choice. It doesn't feel great as a user. So that's one of the things that I think about is the player leaning forward or are they leaning back when they're experiencing this?
I hadn't thought of it like that, but that's going to stay with me. Yeah, that's the thing, though. To every platform is unique, and so the thing is, I think it's important to do your due diligence and understand what you're building for, and then have those tough conversations to see if can you port it one-to-one, or do you need to go ahead and actually analyze a custom UI UX for each experience. Typically the latter's the best route, but it just depends on expectations and time box and deadlines.
I would also add that with UI UX, a lot of times you want to kind of use the mental model that people already have about that experience in order to make sure that it's a little bit more intuitive. So for example, in VR, usually it's a little bit easier to go the like low UI or no UI route because that's how we experience the world. Unless there is a reason not to. So for example, if you're turning on a light, typically we don't do something like turn a bicycle wheel in order to turn on a light. But if you're in some kind of like steampunk setting, you might use a crank in order to turn on a light. So there's a reason for that. You don't just want to add things just because you can sometimes.
All right, and we have one last question.
All right, this was kind of like a 2-in-1 scenario question. First was just like a sum up of where you were talking about like mixing games with the game art system with UI systems. Would that basically kind of be like cooperative in like a co-op scenario where you can just have like making the UI coming into like a game art scenario?
I'm trying to break down the question. So we're talking about in-game UI, correct?
Mm.
And in terms of the actual game art itself, so like let's use Madden for example, right? So on field, you have the player reticles that are underneath their feet, and if the X Factor, their special team, gets utilized, and then that is done in game in terms of like some of those effects that are generated, right? But then we could support that with screen overlays or something like that for that feedback to convey that this particular ability has been triggered, or if there's a cooldown associated with it. There's a marriage of the two.
Because for example, I thought like the scenario was like, say if UI and UX like introducing like their tutorial for like the colorblind scenario and trying to kind of wave all your questions into one with the art scenario. That's kind of what I meant.
Okay.
Have you done accessibility tutorials in your game?
No, unfortunately, I haven't. In terms of my experience, I think it's really, it's tough. It depends on the context of what's trying to be conveyed, right?
Sure.
And so the thing is, sometimes that the visual can't really deliver, and so then you need that supportive text to get that point across. And we see it a lot of the times, and that's why I was talking about the marriage of being supporting with like an overlay graphic or something like that, just because you need that additional context sometimes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I would say to add to that, usually trying to use as few words as possible usually is a little bit better. And that's when we go back to that mental model we were talking about, whatever is closest to what you would imagine if you were interacting with it in real life. All right. Thank you all for attending, and we will be having another Tech Tuesday next week. And I just want to say thank you to the audience here, to our panelists, and then also to our audience online.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
You know, time really flies when you're co-hosting with Shay and Tracy. Wait, what happened to Tracy? This is Al Pacino. It's my Hall of Game co-host, Miles Al Pacino Church. I'm so happy that you're here chilling with us.
I'm happy to be here too.
Oh, man. And Alpha is a current game art student.
Game design.
Game
actually.
design.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I got it wrong. But yeah, so we're just hanging out. Tracy needed a little 5. So we've been running through these panels today. They've been so phenomenal. And can you believe we've only got one left?
Only one? Oh my goodness.
One left to stream, at least here on live. But, you know, there's plenty more panels you can check out throughout the week. What are we going to see later on today?
Well, at 4, we'll head into the Fortress and hear from our keynote speaker, Steph Bao, about her journey from champion athlete to esports CEO.
Ooh, that's sure to be a good one. And that last panel, even though it wasn't the one we thought we were going to send you guys into, we had a little technical difficulties. It was a good time. I love talking about UX and UI because it really applies to kind of everything that we do in entertainment is how are users interacting with our content, right? So that was super duper fun to hear from those men who clearly coordinated in the plaid shirts. I mean, it seemed like they were like, yes, we're doing plaid. But there's way more panels throughout the week. And how can they find out about them, Alpha?
Well, if you download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with the rest of the week's panels and presentations, special events, and everything else happening on our campus.
Look at that. Sounds pretty easy. Let's hear a little bit more about that from my guy, Bennett.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration.
Do not forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. And be sure to share your Hall of Fame experience all week long using the hashtag FullSailHOF. You may just see your post featured right here on Hall of Fame Live. And how do you get involved? Well, it's not just for campus students. If you're an online student, we've got a QR code that I think that we'll pull up in the screen in a second, not super sure. But on that QR code, you can just scan it and follow the directions after you scan that and be entered into our giveaway for chances to win amazing Hall of Fame swag. Look at that amazing merch. Alpha, have you gotten any merch yet?
I haven't yet, but I'm looking at that fanny pack and I kind of want it.
Okay, the fanny pack is pretty sick. You can keep all your awesome stuff in there, but we've got a ton of amazing prizes, so make sure that you scan that QR code. Use the hashtag FullSailHOF on social all week long. We want to see how you're enjoying Hall of Fame. Even if it's from home, you don't have to be here on campus. Like I said, I want to see your cosplays. Do you cosplay? Get dressed, take a pic, hashtag FullSailHOF, and you might be featured right here on Hall of Fame Live. But there's been so much happening this week. Let's catch up with everything that's been going on. I know we've had we had the career networking event, we had the Tech Expo, so much stuff. So go ahead, Alpha, tell me a little bit about what's been happening.
All right. Show production students work throughout the week to bring the Hall of Fame. Oh, sorry.
They bring the Hall of Fame experience to us. They're working all week long, so they don't really get the chance to enjoy panels too much. But luckily for us, we had some incredible grads come back and do a workshop that kind of helped show production students get that kind of inside access that they don't always get because they're working the whole time. So how nice that we got to host that for them. Thanks to Brandon Blackwell and Brian Carrico. Really, really, really held it down. Such a good time. And we also had the Tech Expo. You want to talk about that a little, Alpha?
Oh yeah, like with the Tech Expo, it was amazing. Like seeing all the different, all the things that they've had. Also, even when streaming, they had stuff for streaming equipment. Like they had the Shure microphones. I always went over there to talk to them, talking about how my voice sounds different using different types of microphones. So it was great. It was actually amazing.
Cool. Yeah. The Tech Expo featured vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting edge and creative spaces. It gave students the chance to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. It was a good time. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Adobe, Sony, MSI, Avid, Focusrite, Sennheiser, and many, many more. I love the Tech Expo. I'm always so busy with Hall of Fame live prep.
Can I interrupt real quickly?
Oh, you're back.
Well, I needed a break, and it's amazing how we can just grab a student like Al Pacino, who's incredible, and just throw him on camera. And he did want a fanny pack, so here you go.
Oh,
thank you for
dreams
stepping
really
in for
do
me.
come true in Hall of Fame.
It's all about making dreams happen, and I just really needed 5 minutes. So sometimes you just gotta go. Do you want to introduce our friend?
I think you know her.
I think you've met her a couple times.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go check in with Shay out in the creative experience. But first, let's learn a little bit about her, or a little bit about who will be joining her.
Who is it?
I'm the kind of person that needs to have something to do all the time. And the day goes much faster and you feel much more fulfilled if you're engaged in what you're doing. My good friend Oliver was going to Full Sail for recording, and he told me that I should check it out. And I came up here, decided that there might be a place for me working on movie sets, and that would be a way to avoid sitting in an office in a cubicle, typing on a computer all day. It became clear to me that AD was gonna be a really good fit for me because they don't do one shot in a film without the AD, so I knew I would be able to see every shot of the movies that I worked on, and that appealed to me. The first step of becoming an assistant director, I needed to join the Directors Guild of America. So I did my homework, and I found out that there was a couple different avenues I could take. But the best path I found was the DGA training program, because they promised everybody they would get at least one feature. Some of my classmates got like Mission Impossible and really cool, big budget action features. So you can imagine my excitement when the phone rang and I got Fat Albert. Hey! Wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but I got to meet Bill Cosby and work with him on that film. And I met the second AD, who went on to become huge first AD, and he's hired me on some really big, cool stuff. So you never know, even if it's not exactly the project you want to work on, who you're going to meet that can be really influential in your career. My friend Greg was working on Pirates of the Caribbean, and he called me and said, we need an additional AD. My friend Dave was the first AD, the guy from Fat Albert, who was the second AD. The next morning, I showed up on Pirates of the Caribbean, not really sure exactly what I was going in for. Dave is there, standing at the storyboards with Gore Verbinski and the director. And so Dave says, Larry, Gore, Larry. Gore's gonna tell you what he wants you to do. So I go to the storyboards, and Gore's looking at the storyboard, and there's a flag like in a turret of the fortress flapping with some smoke going by it. And he's like, this is the shot I want, so you're gonna take this camera and this camera crew and the special effects guys up there with the smoke and the fan. So go get the shot, you'll record it on this clamshell, and then bring it back to me, and I'll tell you if it's any good. So I rushed back over there and, got the shot, brought it back to Gore, and he's like, all right, that's good. So then he crosses that one off of the storyboards. Then Gore shows me the next storyboard, and it's a picture of a noose with the sun, just coming behind it. Now I have to get all these elements together. So I walk up to the key grip of Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm like, sir, I need a C-stand with a noose on it. He's like, I'm lighting the main shot. You need that or we need this? I was like, well, this is what Gore wants. He's like, all right. Bring the clamshell over to Gore, and he approves it. Months later, get the invitation for the cast and crew screening at the Capitan Theater in LA, which is the Disney theater. They have it all decked out, with pirate stuff, and sit down and the curtains open up and the movie starts. And the very first shot of the movie is the noose with the sun coming through. Cut to the very second shot of the movie is the flag flapping the turret with the smoke going by. So pretty much the first two shots of Pirates of the Caribbean 3 were, wrangled by me. I'm not gonna say I directed them, but I supervised them. So that was really cool. Looking back, I wasn't sure that was my goal at the time, but looking back, my goal was to just get on the sets of movies that I like to watch. And so been able to do that, and it's incredible, and you know, I love it.
Larry Katz, he's here, he was over there, and now he's right here. It's Larry Katz.
Hi, Shay.
How are you?
I'm so good. I love Hall of Fame. I love Full Sail.
Good, that's perfect. I heard that you actually had a special session on Friday talking to students about Hall of Fame. Can you tell me more about that?
That's true. I inhabit a special spot where I'm faculty and a Hall of Famer. And so I have the opportunity to get students together and based on my conversations with all the other Hall of Famers to tell the students how they should proceed. Like if you get the opportunity to talk to Stephen C. Miller or Leslie Brathwaite.
Get in it.
What do you do with that access, you know? Because that's really the value of the school in this week, that all of our students have access to these amazing and successful people. So what do you do with that access? And so I was able to sit down with a group of students and help them figure that out.
It's exciting because I feel like you have the insight and the foresight to kind of help shape their future and guide them in the right direction.
It is such a cool spot. I have so much gratitude. It's like oozing out of me.
Well, I can tell.
Yes.
Besides the sweat that is also oozing out of us because we are under this blaring sun. But let's talk about what we are doing here, talking about the future of our students. We're at the Dear Future Me section on our creative experience, and this is where students have the opportunity to come in, write a letter to their future selves. So it says, choose your destiny. Where will you be this time next year? How are you going to unleash your creative magic? But we get to write letters. Larry and I already wrote our letters, so we're going to wrap them up and mail them off. But if you're out here on campus today, make sure you stop by because this is an absolutely perfect opportunity to talk to yourself in the future. Can you give us a little bit of tease of what you wrote down, or is it top secret?
No, I mean, you know, I just have so much fun with the students, and, you know, it's important for even students that are online to understand that being a Full Sail student gives you access to these people that have a map, all the Hall of Famers. Like, that's the point. These are people that should be inspirational because they all started at the same place.
Exactly.
Like nowhere. And so now all of the successful grads have this map that goes from where all of our students are now to where they want to be. And so that goes for on-campus students and online students. Do your research, do your homework, and you can ask a successful grad for like a map for where you want to go.
Oh, and don't forget, we're going to be live this whole time doing this, so you have to keep checking in to get the information live, get it in person, get it from everywhere. Because I feel like you can learn from anywhere, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And I think we're going to go ahead and drop our
I'm gonna
letters
mail
in.
mine.
You got yours all folded up. Da-da-da-da. Here it goes.
Dear Future Larry.
All right, and for now, we're going to throw it back to our besties at the Deskies. Love you guys.
Thanks, Shay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Larry.
Oh, Larry Katz, such an inspiration. He is so incredibly talented, and we are so grateful that he is on our campus all the time. Not only is he a Hall of Famer, he also teaches here now, which is awesome. But let's check out some of the posts that are out there with people hashtagging #FullSailHOF. So we love the conversation, so thank you for sharing your posts with us. We have a bunch of stuff. Oh, we have some video here of some fun stuff happening. I believe that was Brandon Blackwell. This is our current inductee this year, hanging out with a bunch of students there. Nice. I love how it's, follow him. Now you have his handle up there, Brandon Blackwell, 23. Oh, here is Phil Palin, of course. Phil was inducted, he was the 12th annual, so last year. Phil is one of my favorite people. I remember him as a student, and I remember him actually asking me to go have coffee, and he said, how do I get to the level where you are? And, you know, he superseded me a million times now, so check out his panel already ended, but I'm sure he has one sometime this week. Let's see if we have any other posts coming up there. Ooh, we have somebody posting some video from the Tech Expo, which happened yesterday, and again, we had a lot of amazing companies showing us their new technology. It's Devin right there showing us some of her memorabilia from her years of experience, which is awesome. This is all Devin's stuff. This is her year getting inducted, so of course it's very exciting seeing her face up there and all the stuff she's done. Oh my goodness, yes. This is Fela Davis, Hall of Famer, and Stephanie Dawson. Let's see here. We have Devin. Oh, still Devin, posting all her stuff, of course. She is so inspiring. As a female, I'm just like, go girls. A lot of female power out there, which is so inspiring. I love all these ladies. And like Larry said, make sure to connect with the grads, not just the Hall of Famers. We have a lot of alumni out here as well. They're willing to share their experience and their talents. Also, your instructors. Take advantage of your instructors. These guys have a lot going on, and they know what is going on in the industry. So make sure you just network, meet people, enjoy your time here. But at the end of the day, let's plan your careers and see what happens next. But right now, where's my friend Jessica? Jess Ryder, ¿dónde estás?
I'm right here, Tracy. I'm right next to you.
Thank goodness.
I am here with my buddy James, who is a current student. What degree program are you in, James?
I'm currently in game art.
Game art, awesome. What kind of games do you like to play?
Oh, a lot of them. Warframe, Halo, Pokemon, the list keeps going.
What's the best gun in Halo, and why is it the needle rifle?
Spartan laser, it blows everything up. It always wins.
There you go. That was a trick question. I'm glad you got it. Okay, cool. So have you been enjoying Hall of Fame so far?
Oh yeah, I'm having a whole lot of fun. Just seeing some of my buddies and stuff, and getting to see a lot of lectures, and getting, I think yesterday I went to the job fair, and I got to see a lot of cool industries. So I'm gonna start tweaking my resume to.
Okay, were you all dressed up?
Oh yeah, I wasn't wearing this. I had my button up and everything. I'm trying to make my mom proud,
Awesome. And you're in month 16, right?
Yes. I'm almost on my way out. But I think I'm going to be using my GI Bill again to go for a second degree with computer animation. So, try and take advantage and get as many degrees as possible.
Yeah, shout out to this incredible Air Force veteran. Thank you for your service. It means a lot. Yeah, that's right. Clap it up, everybody at home. All right, well, we're going to play a game with James right now. It's called Win Big or Win Mid. So you are going to get to select one of these mystery boxes. It's a mystery what's inside. They all have prizes. One is a big prize, one is a medium prize, and one is a just all right kind of prize. So you can choose a box. I would choose wisely, think hard on it. You're an Air Force guy, so you're probably pretty smart. So yeah, go ahead. What do you feel? You can just kind of vibe. You feeling the vibes at any of these?
From my time playing Mario Party, what I've learned is you always got to go with the small box.
You think so?
It's always got the best prize in it.
Okay, I mean, the man knows his game, so let's see if he's right. Go ahead, open it up. Okay, oh, it says it on the card, what's inside. Big prize, he was right! He was so right, he got the big prize. Let's find out what it is. It's a VR headset! Thank you so much, Full Sail, for providing these awesome prizes for our students. And this guy's obviously super deserving. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, James, and I hope you have a great Hall of Fame week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh yeah, we'll shake. All righty, that was so fun. Up next is another Hall of Famer you should know, co-founder of Creature Art and Mechanics, 1997 Digital Media grad, and Hall of Fame 6 inductee. It's Tim Naylor.
I always was fascinated with movies. That's what I would do with my own time, and it was always sci-fi, and always had to have some creature kind of element to it. The thing that fascinated me about creatures in movies is that their place in the story really represented a number of different things that reflected our own humanity and how it played out in the story. And then I was always fascinated by the technology behind it. Like, I always would sit there and watch the movie and watch the creature move and be like, how did they make that move? How did they get it on there? ILM for me had all these little tidbits of experiences as I grew up, where they created the moments that equaled awe in the movie making process. So the opportunity to join with them and do that and be a small little element within that was, I don't know, magical. I think the sentiment of wanting to contribute into that legacy was something that they could relate to for me, and I could offer, to them as, here's what I'd like to do. You guys have built up this amazing legacy that has a life component ingrained in who I am. And the opportunity to contribute into that would be an opportunity I would dream about. I've been really lucky and blessed. I've been able to do 2 Star Wars, so Episode 2 and Episode 3, Hulk, Day After Tomorrow, first Pirates. Second Pirates was my first chance to be involved with a hero creature, Davy Jones. I connect that creature with me kind of beginning to mature in my craft, to transfer from always asking the questions to kind of going, this is how we could probably solve that. The design was incredible. I mean, I was just blown away at the art that I was looking at, which was so much fun, as your job is, here's some world-class, incredible art. Now go figure out how to make it move. There's going to be certain tentacles that are going to want to be expressive and either augment dialogue in terms of they're going to have their own character. They're going to have to support the character. They're going to have to reflect personality. Most of Davy was done, the tentacles were done by simulation. A couple guys in the R&D department that just did an amazing job working out the technology to make the tentacles like sticky on the clothing, and it, you know, if he was doing this, that some of them would fall off. We said, well, the same base technology could probably work between Davy and the Kraken, because the Kraken could be almost all keyframed motion. My responsibility was the keyframe part. I had a chance to participate with many, many amazing artists in the development of that creature, which was really cool. There was always this underlying elephant in the room of, can we actually make him all digital, including his eyes, and still respect Bill Nighy's performance? And I remember coming in, and at ILM at the time, we had a thing called Media View. Whatever the TDs would render the night before, you could kind of see shots in progress and load them up. And we came in one morning, and a render had been done the night before of Davy. It was sunlight this way, and it was the first time the eyes really kind of were put together and working. It was the same feeling that I had when I was watching Terminator 2, or I was watching Jurassic Park, other ILM classic VFX moments where the oxygen just, you know, everything just kind of goes out of your, no way. You just, wow. I was there, you know, in the building, in the midst of it, knowing the people that were actually doing that. And I just went, out loud, I went, wow. And then other people in the cubicles over here would say, wow, wow. And so you heard this symphony of people who were so blown away by that imagery that everyone's response was just, ah. That was a really interesting moment in the industry where we kind of felt like, we can do it. Okay, we can do it. So I did a small part. Someone wowed me at the same company I was working at, and I got to contribute a little bit into that wow moment. So it was kind of like the culminating moment for saying, wow, I actually pinched myself. I actually do work here.
Well, that was the coolest video ever. And as a bonus, we have the one and only Tim Naylor right here with me right now. What's
Hello,
up, Tim?
everybody. What's happening?
You know.
I get to hang out with you, Tracy. It was very, very cool.
No, I get to hang out with you.
I don't know. This might be the highlight of my off year right here. This
Well,
moment, right now.
The week just started, so you can change your mind tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
But for those who don't know or weren't paying attention, one, you're in trouble, and two, Tim was a digital media grad in 1997 and part of our Hall of Fame 6, which seems like a million years ago.
Are you saying I'm old already?
No,
you got
I'm
to
saying-
that really fast.
Wow, way to be sensitive. But no, not at all. Hall of Fame 6. What are
Yeah.
you doing these days?
Well, I just left Meta. I was in their facial research for doing kind of like machine learning with avatars and what the next generation of avatar work would be in terms of having social presence with your face and facial recognition inside the headset.
Okay.
So that we can convey emotion on an avatar across social environments, which was very cool research work.
Okay.
So it was all on the research end. And I'm now building out a bunch of technology that's character related for a bunch of clients, and I do a lot of consulting for film and games, kind of coming in, helping clients understand how to build, you know, really solid character and creature and avatar technology.
Right.
Make sure that it's scalable and do it well, and kind of future-proofing pipelines and kind of parachuting in to either help
Okay.
or start a partnership with a client that might be in a startup phase and help them kind of make decisions so that stuff doesn't, you know, blow up in their face in 6 months, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So taking a lot of the experience that I've learned, a lot of hard lessons over, you know, the last 25 years doing this work,
Mhm.
and kind of trying to impart that into a lot of our clients so that they can kind of avoid some of the mistakes. I think that's kind of what makes you the master of your craft, is knowing what you did wrong.
Right.
Rather than knowing everything on how to do it right, is having enough experience to have enough failures
Sure.
to then impart some wisdom. Is kind of what I'm
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So what's fascinating to me is you've had a very, very long career, and you're taking what you were doing a lot and then like slightly pivoting to still make it work,
Very much.
but changing it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is the response to the technology is changing so much, right? So you're seeing more lifelike, realistic performances in games.
Yep.
So we're starting to see a lot of techniques that were used in visual effects start to be imparted in the games industry and adopting some of those techniques, and then us in the visual effects world coming into games and learning from them as well on how to build efficient pipelines, how to do things at scale, because games are getting so large. So this really amazing cross-pollination of experience and techniques that I find are kind of melding together. And then you place that, and you have to think about, if there's going to be a metaverse, what would that look like, and how do you take some of those technology foundations and tech stacks and build it into something that's really way more consumer-based in terms of building technology.
Right.
So the difference is we're technologists in visual effects, technologists in gaming. An average person who's interfacing with technology might have the creator sense, but might not be able to develop the technology stack behind it.
Sure.
How do you almost democratize that in a way? So that's a whole issue of scale. That is a really different technical challenge than maybe what I was dealing with, 15 years ago on a movie, that kind of
Right.
thing. Yeah.
You are just so fascinating. I have a really dumb question.
No dumb question.
But when you meet somebody at a cocktail party, perhaps, and they're accountants or lawyers or whatever, and they say, "Hi, Tim, nice to meet you. What do you do for a living?" How do you explain what you do to the normal person?
Oh, I try to ask them more questions about themselves, actually, because it's almost laborious. No, really what I do is I make references to pop culture as much as possible. So
you're like, "I worked on
have you
Pirates
seen
of the
this?
Caribbean."
I try
Have
not
you heard
to.
of Star Wars? I'm part
I
of that
try not
world.
to.
Do you do that?
Sometimes, maybe. What I love talking about with people is how much computers can replicate the real world, because that's a really common thing for people to connect to. Because if we talk about the ins and outs of rendering or inverse kinematics, people kind of like start drinking, and start looking for other conversations, and they just drift away, and I'm alone most of the time. Now I know why. So when I start talking about technology, I might talk about, how we can make a tree bend in the wind, and the wind is all digital. That fascinates people. That's interesting because you build a common space of conversation of like, hey, we do water. We just came out from having a boat day on the ocean. Did you know that we do computer graphics on the water? I know how to do that kind of stuff. Okay, and that builds a little bit of. They need something rooted in the real world in order to get to eventually facial tracking in an HMD and VR for the metaverse for social presence.
Interesting.
That's like the end of the conversation. I got to work up to that.
I would totally just be like, "Have you seen Pirates? And do you know who Davy Jones is?" Yeah, I did that. That's all I would do. And then people would be like, "Wow, they're talented, but just not humble."
I don't proclaim those things. We'll let them discover that on their own.
So okay, thank you for coming back again.
Absolutely.
I really
Love being
appreciate
here.
it. We all appreciate it.
Love it.
Do you remember when you first were at school and you were about to graduate? Like, how terrifying was that for you?
I was shaking in me boots. I don't wear boots, but if I had them, they would be like walking off shaking forever. I was absolutely terrified. But you know what? Here's the thing about Full Sail. Full Sail for me was a second school.
Okay.
Right? In other words, I already had my bachelor's in business administration. But I was changing careers, and the constant terror and fear of, and I paid for the school.
Okay.
So the constant kind of terror and fear of, am I going to be able to turn what I'm really passionate about doing into an actual career that I can get paid for?
Gotcha.
And paid doing, which would be a blessing upon a blessing.
Right.
If I can make that transition, the excitement of that opportunity helped manage the fear of not actually manifesting that in a way of like, I'm going to go on as many job interviews, get rejected as many times as I need for that one moment to just walk in and get that badge, get that one paycheck, and say, I was able to actually live out that dream that I had, and now I'm doing it, and it's a career for me. So the thing about Full Sail is that it provides the most exciting opportunity.
Right.
Because it's so targeted to what you want to do for your life compared to a lot of other, and I can say this because I went through it.
Sure.
Where, I was going to be a stockbroker. And
that sounds so exciting.
I did it for a year and a half, and it just didn't connect with. It wasn't who I was.
Right.
So when you have an opportunity to exercise your gifts and do something in a career that is your passion and your gifting and maybe even your calling,
Right.
I think that transforms the fear. It's like you're able to walk through that fear and go, because I want this more. I want to exercise my gifts and enjoy it.
Right.
That supersedes my fear. So I'm going to walk through that path and overcome that fear. So that's kind of it for me. But I won't deny that for every student walking here, there's a terrifying season of life.
Sure.
Of trying to establish themselves in that new career.
Right.
So I can absolutely empathize and relate to where students are at for that. And you know what? Running your own business, you just do it all over again.
True.
The same fear
True.
of trying to start something and keep clients and do right by clients, and it doesn't end. So we have to put things in place that make you excited about coming back to work, and that hopefully will enable you to fight off the fear.
Absolutely. So any advice for students doing Hall of Fame for the very first time?
Oh, if you can, find a way to ask questions and do not be afraid of walking up to Hall of Fame people, because we take time out of our busy schedules because we love students.
Right.
If we didn't want to interact with students or didn't want to talk to students, we'd be back at work doing work stuff. But the thing that amazed me when I was first inducted is how there's a spirit within the Hall of Fame community that is so pro-student, so pro-student success,
right.
so pro-helping student, so pro-empowering, encouraging, and loving on students to wish them the best and giving wisdom and imparting that I find that sometimes students lose out because they're so afraid of engaging with us.
Sure.
And yet every person that is within this Hall of Fame family is desperate to engage with students.
Absolutely.
So do not, we were just talking about fear. Do not be afraid to ask that question. Do not be afraid to approach. Do not be afraid to get a nugget of wisdom or a little bit of encouragement, because that's why this is our passion.
Right.
Is to give back to students. So I hope students really take that to heart and do not walk around in fear of wanting to ask us something. But and I know that because I was that way when I met someone
Right.
from like Sony ImageWorks or I just kind of like shut down and clammed up and like they would never want to talk to me. We're here because we want to talk to you.
Right.
Because we want to see you succeed. We want you to do well because other people mentored us throughout our careers to do the same kind of thing. So
absolutely.
No fear during HOF. Just go for it. Ask questions.
I agree. Well, thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you being here with us. We've got a whole another couple days with you, which is really exciting.
I am excited.
But right now, we are going to throw it to one of our dear friends, your fellow inductee year person. That would be our buddy Rick Veers. He couldn't be here this year. I know, it's so sad. But we're going to watch a video, and then maybe we'll FaceTime him later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I make noise out of anything. I don't put myself into a box. There is no box. I burnt the box, and I recorded the sound of the box being burned. Growing up as a kid, my friends and I, we were always making movies on my parents' home video camera. There was one movie and one moment in particular that I realized the importance of sound, and I was making my own little Indiana Jones movie. There was the scene, I had the bull whip, and I hit the bad guy with the whip. Of course, when you're shooting it, it doesn't make a sound. It just goes like that. I was like, man, I need to have like the crack of the whip. So I found a sound effects CD, and it had like the bull whip crack, and I put it in there. Then when we showed our friends and family, that moment came, and when they heard the crack of the whip, like the room erupted in laughter, and that's like they totally captured me. That's when I noticed, wow, I just got a huge rise out of everybody from the sound. And that's when I really first noticed how important sound is to movies. I went to Full Sail because I wanted to write and direct movies, and it wasn't until after I got out of Full Sail and I was looking for employment, I found in Detroit there was a hole for sound mixers. There was a need. I didn't go to school for sound, but the first 3 months of my program, the film program, were very heavy on sound. And all those guys taught us so much about sound that I knew enough about it to where it's like, yeah, I could absolutely start there and then, see where my career takes me from there. I got into doing sound effects. I started buying all the sound effect libraries I could at like the local Kmart, and then I started getting into more of the professional libraries, and I was just really fascinated with it. And I was like, I could probably, record these types of sounds, and so it kind of challenged me to try different techniques. After about a year of doing it as a hobby, my hard drive was full, and I had to clean it out. So as I was cleaning out my hard drive, I realized I'd recorded over 1,000 sound effects. And so then the entrepreneur in me kicks in. I'm like, 1,000? I bet you somebody would want to buy this stuff. And so I went on Yahoo because Google wasn't around yet. And I typed in sound effects. And then the first company that came up, I sent them a demo. And I think it was about a week or so later, I got a call from the owner of the company. He called me up and said, we would like to, hire you to produce sound effect libraries for us. And that kind of just took me on a detour that I'm still on right now. I just kind of followed it and fell in love with it. And that's what I do, man. I make noise. The Detroit Chop Shop is my studio. It started off as a spare bedroom in an apartment. I actually made sound effects in that apartment that are used to this day. In fact, the explosion of the Sam Crow building in Sons of Anarchy, I made that in a spare bedroom in an apartment. And it ends up on a show like Sons of Anarchy, which goes to show you can do anything. You don't have to be validated by a certain piece of gear or a certain building or somebody else telling you that you did it. You can do anything you want. You just gotta love what you're doing. I mean, who else has a room in their house where they bring in thousands of bottles and smash them? Or I bring in car doors and we'll smack them around and hit them with sledgehammers. And certainly we use things like vegetables and fruit, and we smash the stuff up for like all the blood and the gore. And then you watch shows like The Walking Dead, or you play a video game and you hear your sounds coming to life, and I'm like, okay, that was worth being all sticky and messy for it. I'm still a big kid. I'm still a fan of this industry. I'm still blown away when I meet people that do what I do. I'm still humbled by them, and I'm still challenged by them. I don't take for granted at all what I've done. I'm still like learning, and I'm still loving it, and it's a process, and I'm enjoying every minute of it.
I think my favorite project that I've ever gotten to work on has to be Lord of the Rings. I have been so enamored and in love with that IP. Like every Thanksgiving, I put on Lord of the Rings and we watch The Hobbit while we're cooking, and we sit down and watch Lord of the Rings the next day, and we go through both trilogies. And the moment where I realized just asking to be a part of something is a really powerful tool for like fast tracking your career. I approached our lead producer, Pat, and was like, hey, I love this franchise. If there's anything I can do, I'll sit in the corner of the room and take notes, like whatever you need, I'm there for you. And he was like, yeah, you know what? I could use somebody to like do this stuff in Jira and keep this stuff up to date on Confluence. If you can knock that stuff out, that'd be great. A couple weeks later, hey, if you can also do this thing, I don't really have the bandwidth for it. I'm working on these other things. After a very short period of time, it turned into, hey, you're basically running the project. You're just gonna run the project now. Like, I'm just giving it to you.
So this is what we had done on the old Soundshare. So like this, we edge lit, and so it just bled in and gave a nice, and we had like a light behind here, so it had like a nice pop. But we probably went through 20 plus iterations just on the reel strips.
Yeah, I love that franchise. So that was a huge honor to work on that.
Okay.
Why don't go Virgin?
No, something clever. Why are you looking at your phone right now? Stop that. Go to a panel. Go hang out with somebody. There's awesome people here. Go experience it. Do you understand how special this is? You get to hang out with people who know the inner intricacies of other organizations and the way all of the stuff gets made. Most schools don't do this cool thing where industry experts and people who have nuanced understandings of how things function come back to campus and share their knowledge like this. So somebody right now is right next to a food truck, and they have so much information to share to you. You need to go right now. Go!
He was talking to all of you out there. That's who Aaron was talking to. He was saying, go to a panel, go do something enriching. You guys walking across the bridge. I see you. Yeah, I see you waving. Hello. Good day. Yeah, beat that chest, bro. Give me that alpha energy, bro. Let's go. How's everybody doing today? We're having a good time. It's looking a little quiet out there on the back lot. Hi, I see you. Yeah, you. I see you in your purple shorts. You're all ready for Hall of Fame. You got the purple on. That's the vibe this year. Yeah. We're doing purple. It's supernatural. And I see you too in your orange shirt. What's up? Speed limit's 10. You're going a little fast there. Don't break the speed limit. It's right next to you. Don't go fast on that scooter. I'll call campus security. You're going to lose some GPS points today, bro. No, I'm just playing. I don't have the authority to give and take GPS points. Sorry. Hate to break it to you guys. But yeah, we've been hanging out all day, and unfortunately, we're getting to the end of the day. I'm a little bummed, but I'm happy because I'm joined by Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting student. It's Malcolm. Welcome, Malcolm.
Thank you.
So excited to have you here today.
Absolutely. It's excited to be here.
Are you enjoying Hall of Fame so far?
Absolutely. So many panels, so many great things going on. You already know.
Awesome. What has been one of your favorite things you've done so far this week?
I just recently took a panel with Rutledge, one of my program directors, live from the PGA Tour.
Yeah, we know Ruddy. We love Eric Rutledge. That's the
one of my
man.
favorites right there.
Yeah, he was calling shots in my ear last year, and he's like so professional, and I am not that professional. I was not ready for the intensity of someone who worked in like major sports.
Trust me, when he's in the studio, it's the same way. So you gotta be prepared for it.
Awesome. Well, it seems like you're all on it, and you're only how many months from graduation?
2 months, so I'd be graduating in June.
Oh my goodness! Everybody hit this man up on LinkedIn.
Hey,
Sounds like he's ready to get hired. Okay.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yes, we love to hear it. But let's talk a little bit more about some of this year's Hall of Fame inductees. We just got to see my buddy out on the back lot, Aaron. Isn't he so funny? Aaron is an Air Force veteran and dual degree grad who currently works as a producer at celebrated developer BioWare. Graduating from the Recording Arts program in 2012 and Game Art in 2013, Aaron's credits include Witcher 3, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, Dying Light, Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit. Those are some pretty impressive credits, if I may say so myself. We really, really love Aaron Hamilton Cook. Not only is he a great guy, but just great energy and such an impressive portfolio, and he's here to talk to you guys. So find him. If you see him, stop him and say, "What's up? Connect." Trust me.
Awesome. And this year's Hall of Fame inductee, Victor, CEO of Nuestra Visión and founder and managing partner of Radiant Studios. Victor Herrera de Silva is a 2007 game development and 2019 entertainment business grad whose work brings the most important and prestigious library of Mexican movies, live sports, news, and more to audiences in North America.
How awesome. Yeah, Victor's got some really incredible credits. And again, just another great down-to-earth guy. We have the best grads here, and it's so amazing that they come back and share their info with us. Speaking of incredible grads, she is one of my favorites, a 3-time grad. Devin Renee is a staff writer for Warner Brothers Television in conjunction with the OWN Network and founder of Boss Up Productions. Graduating from film in 2012, education, media, design, and technology in 2013, and creative writing in 2015. That's right, 3 degrees. That's insane. She worked so hard. Devin's credits include OWN Network's Delilah and the Mike Tyson biography, Mike. Love Devin. She's so fly. Look at those glasses.
Awesome. And another Hall of Fame inductee, Jeff, a sound designer and recording engineer at Tiffy Studios. Jeff Villanueva is a 1998 Recording Arts graduate and 4-time Grammy winner who's lent his expertise to projects in games, Disney theme parks, and film, including recording of Encanto's breakaway hit, We Don't Talk About Bruno.
Malcolm, we don't talk about Bruno, and you just said it.
Not
Just
at
kidding. It's what the prompter told him to say. Next up, we have senior technical artist at Unity Technologies. It's Karis Baker. She's a 2013 Game Art graduate and former Full Sail instructor who has made some incredible contributions to the industry in spaces including indie game development, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and so much more. Karis is also incredible. Everybody with the sunglasses, what a vibe. But that's not the only grad we have.
And moving on to our next one, CEO and founder of Blackwell Productions, Brandon Blackwell is a 2013 show production grad, author, and front of house monitor, broadcast mixer who has worked with some of the industry's biggest names, including Beyonce, Lizzo, Chaka Khan, and the Isley Brothers.
Wow, everybody with these incredible credits. It's like, and they're here to hang out with us? How did we get so lucky at Full Sail?
Let's head outside to see what's happening with Shay.
right, and I'm still here on the back lot, and I ran into two friends. I have Tino and Eric. Tino, I heard that you performed earlier at the student stage. Can you tell me about that?
I performed 3 songs. I was kind of nervous, but like after the first song, I was fine. So yeah, I had fun up there.
Where can we find your music?
I don't have any music out. I mainly like produce beats, so you can find me on Instagram at Tino T33NO. I produce beats, but I also sing.
Incredible. Write that down. And Eric, you're a film student. I heard you got to connect with Larry Katz. Tell me what else you're doing with film this week.
I'm in my APN class, so we have a short coming out called Interpose. It's going to be directed by Parker Durnford, and I'm the grip on that, so stay tuned for that movie.
Perfect. I love it. We love getting our little students a shout out. But now we're going to do some trivia. I tried to make these trivia questions fairly easy, but you got to ring the bell, and I have my producer who's going to be counting the points. Are you ready? There are billions of them in the world, and adults and kids alike love to build using these tiny plastic things, but you don't want to step on them. What is it?
Legos.
That's right, it's a Lego. You do not want to step on them. See, they're kind of easy trivia. Okay, this popular online search engine has become so popular that it's now basically a verb.
Wait.
You got it.
Is it Google?
It is Google, because people be like, why don't you just Google it? Bing? Well, you don't hear anybody say, why don't you Bing it?
I was like, it can't be that.
All right, Eric, you got to catch up. Get ready. Multiple Hall of Fame inductees have worked with this mega corporation, best known for its children's movies and world-class theme parks.
Disney.
It is Disney. I was going to say, and it's run by a mouse. But yeah, absolutely. Okay, not only is this artist married to Beyonce, but he has also won more.
It's Jay-Z.
It's Jay-Z. I'm so glad you got that one. Okay, this is a free-for-all. Name 5 degrees you can get at Full Sail. Any 5.
Film, recording arts, game design, engineering, music production, and then what's like the IT stuff?
IT stuff. Yeah. It is IT stuff. All right, can you random 5?
Recording arts, show production, music production. Do you have like audio engineer or something like that? And then
I feel like you already named them all for him. All right. Well, you're both winners. You won the big prize. We're going to go ahead and hook you up with a Samsung Galaxy tablet. But we're not going to let our boy Eric go away unhanded. So here you go.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you want to shout out?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for asking me to come up here. I didn't know.
Yeah, heck yeah. We want our students to have a good time this week. So make sure you stay tuned all week long. Share your experience using #FullSailHoth. And I'm going to send it back to my besties at Tedeschi.
Thank you, Shay. Oh, I love the look of surprise when somebody gets they're like, wait, this is for me?
She didn't believe it.
No, I don't think I would either, to be totally honest. If I walked off stage right now and they're like, Jess, you want an iPad? I'd be like, it's not April 1st. I'm done with this.
Surprisingly, that's my birthday, everybody. I had to shout that out.
Oh, wow. Happy belated
23.
birthday. We
Thank
love
you.
an Aries, okay?
I appreciate that.
Yes.
See? Not a
yes.
lot of people do.
I'm a Sag, so we get along great.
That's what's up.
Let's go. Me and my boy Malcolm here.
Right.
Full Sail Armada, I'm sure you've heard of it, our collegiate esports. You're a Dan Patrick student. Sometimes you guys get into casting matches for us. You do esports at all? Is that your thing?
So I haven't done esports, but there's a couple students that do esports. I've dabbled just a little bit.
Okay.
I've only called a couple for a simulation game for NBA 2K because I was pretty adamant about that. I wanted to start up an Armada team in that area, but never got around to it. But I need more people to call 2K games here at the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting.
You heard it. We need an NBA 2K varsity team tomorrow. Okay, I don't know who's in charge of that, but Malcolm said he wants it, so we're doing it. If you're not following Full Sail Armada and Twitch, then you better open Twitch right now and start. If not, you'll miss Armada team matches, the Armada stream team, and everyone's favorite bearded streamer, Dammit Bennett. On Have Game Will Travel, Full Sail Director of Esports Growth and Development, Bennett Newsome, we call him Dammit Bennett, takes viewers on a ride through the careers of professionals in the esports and gaming industries. Let's check out this clip from Have Game Will Travel.
throughout your motocross career, you accomplished an impressive 14 titles. Became the first woman to compete in the male motocross championship in 2005. Talk to us a little bit about maybe like your proudest moment of your professional racing career.
Yes, so there are a few, of course. Like winning the first world title was like check.
Yeah.
Like that you want to have it on your resume. But also, like going back on what we were just talking about, being difficult for a woman to do something like this. Also by doing it as a first time. A lot of time I was having people say, "Oh, but it's just Steffi, so it's just her doing that," And sometimes in the sport, that's why they were not going to pay me as much as the guys, because there is just Steffi, is just one of a kind, right?
Yep.
So that was a hard pill to swallow, and that's also why I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
Right.
But what I was going with this is that I want to share this story because it was a very good, I would say, full circle story at the end. So what happened was that when I was younger, when I was 20 years old, I was going to become I did a trial to be able to go and represent Italy in the World Championship. Because back in the days with the men, so back in the days, only a select number of people, like the top 5 per country, were then given the license to go and represent their own country in the World Championship. So you do a trial that is based on lap times, right? So I did that and I got 3rd fastest time, right? So I was on top of the world, like I made history at 20 years old. You can imagine, right? Then a few days later, I received a letter from the Italian Federation that says, "We have decided not to send you because you are a woman." So, of course, I politely, say words to them. Let's put it like that. And then I say, you know what? I'm going to go to America and I'm going to do it there, and that's kind of like the very jumping to come to the United States was because of that. And came here and I became the first woman to race in Supercross, which is the biggest sport here in the US. So with that opportunity, there was no discrimination because here, with the points, a man or a woman, if you have the skill, you have the points, you're in, right? So I was able to do it. And then 5 years later, it came full circle back because I did get the World Federation saying, "Hey, we know what you're doing in the United States, and now we would like for you to race in the World Championship, and we'll make the special, thing and whatnot." And I said, "Perfect. This is how much it's going to cost you." And they paid.
Yeah.
What a fun little highlight and a little preview of what we'll be seeing later on in our 4 o'clock panel. But, who has a beard better than Bennett? Anybody? Is there anybody at this school who has a beard better than Bennett? Beard better than Bennett. Beard better than Bennett. How many times can you say that?
Clearly growing mine.
Yeah, you're working on it. You're working on it. One day, Bennett, one day someone will be able to rival you. But Full Sail Armada is so much more than just competitive gaming. We've got original content. We've got opportunities to cast, stream. How do you want to get involved? Do you just love games and want to be a part of the community? Our Discord is always open. So hop over to the Full Sail Armada website, fullsailarmada.gg, and you can get some info on how to get into our Discord there. But we've got one more panel coming up for you today. Isn't that so, Malcolm?
Yes, we're going to head into the Fortress for our last streaming panel. Don't let go of the handlebars. A talk with Steffi Bao on the importance of holding on to the handlebars, even when life throws us curveballs.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Hall of Fame 13. Are we excited? Hello, everyone here in the Fortress and streaming online. We appreciate you being here, and we have a really exciting presentation today. So today we are going to have the honor of hearing from Stephanie Bao, who comes to us from Italy, who is one of the fastest motorsports women in the world. Pretty amazing. And today, Steffi's going to talk about not letting go of the handlebars when life throws you those curveballs. And those handlebars are your dreams, your goals, your ambitions, all those things, the things that we have here at Full Sail. So, without further ado, I'm very excited to introduce myself. My name is Caitlin Delos Santos, a course director for creative presentation. But more exciting, we have Steffi Bao coming up to present. So let's give her a hand.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm super happy to be invited by Full Sail and Sari from the eSport department. So let me tell you a little bit about me. But first, because I know that the title is a little bit intriguing, some of you probably don't even know what an handlebar is. No, I think you do. Come on, everybody, at least on a bicycle, you must have been on a bicycle. But I have a question for you to start. Who is a gamer around here? Any kind of gamer? Fantastic. I see all the hands up here in the audience. Also for the people online, you can raise your hands on the chat. That's super cool. So, yes, so I'm not a gamer. This sounds maybe funny, but I'm not a gamer. But I am part of the eSport community, and eSport industry. So let me tell you how I got there. So it's all about passion. You know, like for me, everything since I was a little girl has been about passion. You probably hear that I have an accent. Like Caitlin was saying, I'm from Italy. So I was born in Italy, and when I was very little, I looked at my mom and dad in the eyes, and I say, one day I will become the best motorcycle racer in the world. Okay? Not everybody has like their mind and ideas so clear at that age, but I did, and I continue to push because that was my passion. So one of the things I want to share with everybody is that it's incredibly important to identify that. So when you feel something in your life and you're like, oh my God, I want to wake up every morning to be able to do that over and over again, that is called passion. So follow it. And I believe that you guys that are here at Full Sail, you probably know a thing or two about passion. So good job on that. Another thing that is incredibly important, you know, like as a takeaway, is to have a community around you. You need to have fans, you need to have family, you have to have a community, because there is no I in team. You know, like you have to have a group of people that can support you on what you do. So for me, my sport, I was incredibly lucky to have my family. My mom and dad, you know, ended up being with, supporting me. You know, since I was very little, you know, there was no difference for anybody. They said, go ahead, follow your dream, follow your passion. So I've been incredibly lucky to be able to do that. So I had a very good career in motorcycling in Italy. I was able to compete against the men. I was able to win a lot of titles, you know, like with the women. And then, you know, like life and everything, you all gonna experience this if you haven't already. There are roadblocks. So my biggest roadblock at the beginning of my career was that I was so successful, I got to the point that I wanted to continue to do what I wanted to do, and then I did this qualification. So you needed to be able to qualify to represent your country to go into the World Championship Series, okay? So I go to do this qualification, you know, people that play esports probably understand, you know, about doing qualifies. So I qualify in the top 5 in my country, in Italy. The top 5, automatically, if you were qualified there, you were getting a ticket, let's call it like that, to go to the World Championship. A couple days later, I finished 3rd in this top 5, you know, like of many. So I'm like, yes, I'm in, you know, this is good. A few days later, the federation calls me and said, we changed our mind, you're not gonna go because you're a woman. Yes, so big roadblock right there. But what I want you to take from this is that It doesn't matter, okay? So, of course, I was super mad, like furious about it. But I'm like, like if you put a mountain in front of me, I'm going to figure it out a way. Either I'm going to go on top of it, around it, make a hole through it, go underneath, whatever it takes to be able to continue to achieve your dream. So for me, that was unlocked the opportunity to go to the United States of America. So here I am. That's why I'm here. So I ended up leaving Italy with a luggage, not speaking any English whatsoever. Got to the country with passion, so I really wanted to do this for my life. And little by little, I started racing. I started competing here in the US. I got good at it, so I was able to get the professional license to compete with the men here in the United States of America. So I'm like, yes, this is great. I can continue to do it and go and achieve my dream. So I was lucky enough to bring home 3 world titles for the women class, being the first woman to race in supercross and motocross here in the United States of America. But I think it was super cool, and what this taught me is that now I was becoming a person that can inspire others. So keep this in mind. Anything you do in life, you can be inspiration to others. So this has to be super clear because it's so important to be able to give back. Then I had a second roadblock, in my career. This second roadblock ended up being a part where I had a big injury, and that happened during a year that was 2005. It became a bittersweet year for me because I was able to come full circle before that roadblock. I was able to become full circle and go back to Italy, and compete with the men in the world championship over there. That was fantastic, but it was also like, dang it, I needed to leave my country, to prove myself somewhere else that I'm worthy to be able to do this. But then finally, I got the invitation to go back, and guess what? It wasn't cheap for them this time around. So also another point important, know your worth. Do not back down, know your worth, because it's extremely important to continue to be authentic in who you are. So that year, I was saying that was bittersweet, right? So that was the second roadblock that I just ended up saying a few minutes ago. During that year, I had a career-ending accident. Okay, so I cased a double jump, in motocross, dirt bike racing. The double jumps are like 2 jumps, one here and one here, and you have to do it in one transaction, right? In the term of the sport, is like came up short. What does it mean? Is like they landed, on the second jump. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. But again, because I have the passion, you can kind of think, guess, and maybe somebody from the audience can put that question in the chat also online. Guess what was going through my mind when I was for this 2 seconds in the air, to land, on that jump, which I knew that it was going to be not pretty. Any guesses? Anybody? No? Well, the first guess was, dang it, I'm not going to race next weekend. That was the first guess. And the second guess was like, this is going to hurt this time around. But again, this is to show that even like in the middle of a split of a second when I knew potentially my life was going to change, I was still holding on to that handlebar, right? So I crashed. I destroyed both of my ankles. It was bad. Like a doctor immediately, again, I was on the ambulance. I go immediately in emergency surgery. They tell me, the surgeons say, hey, this is going to be bad. I'm going to try to do everything to save your legs. And still, on that bed, going into emergency surgery, I'm like, yes, okay, but where can I go back and race again? So they never give up, never let go of the handlebar. Luckily, they saved my legs. If the few of you that saw me walking, I do have a limp. Yeah, that's what I'm left with. But it's like my word, I will never give that up. Even though I had to add that injury in my life, like I stay and continue to figure it out, what it can be next. One thing I need to say to you, though, it wasn't easy. Oh, no, it was not easy. I went into a bad space, which I'm not ashamed to say, like it's actually important to recognize that. It was difficult because the life that I knew, up to that point, like that, ended. I didn't want to believe it even when I was jumping, and I knew it was going to happen. But I was like, now it's not possible. When can I recover and go back? And then instead, I needed to come to terms that my life changed. So it's not easy, and I was like I said, in a dark spot. But again, I fall back to that community. I fall back to my family and the people that were around me. And with their help, like not being ashamed that I was in a bad space. So with their help, I was able to come back up. So I started looking at life in a different way, still with the concept of not letting go of the handlebar. So we have a video that is going to come up just to give you a little bit of a visual of what that means. So up here on the top, we have this, the guy in the middle, I don't know if you can catch him. He ended up losing, this one too. Both of these guys, they are on the brisk of crashing, and changing, their race. Both of them ended up winning the race at the end of the day. So it's important, to let go. In those kind of situations, eventually you let go because you cannot save that one. But the important thing is like you go down 10 times, you get up 11 times. So always fail forward. You're going to have those things in life. Nobody is not going to have it. You will have it. So just fail forward. Learn from it. Get up, do it again, and continue with your passion and do what you love. So after that, I can say that for me, the important part was to figure it out how I could turn that negative aspect that happened to me, where my life changed, into positive. And that, again, with the help of family, the community, and people around you, that's how you can come back out of situations and you immediately think like, oh my God, how I'm gonna solve this, how I'm gonna go forward for this. Failing forward, having the community helps a ton. So at that point in my life, I was 28. So I felt like that I was lucky enough that I had a very important career. And now I was able to make a completely new important career, 28 years old. So I felt lucky. At one point, the mentality changed, and I'm like, hey, I can do something. For that, I became the general manager of the World Championship for Women. So for me, at that point, it was kind of like, okay, now I'm the mama of everybody. So I could help all the girls to try to achieve, what I was able to achieve. And again, the mentality changed. I was able to now see, what I can do and contribute to the world in a different way. Before, it was a lot of me and my team and my success. Now it was more like, okay, I had this career-ending injury, but I can help others to achieve what I was able to achieve. This is another very important thing to keep in mind, in whatever you do in life, because trust me, helping others, it comes back tenfold. So, why all of this and why esport? Now I'm getting to it. Okay, so what happened was that I had an idea when I was in Italy in 2020. So it was 2020, I got to Italy visiting my family, just before the pandemic started. And I saw my little niece that she was spending 2 to 3 hours a day watching people play video games. So I'm like, maybe there is something here that I can do to continue to help others to get involved with my passion, which is motorsport. So I walked through that. I came up, I studied. I know exactly, I start to learn a lot on what the industry was doing, and again, I kind of fall back into what I have the passion for, which is motorcycling. So learned a ton. And then I said, okay, I'm going to make a company. I'm going to just start a company, and figure it out how to make all of this happen. So I called the company Init Esports. So that's how we started. And with that, I ended up doing 2 verticals. So one vertical is the motorcycle side. So we have people and guys and girls that compete only online for now, for that, in the motorcycle world. So for me, it was very rewarding. And then I had a lot of fun, to be able to give that possibility to people to play online. And then I also did the second vertical, that is sim racing. So sim racing is all about car racing. Probably some of you know about this. But I'm going to step back a second because I have a surprise here I want to show with everybody. Because when I told you that I not being involved in video game esport, there was a little lie there. So I'm going to show something here.
I'm Steffi. So happy to meet you.
So I've been in 2 video games, not 1, 2 video games when I used to race. And I think that was pretty cool. But that was the extent about gaming that I knew, up to that point. So, yeah, so back about Init Esport, and what we do there. So are the 2 verticals, so the motorcycle part and the in real life and sim racing. Sim racing, what we do specifically is mostly to encourage women, minority, non-binary people to participate in a very safe environment. Again, for me, it's because I come from a male-dominated industry. I was able to, break that glass ceiling a time or 2. So I'm like, I need to continue to figure out ways to bring more people, and be part of what I love so much. So we have created a few events. One that just ended, not too long ago, in March. We did it March 4th, which was called Screen to Speed. So Screen to Speed is from the screen to in real life. We're going to show a little clip of how that looked like, and then I'll tell you a little bit more in depth of what we did there.
Let's go, girls.
Come on. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. Gonna let it all hang out. Wanna make some noise. Really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions. Get a little out of line.
So maybe you guess what that means, from screen to speed? Anybody? In the chat? Right, go ahead.
It's like you do racing simulator and then you start developing those skills where you actually start taking it on to the actual track and
Exactly. The goal for me, and I think that is very important, is to do this for women. So with Screen to Speed, it was the first event in the history of esport, only women-related and non-binary people, to participate. They compete online, so it was a hybrid model, online first, so they did all of the qualifiers. And then the top 15, we invite them to Las Vegas during the Las Vegas Pennzoil NASCAR race. So what was happening was like we had the room with the simulator inside the track while the NASCAR race was happening around them. So it was like a symbiotic relationship between the in real life, so the world that you can experience, and the digital world. And it was super cool. The winner of the sim racing event got to walk on the NASCAR podium, which again, it's bringing, the in real life with the sport digitally together. It was having 80,000 people there cheering on her, that she wants a sim racing event. But the cool thing is as you were saying, Screen to Speed, is that she is going to come back to Las Vegas, to the same track that she won the competition digitally. She's going to test in a real Porsche race car. So the goal here is to create a pathway, You know, like for me, it's incredibly important to get more women and minorities involved in the sport. Racing, motorsport, it's expensive. You know, I don't know if you know about this or you even try to get into the sport, but it's expensive. You know, so either you are incredibly talented, and I was lucky one for that, or you know, like you have to have quite a bit of money to be able to be part of the this category of sport. So when I was in Italy in 2020, I saw what was happening with my knees. That's when I got the idea, like, hey, maybe there is ways that we can make this cheaper and open it up to much more people. So there is already tons of competition for boys, you know, but for girls, they weren't. So then I came in and I'm like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to make a difference in the world. So after that, you know, we started to think, okay, what else can we bring in to be able to continue to grow this? So to be able to continue to make a bigger pathway. Because in life, that's important too. So you maybe start with one idea, and then the idea continues to develop. You know, like nowadays, even if you make a business plan from a company, it's a live document. You're going to continue to change it because there is so many things happening in life. Then you need to be able to adapt, you know, and learn from it, you know, and say, hey, maybe we can go this direction or that direction. So for me, at this point, we were able to do a show that now is very successful. We're going to have different editions. It's going to be a Formula One edition. There is going to be an IndyCar edition and a rally edition, you know, all for women and minorities and non-binary people to be able to entertain the sport. But okay, so this is like going after people that are already in the esport world. But what if we can make this bigger, you know? And the idea start to come because we have data that shows that in motorsport, like in engineering, in STEM, basically mathematics, there is not many people. You know, there is not many people in general in these fields. You know, like not many women. You know, in this field, not just people in general. There are plenty of men that do this, but like. Women. So maybe we need to go that direction because again, motorsport. It's a combination of all of these things. You know, you have to, even as a driver, you need to know what's going on with the car or the motorcycle to be able to go to your mechanic and say, hey, this is not working. We need to change this, right? So it is a combination on a lot of different skills to be able to get involved in this sport. So we decided that maybe STEM were going to be a good idea to get involved with, to be able to do more and broaden that pathway. So again, in motorsport, with female engineering or female mechanics, they are very little. You know, like I believe there is like less than 10% of the people in the industry that work in these roles that they are women. So. I mean, again, like, I need to do something about this. I wanted to get involved and figure it out. So now we started with Sim for STEM. So Sim for STEM is going to become, the first edition is going to happen in a month's time in May in Indianapolis for the Indy 500. So what we're going to do with that, we're going to get women from high school level women, so a little bit earlier than you guys, but like get their attention and get them free of charge to do hands-on STEM activities surrounded, again, by the Indy 500. And then when they learn these STEM activities, which is data logging, which is, we're going to teach them how to build a steering wheel, to then to attach it to iRacing and play. You know, we're going to teach them coding on how to make a small track, you know, like so they can pretty much create their own game and create their own steering wheel and participate. We're going to make team building activities, like we call it a pit stop challenge, where girls are going to have to learn how to change tires, you know, on a go-kart incredibly fast, just like it happens when you do a pit stop, right? And once they learn all of this, we're going to put them into the simulators. Okay, so by putting them into the simulator now, you know, one of the activities is going to be the racing line. So they're going to learn the racing line on paper, you know, and figure out which one is the best place to be in the apex of a corner to be able to complete the lap the fastest you can, right? And then we put them on the sim, and they have to try to do it right there. So again, it's to continue to create a community, a pathway of like-minded people with a support all around it. And then, the next step to that is that the girls, we're going to have 200 girls, and the next step is for them to be able to get to the Indy 500 and meet female engineering, female mechanic, female drivers, broadcaster, producer, because motorsport has a little bit of everything that you actually guys and girls are studying here too. So it's kind of like, if you can see her, you can be her. So we're going to continue to create that pathway. Then how we link both of them together is because the success of Screen to Speed, to be able to then go in the real car, the hope is like that these new people that we are getting involved in e-sport, through STEM activities and then simulator, they're going to be excited enough to be able to qualify or go into the qualification for Screen to Speed. And then eventually having the chance to go into becoming a race car driver if they want to, but actually also opening all the doors into this industry. Again, show them, hey, engineering is possible. We need to change that number from 10%, let's go to 15, to 20, and then finally to 50 at least, So, yes, I think it's incredibly important to show the way, and get people involved. So we have a small video that shows what my partner in this part of the program is called Sim for STEM. She has done it already in Ireland. So she already got 1,500 girls in Ireland to be able to participate in the program and then learn. And the good data here is that they were able, this girl, like, a third of these 1,500 girls from high school, they ended up entertaining a career in STEM. So they went into college for that. And 5 of these girls, still small, but 5 of these girls got a go-karting license. So the model works, it's just about bringing it all together. And for me, it's all about really doing it for women, by women, and being inspirational. So this is a little video that we can play in regards to what we did for Sim for STEM. So I hope you have fun watching that. But yeah, another important lesson for this that I wanted to share with you guys is that my friend Nikki that does this program in Ireland, immediately, because we had the same passion, we came together. And it's in life, it's all about building and not dividing. So together, we said, hey, we can become partner and continue to bring the show abroad. From Ireland now, we're going to be doing it in the United States. And so far, people are already coming back, and in the industry say, hey, we want to bring this worldwide. So we'll see. You're going to have to tune in and figure it out. Later on, I'm going to show you our Twitch channel and how you can follow on social and be part of the change if you want to. But as I was saying, this is the pathway. This is what we wanted to create. So the school, go after the schools. with the school, get them to be part of Sim for STEM, and working on the bottom, because I do believe that create a critical mass is important. And a lot of time, I was one of them. I was one of the only women out there to compete in a male-dominated industry. And it's hard. It's very difficult. So how we change that, I am convinced that if there is more girls, more of that critical mass, then we will be able to have more talent to come out of there. So eventually, even the girls at the top, like I used to be, we can get paid like the guys do get paid, because at that point, everything would be fairly equal. Like more people at the bottom, more, we can create that pathway. And then maybe one day we will see that woman getting into Formula One. And I hope that you guys maybe have watched Drive to Survive. If you haven't, go watch it, because it's very cool and very entertaining. But again, too much testosterone. We need to bring a little bit more women in there too. So, yeah, I guess this is pretty much my presentation for today. I have the takeaways. Of course, I hope you had fun listening to me. I hope you got inspired a little bit about what I said. And yeah, just follow your passion. Know your why you want to do that, because that is where it comes from here. And when you know that from here, there's nothing that can stop you. Nothing. You're going to find a way. Surround yourself with a community that can support you, and just never give up. One last thing, always ask. There are people out there that will give you answer. Don't be shy. Go out and ask. No question is a wrong question, so go and ask. So with this, I guess we are done with the presentation. I want to thank you from the audience, and I want to thank everybody online that watched this. We're going to open up the stage for Q&A. So if somebody has any question, can bring it up, and we can talk about it.
I just have a question about the model. So I know that Red Bull F1 actually did that. They had a simulation driver who did really well. They let him race in one of the races. Mm-hmm. And like you said, I know this is because I come from esports. I'm on the Valorant varsity team, and I'm trying to open up to try to get those minorities, the non-binary, the women, just to join. I'm also in computer science, and it's super male dominated and kind of gate kept. So I was wondering, are you trying to do this in high schools and colleges, or just what's the starting platform,
yes.
I guess?
I mean, for me, what I figured out that works is because it's led by women, mm-hmm. Okay? So or if you are part of a minority, you need to be the voice out there, because nobody can relate to you as somebody that is like you, right? So that's the key. Even in what you said, that Red Bull, and there was this guy, James Baldwin, in the UK, he started playing. He never set his butt on a car before, on a competitive car. He did it all through gaming, and he got so good that when they choose him to be in the car, he won the first race he did. So I'm setting out to find that woman, and it's working because there is the authenticity. So my suggestion to you is be the voice. Be out there and be the voice. I don't play, Valorant or those kind of games because, again, I stay with my passion, but maybe in your game, find the passion, find the common ground, and be open, invite people, come in, safe community, and at the end, we are all here, we are human beings, we want to just have fun.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anybody else? Don't be shy, remember.
We've got a couple questions from online.
Okay.
So I'll ask one, and then if anybody wants to jump up here, we'll do that. So the first question is, over the past few years, have you noticed an increase in women being sponsored? Noticed an increase in the esports world, even with women being sponsored?
Yes, but again, it's not enough. It can be better. We can continue to work hard, and this is why a program like Screen to Speed brings the reality out. So I was very lucky to have the support of Pennzoil and Ford and Yahoo for that, but it did work. I'll tell you why. Because there were women running their program. So as a woman talking to them, of course, it's like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. We want all to help, and do that. So again, seek out, companies that they have like-minded people, that they can make decision and go there. And then little by little, we're going to start to change the ration and continue to grow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
So you mentioned that when you went back to Italy that it cost them, and you said that the big thing is that you have to know your worth. So did you have a talent manager, or how did you be able to assess what your value and worth really was when you went back to that table?
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm a little bit of a strange case because I believe in myself so much that I didn't need to have a talent manager. I just knew, and results speak for themselves. So, it doesn't matter what gender I am. It doesn't matter if I'm a woman and you are a guy. If I'm producing the same results, what's the difference, right? There is none. And I was incredibly lucky because I had my parents that taught me at a very young age. So growing, through sport, but also through business, I always sat around table only men, but I never felt intimidated. I never felt, hey, I don't belong here, because I do know that I belong there. For people that they don't know that, they need to work on their confidence, right? Talk to yourself, pump yourself up in the mirror, like you can do this. And then you're still not sure, surround yourself with people that are gonna tell you that you can. So that's my suggestion, but then again, in gaming and whatnot, you might want to have a talent, but that's the part that you want to have around, talent manager, to help you to believe in yourself. So just find the right people, surround yourself with the right people, and think you're going to get better and continue to grow.
Thank you for that. I do have one more question.
Yes.
So as far as what you're doing, there's also the emergence of Formula E. And so how does what you're doing also translate to Formula E? Is it just the same thing, or, what are some different things there?
Yes, so a couple things here we can touch base on. One, Formula E is actually doing already the esport part of the program. So they're already working it. So it's one of the category of racing that they are far ahead compared to everybody else. In my opinion, is also because Formula E is electric, right? Therefore, a lot of young guys and girls, like you guys in the audience, you understand the importance to go electric. So by that, it feeds into the same crowd that they're going to make differences for the future. So sustainability, try to be able to live in a world that is a little bit less dominated by gasoline or stuff that actually are bad for the earth, right? So that's one thing. But the other part is there is not for women. There is now women in there. So the part that we were going to do and we are going to do with Screen to Speed is opening that up. So we're going to do Screen to Speed Formula E edition. Like I said, the Screen to Speed, Formula One edition. We're already talking with the Formula One Academy. So, continue to bring in something that girls can be inspired by and inspired to be, with a critical mass community of women there to support them.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, some more questions from online. This one is, have you ever thought of adding a VR element to the simulation model?
Yes, so we have a few of our players that play in our community that they prefer VR. It's a tricky way. I feel like it's more closer to the people that are starting to get and understand the metaverse a little bit more. So, gaming as a whole, it is a stepping stone into the metaverse that it's here and it's going to continue to grow, But VR per se, it's right now, I think they still need to develop a little bit more because unfortunately a lot of people still get seasick, like when they use a VR, when they play. And that is just about technology, right? But it's definitely another way to continue the immersive method to continue to create the bridges between in real life and the digital world. So we have players that love that. Again, I'm not really a player. I just look at the games, to try to see and create a business relationship to make sure that we can work, together. But I listen to everybody, and I'm happy that people play with VR. I think it's going to continue to grow.
Amazing.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Another question is about your logo. So could you tell us a little bit about that and how you came up with this logo for your company?
The logo is just like the logo. I don't know, it started with the name. And the name Init, it was actually an idea of my wife. She said, hey, we were going to try to create a new company in 2020. And I like short word. And she said, what about Init? And I'm like, great. So be in it. So in fact, I wanted to ask everybody at the end if you are in it and you want to be part of the change. But in regard to the look per se, we just came up with something that kind of remind or be part of something, be into it, being inclusive, and I feel like that we kind of nailed it.
I think so. Awesome. So the last question that I have right now from online is, you kind of talked about this a little bit, but when you were faced with discrimination or people looking past you, how did you handle that confrontation in person? How did you put them in their place?
Right. Okay, so it takes a lot of practice, Again, it takes a lot of confidence in yourself and have around you people that, believe in you and that it can be there for you. And then there is this switch in your mind, so all of a sudden you just started to see what really is important, which what's important is not what other people think of you, but what you think of yourself, right? So when you grasp that, in your mind, then everything else is like white noise. So people are going to troll, people are going to say bad things. It's not your problem, it's theirs, right? So just get that switch in your head and just continue to be you, be the authentic self, and never let go of that handlebar.
Be in it.
Yes, be in it.
Thank you.
I have another question now, mainly kind of about the business model in a sense. You guys were talking about screen to speed, and you guys did the NASCAR thing, and then we brought up the Formula E. What about Formula Drift or Rally or any of those things? Are they going to be added to the Init brand sooner or later?
Yes, they are all coming.
Okay.
Again, we are a startup, so
yeah.
because we nailed it, and I'm very happy that we nailed it, now we are having all of these requests. So we're going to make it happen for everybody and for every different type of category, and hopefully, it's a model that can be adapted to other esports eventually. For racing, it's easy because it's relatable. Right? It is really completely transferable. You start online and you can become, a very good driver in real life. We'll see what happens. We are definitely a big ambition, and like as I said earlier, I took a luggage and I went across the country. I didn't even speak the language. So let's do it.
And then another question, kind of regarding getting the minority in the system. So when you have something that's male dominated, and let's say there's a singular female on the team, but she just has male teammates, and there's other females that may want to join but are too timid or too afraid because they don't want to be confronted by these aggressive men. What's the situation?
Well, I would say join the Init Discord because in there we are all about inclusivity and everybody's there to help out. And the goal is also from this, the program Sim for STEM is to direct everybody there. So the program is not just is done that day and then ends there, right? You guys know about a community, right? So by bringing everybody to the same place, then you can continue to grow it and continue to have people that they are at the same level, right? And again, if somebody comes in there and they're going to be inappropriate, on trolley or whatever, in Discord is easy, delete, you don't belong here. So yeah, so for me, I think the key is that, create places that are safe place where people can come in and feel themselves. We also put some check and balance, I think you say. Like in our competition, we use Gamer Safer. That's a software where people get verified. So in that way, we know who you are, right? So if you bring accountability to something, that you will see that there is people that are going to be thinking it once or twice more before doing something, right? So for us, mask is not really the right word, but we kind of like propose it more like a driver license concept. So, you want to race, you want to compete, you need to have your init driver license. And, if you take somebody out of the track or you're inappropriate, what happens in real life? You get points off your license or your license gets taken apart. So it's the same concept. So it's all about creating things that is relatable. More relatable you can do it for the community you try to attract, better it is, and then kind of like explaining in terms that it's easy for everybody to understand.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. One more? Okay.
Another one from online. How do you reach out to high school students? Do you, your team go out there? How do you get them involved and introduced to this?
Right. I'm not going to give you all the secret because that's my business. Yes. No, but kidding aside, we just go after a principal or a teacher that they are in the STEM education, like that they are mathematician or science educator, and we just go through the internet, especially in public school. You have them there, so then you say, hey, we have this program, you want to take part of it, it's free for the students, come on in and do it. And we also went to the next step to make sure that we are STEM accredited. So in that way, people that take the classes is actually taking off a little bit of a load of a teacher, because they can come to us and they can learn things that they are part of a regular curriculum, and in a way, mark it off from the teacher. So it's a win-win for everybody. We bring something fun. And I am a true believer that if you connect with kids, at that age where you make them have an experience that is like potentially life-changing, then you get them. You have their attention, and this is what we are trying to put together.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think if we are done with the question and everything, I thank you all in the audience to come and listen to this little crazy Italian that decided to come over in the United States and do all of this crazy stuff. But feel free to follow Init, to follow me, and remember, don't be shy, ask, and I am always available to help. Of course, like if I'm not running around like a chicken with a head cut off to try to make events happening. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I appreciate Full Sail. This has been an incredible opportunity for me. I hope everybody learned a little bit from it, and let's do it. Don't let go of the handlebar.
So good. That was not even scripted.
We're back, and we're together, and we're best friends, and we're hosting Hall of Fame Live, and we've had such a blast with you all today.
Jess, there has been so much going on. Being on the back lot, seeing all the students experiencing everything, really getting into it's hot out there, but they don't care. They're in the action of everything. That karaoke thing has been going on all day with students watching and everything, the student stage, obsessed.
Oh, I love it. Well, I'm glad you're back in the AC, though, because I do not want you to pass out from heat exhaustion. You've been running around crazy all day, bringing us so many fun games.
But we got more.
What was your favorite game that you played today?
Honestly, the Family Feud with Carlton and Tremaine.
That was
so
so funny.
They were
I was
like
sitting
into
here
it.
dying laughing. That
so
was so
good.
good. I love the ones that they couldn't. They were just like, I don't know. Like, do you know how Family Feud works? Just the most What do you like? What do you think?
It's not even like opinion based at all. What do
Yeah.
you think the massive amount of Americans would think?
I do love that the Christmas response that was the number one answer.
They're just like, oh yeah,
Mariah
just
Carey.
Mariah Carey.
That's how you know it's Christmas season now. When I was a kid, it was like, oh, when you see Santa at the end of the Thanksgiving Day parade. No, now it's the first time I hear Mariah Carey. It's officially
absolutely.
Christmas. So.
Absolutely.
Oh, but, even though we're wrapping up today, there are still so many opportunities to win incredible prizes through our giveaway. And it's not just for campus students. Online students can get in on it, too. Just scan that QR code that you see on the screen, follow the instructions, and enter for a chance to win some amazing swag. Shay, look at this stuff.
I want it.
I want it so bad. What is your favorite piece of swag this year?
The glasses, the color changing glasses.
I didn't know that there are different colors. That they
Yes.
don't all. I thought they all turn purple, but I found out there's like blue. I thought that was so cool.
I know it's like a surprise when you go outside because you don't know. You're like, we all got the same glasses. You go out and you're like, I am the chosen one with the purple or the blue, whichever color is your favorite.
Yeah. And, don't forget, use that hashtag all week, hashtag FullSaleHOF. Share your post, share what's going on. Even if you're at home, we want to hear from you. What's your Hall of Fame experience like? Are you enjoying Hall of Fame Live? We're having fun bringing the show to you. So, go ahead, scan that QR code, use the hashtag all week long. But let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see tomorrow.
Oh, there's so much going on tomorrow. Like this is just day one of Hall of Fame Live, but we've already been in this week. We have more panels, we have more workshops, we have so much going on. We're gonna check in with our film grads.
Yeah, film grads year one. We're gonna see that tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So we're gonna talk to some recent film grads and just talk about what their journey's been like. And then what do we have coming up at 12, Shay?
We have a mentorship, how to find out and how to be the one. Like how do you make yourself stand out, which is gonna be really important for all of our students who are about to graduate.
Right, and mentorship isn't just about kind of like it's also about how can you be a better mentor. So we're gonna learn about that. And then at 2 p.m. we'll hear about taming your inner critic or dealing with imposter syndrome. And I know this is something I deal with on the daily. Everybody's been walking around like, Jess, you're doing so great, everything's so great. And I'm like, am I though? Am I really? Because I'm pretty sure I'm horrible at this.
I think
and
you should attend that panel.
That's the imposter syndrome talking. Yeah, I will be sitting here with my rapt attention. And then we'll wrap the day at 4 p.m. with Changing Jobs, featuring Tom Todia, Brian Carrico, and Michael Benford. And that's just going to kind of give us a little insight into like, are you ready to make a career pivot? Maybe it's time. Here are the signs. Here's how you make a career pivot without burning bridges.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
especially with a lot of our Full Sail degrees. I feel like you get one thing and you think that's all I have to do, but there's so many different directions you can go in, and it's never too late to just shift gears.
Yeah. Love a career pivot. If you feel stagnant in your life, change it. Right? Isn't that why most of us came to Full Sail anyway? Because we wanted to live out our dreams. That doesn't end later. Oh yeah, I see some. Oh,
There's
I saw
so
Phil
many people
Palin.
still
All
going
these,
by.
they just walk by, and it's like, oh, you're crazy
got so
successful,
excited.
and you're just talking to a student walking out of a panel. Like that's chill.
It's so surreal to see students feeling comfortable to walk up to these people. And then the Hall of Famers and all of our grads are so receptive, and they actually take the time to actively listen, which is so amazing.
Yeah, and if you're not sure who the Hall of Famers are, and maybe you're not super paying great attention to Hall of Fame Live, if you come into the EB lobby, we've got these cool screens in the back that cycle through all of the Hall of Famers. You can see what degree program they graduated from. Maybe it was your degree program. What projects they've worked on. Maybe it's something that you really love or something you aspire to do. So come in here and just kind of study, take a couple little notes, and that way if you bump into them on campus, it's like, oh, I know everything about you. I wasn't stalking you. I didn't just read your IMDb page. I didn't memorize your IMDb page, but they don't need to know
Also,
all
we have videos that we've been playing throughout the week.
We have been playing videos. So
if you've been watching Full Sail Live all day today, then hopefully you've got to know a little bit more about each of our inductees. We have like over 70?
Yes,
I wanna say we're about to have
78
over-
at the after our ceremony on Thursday, there will be 78 members of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. That is insane. What was your first Hall of Fame?
Hall of Fame 4.
4. Okay, mine was 8.
Yeah, I was so young. Oh, and we just had our producer say he was here for Hall of Fame 1.
1, so he's been here for 13 Hall of Fames. That's a lot of Hall of Fames.
That's a lot of grads.
That's a lot of grads. Yeah. But
I think we should keep doing this. I'm having a good time.
I mean, yeah. When do we cap this? Never, right? They don't stop the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They induct people into that every year. So I think we'll keep going.
Absolutely.
Oh, but yeah, we're looking forward to a great rest of the week. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. right here on Hall of Fame Live. We'll get you kicked off in the morning, run into our first panel at 10. We've got content all day, awesome stuff. We'll meet more Hall of Famers. You'll get to know them. They'll come meet us on stage, and then you'll know them, and you'll be able to bump into them in the back lot or get brave and ask your question at a panel. So definitely tune in tomorrow.
And I'll be out on the back lot. We got more games. There's more opportunity to win prizes, so you have to pay attention. Come. You want to win big? You want to win mid? I don't know. I love that game.
Win
that was
big, win mid. That was super fun.
So clever.
That was awesome. Well,
please run into us on the back lot. Run into us here when we're not live because we can't be distracted.
Yeah. Please. I'll still say hi to you. But I'm Jess Ryder.
And I'm Shay. Right? Yeah, that's my name. Okay.
And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of Hall of Fame Live. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom.